Erskine. R.G., 1991. Transference and Transactions, Critique from an Intrapsychic and Integrative Perspective. Transactional Analysis Journal, 2/26376. Erskine, R.G., 1994. Shame and Self-Righteousness, Transactional Analysis via Perspectives and Clinical Interventions. Transactional Analysis Journal, 24, 2861020.org/io.11770362153794024002004. Erskine, R.G., 1995. A Gestalt Therapy Approach to Shame and Self-Righteousness, Theory and Methods. British Gestalt Journal. 4, 2107-117. Erskine, R.G., 2009. Life Scripts and Attachment Patterns, Theoretical Integration and Their Apotic Involvement. Transactional Analysis Journal, 39, 3207-18. Erskine, R.G., 2015. Relational Patterns, Therapeutic Presence, Concepts and Practice of Integrative Psychotherapy. London, Carnac. Erskine, R.G., 201 Child Development in Integrative Psychotherapy, Erik Erikson's First Three Stages. Psychotherapy, Erskine, R.G., 2021. A Healing Relationship, Commentary on Therapeutic Dialogues. Bicester, UK, Fien 9. Galgut, D., 2010. In a Strange Room. Toronto, Canada, McClelland and Stewart. Guntrup, H., 1968. Schizoid Phenomena. Object Relations and the Self. Madison Court, International Universities Press. Hesse, H., 1927. Steppenwolf. York, Henry Holt, 1929. Pearls, F., 1973. The Gestalt Approach in Eyewitness Therapy. Palo Alto, CA, Science and Behavior Winnicott, D.W., 1965. IHE Motivational Processes and the Facilitating Environment, Studies in the Theory of Emotional Development. Madison, CR, International Universities Press. Yontef, G. Psychotherapy of Schemid Perkses. Transactional Analysis Journal, 31, 1723 doi.ornio.1176/036215370103100103. Chapter 9 Allen, Isolation, Loneliness, and a Need to be Loved. Richard G. Erskine. He third year of Allen's psychotherapy with him telling me the details of his summer vacation, complete with exquisite photos of Arctic foxes and polar bears. He was always excited when he talked about his photography. After the first 20 minutes, I inquired his internal criticism, something we had been working on a deal in his psychotherapy the previous spring. He said that he was less tense because there was almost no self criticism. I made several inquiries about Allen's internal experience, and he described his sense of comfort when camping alone. He down and was silent for a couple of minutes. And he added, "L felt empty, what you call lonely." With my continued inquiry, Allen talked about his mixed feelings of enjoying the solitary experience of the wilderness and, at the same time, realizing that something was missing that felt like an emptiness in my stomach. I surprised myself when I blurted out, "Were there any women to it?" I remembered the tangential comment Allen had made the previous when he said, "There were no women to look at." He turned his head awry and was silent. I immediately knew that my remark was disturbing to him. I was embarrassed by my indiscreet comment. My remark was not empathic with Allen's telling me about his empty, lonely feelings. I searched internally for what had prompted my inappropriate question. Usually it is easy for me to be empathic with clients' feelings of loneliness. I was perplexed. Was my countertransference a reaction, an expression of some unresolved aspect of myself, or was I identifying with some unspoken characteristic of Allen? I did not know, and I did not know what else to say, so I remained quiet. I needed time to consider how to repair the rupture in our relationship. After some minutes, Alan returned to telling me about his vacation, but his facial expression had changed. His enthusiasm was gone. Although he was talking, it seemed to me that he was putting on a sexual facade of pleasant but non-meaningful conversation. Throughout most of the previous spring, Alan's social facade had disappeared after a number of sessions in which we attended to his inter-NAL criticism, and particularly after Alan realized that his self-criticism distracted him from remembering his mother's harsh criticisms of him. At the end of the summer, when I thought about Alan returning to psychotherapy, I began to formulate a treatment plan. If he was no longer suffering from internal criticism, I planned to invite him into a series of therapeutically supported withdrawals into his private inner room. I could observe how he often relied on relational withdrawal to stabilize and regulate himself, but I surmised that he was alone in his private RCX, LN. I firmly that the healing of cumulative neglect and trauma occurs through a contactful therapeutic relationship. Erskine, 2015. If we did engage in a therapeutically supported withdrawal, it would mean that I would have to be fully present with him, to listen to him if he spoke and even to his silences, to be an external guardian of his quiet and private place, and to help him access his affect and implicit memories. I had learned from other clients who used relational withdrawal to self-stabilize and ward off anticipated emotional invasion that a supported withdrawal provided the space and opportunity for them to feel viscerally more secure and validated. It upis an opportunity to identify their own, often nonverbal, Erskine, 2020. However, my plan was suddenly placed on hold. We had an urgent situation that required a different therapeutic posture. Throughout the week, I was read ALX, the effects of it was clear to me that my error had triggered a breach in our therapeutic relationship. Prior to that session, I had decided to take direct responsibility by opening the next session with, "I want to apologize for my lack of sensitivity to you when you told me about feeling empty." My question was inconsiderate. What happened between us when I asked about women to it? When Alan heard those words, he hung his head in silence. I assumed that I had again caused him to feel a sense of shame. He ked away, his face was tense, and he remained silent for the next several minutes. Alan eventually ked at me and said, "I guess I had better tell you the truth." There was another long pause and he added, "I'm so tense. You'll think I'm demented." There were a few minutes of silence, during which the previous year when we had spent many sessions talking about the various dimensions of his sense of shame, hiding his shame by avoiding people, the sadness in his conviction that he was not worthy of anyone's attention, his fear of ridicule and rejection, and his core that, "something is wrong with me." He had just said, "You will think I'm demented." Was he again recoiling from internal criticism? Was he making a confession? I honored Alan's silence but continued king at him. I tried to communicate acceptance through my facial expressions. He then said, "Fi what I do at night." I was not certain what he meant, but I knew that it was redant to wait in silence while something churned inside Alan. After another long pause he said, "I have never told anyone when I go walking at night, I am looking for a woman." With a nod I acknowledged what he had just said but made no direct comment. I knew that my patience was a valuable form of interpersonal contact, and it seemed ilftant that I go at his pace. He was quiet for a couple of minutes and then added, "There are several women that I watch. I know what time they get off work and I follow them home." Alan was again silent. While he hung his head I thought how painful shame can be, the intense sadness at not being accepted as one is and the fear of rejection for who one is. After a few more minutes of quiet, I made what I hoped would be a normalizing comment, "Must some important reason you are king at them?" He was again silent for several minutes. I repeated my comment. He looked at me and with tears in his eyes said, "I'm lonely." Slowly, bit by bit, we talked about the empty feeling inside his stomach and how he had some relief when he followed a woman and wondered what it would like to with her in her home. In response to my gentle inquiry, he talked about the pain of loneliness. He described how he always felt low down when he finally returned to his apartment. Throughout that session, Alan was physically tense, caught between wanting to reveal his story and his reluctance to say anything. I decided to reassure Alan that he was not demented, and I explained that his watching the women had some important psychological functions. I promised him that in our coming sessions we would explore his desire to watch them and, importantly, what he was needing as he searched for a woman. Although I tried to reassure Alan, I ended the session with an intense mixture of thoughts and emotions. I felt compassion for Alan. He was lonely and depressed. Simultaneously, I was alarmed. I had a fantasy of Alan stalking the women, of his a sexual predator, or worse. I had a duty to uncover Alan's intentions, to discover if he was demented, to determine if he was dangerous to the women, and, if necessary, to protect them by reporting him to the authorities. I suddenly felt overwhelmed with responsibility. As Alan was leaving my office, I ran after him and invited him to return the next day for another session. He was reluctant. But later he called me to say that he was willing to come at lunchtime for an additional session. He had more to tell me. When Alan arrived for that next session, he was physically tense. He made no eye contact and seemed to be withdrawn to some internal hiding place. I waited patiently, mostly in silence. The silence with a few comments such as, "In here for you, there is no need to rush, must be a lot of feelings going on inside." After about 20 minutes, he looked at me and said, "What am I going to do?" At that moment, I sensed a little boy, lonely, depressed, and not knowing how to feel better. I was in a dilemma about whether to address the troubled child in Alan or to alleviate my internal tension and worry. I had spent part of the previous night distressed about Alan's behavior and the possibility that he was a potential danger to women. I spontaneously decided to use this session to directly address my worries. I asked him, "Do you have any sexual fantasies about these women?" Alan immediately responded with, "Oh, no. I never do that." I continued with, "Do you ever want to hurt them?" At first he was appalled that I asked such questions, and then with tears in his eyes he said, "I only want them to be with me." During the next several sessions, Alan the stories he had invented regarding the women he followed at night. I consistently and continuously inquired about these various fantasies and particularly about his sensations, affects, and hopes. A theme in Alan * stories included his imagining that the various women would happy to with him. As I learned more about Alan's imagined encounters, we identified that the most important themes included his fantasy that the women were kind to him, wanted to tell him stories about their lives, and were delighted to listen to his stories. Alan's imaginings were full of details about his hoped-for relationship with the women, such as their pleasure in having dinner together, discovering their joy in hiking with Alan, and the excitement of doing photography together. In each of his stories there was an imagined joyous connection Alan and a woman. Near the end of one of our sessions, he confessed that, while following the women, he would repeatedly say to himself, "Can you love me?" However, by the time he returned home he was depressed. I continued to wonder if sexual activity had any place in his fantasy. During our therapeutic dialogue, I interspersed some questions about his sexuality. From the various things Alan said I had the impression that he was not imagining anything sexual with the women. I asked some direct questions about his sexual history. Alan told me that he had a girlfriend when he was 14, they had kissed a lot, but he had felt guilty because he had touched her breasts. His mother had become enraged when she discovered that he was spending time after school with the girl and forbade him to see her again. He never had another girlfriend, never dated, and avoided any conversations with women. His life was sexless. I asked if he masturbated, looked at pornography magazines, or watched erotic videos. Alan was surprised by my questions and answered no to each of them. But in responding to my questions about masturbation, how his mother was furious with me when she saw stains on my bed sheets. So, I stopped touching myself. In between our sessions, I thought about the possible homeostatic functions that might be involved in Alan's silent quest for a woman, such as, emotional regulation of his loneliness and depression, an identity and sense of value in who I am, an orientation of himself in relationship with women. Compensation for unsatisfied relational needs, self-protection against the memory of the pain and fear of loss of connection with his mother. My heart went out to Alan when I realized that we had a great deal of MK ahead. We spent time talking about his empty, lonely feelings. I validated the significance of his internal question, "Can you love me?" Now Alan repeatedly talked about being an unloved child. We interpreted his mantra, "Can you love me?" as the lament of a neglected yet controlled child who yearned to be loved. During some of these conversations, Alan cried. I watched for signs of anger, but his sadness predominated. I focused on responding empathically and helped him to identify his current relational needs for validation, companionship, and self-definition. Periodically, he would slip into a withdrawn place. He would hunch his shoulders, and not respond to any of my inquiries. Sometimes it seemed that these reactions stimulated Alan to shrink even more into himself. In another session I asked if he had ever spoken to any of the women. His dy seemed strained as he answered, "I would never do that." As we talked more he said, "Then it will all go bad. She won't want me." I explored with Alan what he imagined would happen if one of the women wanted a relationship with him. He answered, "Will try to control me. They will criticize me." He pulled into himself and was quiet. Throughout this time I sensed that my inquiry and comments had to be delicate, and I was sensitive to how quickly Alan could slip into silence. I began to encourage him to take time to withdraw into his private place, to feel whatever he felt, to experience a sense of quietness or any memories. During these prolonged moments, I would quietly watch over him, just as though I were watching over a sick child. In another session, Alan was deeply discouraged. He had discovered that a waitress whom he frequently followed had a husband and 2 children. He was distraught. "I lost my dream." I responded to his sadness as though he had actually been betrayed by a partner. I talked to him about grief as he told me how he had longed to be with her. He was angry that she was married and not available. He then spontaneously talked about his mother. "She was never there for me. I was always alone. I am still alone." He then wept in childlike grief for the betrayal of a real person, his mother. In each of the next few sessions I made historical inquiries about Alan's relationship with his mother during the years he was 5 to 15, after his father died. Alan increasingly had memories of how he ended to the criticisms heaped on me by both his mother and sister. When they weren't hassling me, they ignored me. But that was fine with me because I could alone in my room. As I inquired about what he was experiencing internally when he was in his, he replied, "I up inside. I guess I was protecting something." I told myself, nothing matters. I inquired about what he was protecting, and he described the tensions in his stomach and chest. I suggested that the tension in his was loneliness. I could see that periodically Alan was briefly looking away and or tensing his jaw muscles. I took advantage of those moments to invite him to close his eyes and go to his private room. I promised him that would neither come near nor would I go away, but that I would stay present. At first he withdrew for only a couple of minutes, and then he would open his eyes to see if I was still attentive. Over the next many sessions, he was able to withdraw to his private place for longer of time. I sat quietly, each breath and the little gestures that he made. After one session when Alan was in his private place for about 20 minutes, he described it as quiet, and that's the way I like it. I offered that was why he liked camping in the Arctic. He seemed to enjoy that comment and ironically said, "My mother was short-tempered and noisy, the farther from her that's why I like it cold and quiet." We made an interesting discovery. Following withdrawals to his private place, usually for about 10 to 15 minutes, he was more relationally contactful and somewhat playful. It was as though his energy had been replenished with spontaneity and vitality. A few weeks later, Alan was disturbed by a dream. He said that he knew the dream was significant. He was conflicted because he did not want to think about it, but he wanted to know what it meant. We talked ALN, UT his ambivalence around knowing and not knowing before we attended to the content of the dream. Almx inaudibly he uttered, "I want to hide from the painful truth." He described the dream, "I am the age I am now but I am carrying a heavy backpack, a big weight, so I feel small. I'm trying to get on an old-style train to go to a faraway camping place. IHE steam locomotive could not move because a large woman was blocking the track. IHE woman began to stare at me but she had no face. I noticed that she had large pendulous breasts, but I knew that there was no warmth in them." Alan described how he woke up frightened by the faceless woman. After about an hour, he fell back to sleep, and just before morning he had another short dream. The same large woman had her back turned to me and was directing a crowd of people, telling them what to do. She and the crowd of her faceless admirers continued to block the track. I was stuck on a cold train platform. I woke up with a low-down feeling, what you call depressed. Alan then said, "Last time you asked me to analyze the dream, but now I want you to tell me what it means." I was momentarily stymied. Dream analysis is always idiosyncratic, visionary, and relational. Alan was directly requesting my involvement in his understanding of his dream experience. This alone was a SI change in his demeanor. To me he seemed like a young boy asking his father, what it mean. I needed a few moments to think. I wanted to speak to him heart to heart. It seemed imperative that my words provide some healing understanding. Eric Byrne, 1961, The Therapist's Use of a Duplex Transaction wherein the psychotherapist talks simultaneously to both the client's adult and child ego states. That was my challenge. I quickly reviewed all that Alan had told me and realized how this dream captured some of the themes of his life script, being blocked in self-expression and choice, his mother's failure to acknowledge his vulnerability, observing people but without any face-to-face communication, and the absence of human warmth. I had a developmental image of Alan as a 5 to 6-year-old boy. I decided to tell him a story about how I the dream. I talked as though I were speaking to both the young and the mature man. I wanted his active involvement in deciphering the meaning of the dream, so I decided to interpret the dream in small segments. I began with, "He boy is on the track of life, a boy full of steam and energy." I paused for Alan's reflection. He said nothing but nodded in agreement. I went on, "He has a heavy weight on his, it is such a big weight, like a pack full of commands and insults. It is such a big weight, perhaps even painful." Alan APB% hard to emotionally moved, his eyes moistened, he swallowed hard but this time he did not turn away. After a few minutes he then said, "Before you, no one has ever understood." Alan made to continue. I added, "He wants to go to a quiet place to camp. The camp is his own private place." Alan answered, "I'll take that camp with me all day, every day. It is my refuge." I was feeling gratified because Alan was actively in our co-analysis of his dream, but then we were out of time. Neither Alan nor I wanted to stop. He asked if he could come later in the week for an additional session because he wanted to hear the rest of the story. After he left I rushed to my desk to write the details of his dream before I lost any of it. Just Alan arrived for an early Thursday morning appointment. I reread my notes about his dream. I was glad that we had a 2-day break because I could now focus on what I considered the most element of the dream, the faceless woman. Alan began our session with a new curiosity about how the dream represented his life. As we reviewed what we had talked about on Tuesday, Alan added, "I have always had the weight of her negativity and criticism on my back. I wonder if that is why I can carry a heavy backpack when I go camping. I am used to her weight." After a pause he added, "I am tired of carrying her criticisms. They are not about me." She was unhappy with life. Perhaps she was always irritated with me because I was curious and full of life until she forced me into hiding. Alan asked me to continue analyzing his dream. In previous sessions, I had made my interpretation in a metaphorical way by talking about the boy. As I thought about how well Alan had processed our previous conversations about his dream, I now assumed that he was ready for me to make my interpretation directly about him. I changed my language from the boy and he to you. I looked him in the eye as I said, It must have been impossible for you as a young to have a real face-to-face contact with your mother, particularly if she was criticizing and misdefining you. It seems that your mother could not face your uniqueness and vitality. Nor was she sensitive to your vulnerability. But she was able to stop your locomotion. Just like in the dream where the faceless woman stopped the steam locomotive. He said, "Yes, it." Alan was silent for a few minutes, but he was not withdrawn. He then me in the eyes and keep repeating, "That's it." We spent the rest of the session talking about the loneliness and constantly criticized. Alan described an almost struggle to define himself in the presence of a domineering mother. He said, "My only option was to withdraw to my private place, and when I got too lonely, I imagined being in the wilderness." In the next session, Alan was eager to have me continue talking ATN, his dream. I returned to the beginning of the dream with, in the dream you were trying to go to a faraway camping place, even as a small child you needed to find some place of quiet. After talking a while about my interpretation, Alan exclaimed, "That is how I have always lived, searching for the quiet. I am getting on the train to get away from her but she is always stopping me." We continued with what I thought the dream meant, and then I asked a question, "Alan, you described the woman as faceless and having no warmth or sympathy. That is exactly how you have often described your mother's behavior to you. What do you think it means when you described the faceless woman in the dream as having large pendulous breasts?" Alan quickly answered, "She was always disgusted with her breasts. She blamed me for destroying her figure. She was disgusted with me. That's what stops me in my tracks. There was no warmth or caring in that woman." In the next few sessions Alan had of memories about his ancestors' treatment of him, and he was angry. As Christmas approached, Alan said that he was no longer since he had not followed any women. Instead, he spent his evenings working on his photography projects and planning his hiking and camping adventures. He confided that when he saw a kind-faced woman, he would internally say, "Can you love me?" In several sessions he clearly stated, "My search for women is my longing to have my mother be kind and love me. I know that I will never get my mother to love me." His sadness was intense but he was present. In the next session, Alan suggested that it might be time to terminate our work together. He talked about how he had changed and was no longer depressed. He wanted to move out of New York City but did not know where, some place with rugged mountains, a place for my photography. Although I celebrated the changes he was making, I was bothered by his suggestion of termination. I did not know what else might emerge if we continued to address his internal process. I lacked assurance that we had come to a good conclusion. I was aware that we had not addressed his early childhood, before the age of 5 when his father died. I talked to Alan about engaging in an investigation of the unknown, what might be unresolved. Out of curiosity he reluctantly agreed to continue until June. References: Byrne, E. 1961. Transactional Analysis in Psychotherapy, A Systematic Individual and Social Psychiatry. New York, Grove. Erskine. R.G., 2015. Relational Patterns. Therapeutic Presence, Concepts and Practices of Integrative Psychotherapy. London, Carnac. Erskine, R.G., 2020. Relational Withdrawal, Attunement to Silence, Psychotherapy of the SQID Process. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, II, 1428. Chapter 10 Alan, Therapeutic Withdrawal and Painful Memories. Richard G. Erskine. The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeing new landscapes, but in having Marcel Proust, Remembrance of Things Past, 1929. After the Christmas holidays, Alan and I resumed our work. Alan usually talked about the events of his past week, his travel and hiking, and what he was doing with his photography. As I had the opportunity, I shifted our conversation to discussing his self-criticism and how it served as a deflection from all the memories of his criticisms. I encouraged Alan to speak his selves' criticisms aloud, and we compared those to the degrading comments his mother and sister had actually said to him. Alan could see how he was criticizing himself just as his mother had criticized him, but he described his self-criticism as more frequent and harsher than what he remembered from his mother. Alan was now aware that, since his mother's death ADN/UT 7 years earlier, the self-criticisms had increased. We discussed how the self-criticism served two functions: to distract him from the emotional distress caused by her criticisms and, at the same time, to remain emotionally attached to her by imitating her caustic remarks. These discussions Alan's self-criticism and how it served to deny the actual criticism from his mother reiterated what we had previously discussed. They strengthened Alan's understanding of his internal conflict, which was composed of wanting a deep emotional connection with his mother and the fear of her constant negation of him. During some of these conversations, Alan would hold his breath for several seconds and then sigh. I worked with another client who used a schizoid process to manage her relational distress, and it finally dawned on me that, like her, Alan's breathing pattern was his subtle sign of relational withdrawal. Although I had noticed Alan's breathing pattern for a couple of years, I had not attended to its significance. I now realized that Alan was withdrawing right in front of me whenever his affect was aroused. I had planned to initiate supporting Alan in a therapeutic withdrawal the previous September, but I inadvertently made a comment that took us to another irritant issue. I now decided to attend to Alan's pattern of sighing and to perhaps use it as an opportunity to support him in an ameliorative retreat. In the next session, when we were talking about reactions to his mother's stern behavior, I noticed that he was again holding his breath. It was clear that this was an emotion-filled moment. I asked him to CLCB his eyes and go to the security officer's private place. I assured him that I would remain present and, importantly, not invade that special space. In the past, I had facilitated some therapeutically supported withdrawal, usually for just a few minutes, to help Alan manage distress. Now I thought that it might be useful if I encouraged and supported his relational disengagement both more frequently and for longer periods of time. I wanted to create a safe place for Alan in which he could experience a caring relationship but on his own terms and at his own pace, a place, perhaps, where he could discover even more of himself. In response to my ST1AE1 question, Alan closed his eyes and silently curled forward with his chest to his legs. Minutes later, I noticed that he momentarily looked at me. I responded with, "I'm right here. I'm relaxed and staying with you." He closed his eyes again. After another couple of minutes I said, "I'm right with you. It is so important to have a quiet place." A few minutes later I added, "It's so necessary to have a safe and quiet place." Alan said nothing, his eyes were still closed, but his head nodded in agreement. He remained withdrawn for another 5 minutes. I softly reassured him that I was present. When he straightened up and opened his eyes, he more relaxed and said that it felt to just quiet. Halfway through the next session, when I could see Alan king away, I again asked him to close his eyes and go to his private place. There were several minutes of silence except for my making a few reassuring comments such as, "I'm still here. I'm not going to move and I am not going away." A minute later, "It's so necessary to feel safe." 2 minutes later, "Being quiet and safe is so important." This pattern continued for 15 minutes. With each of his comments, Alan remained silent but slightly inclined his head. When he opened his eyes he said, "Only quiet place I had was when I was watching TV in my room. And even then my mother would shout commands at me. My sister would come in and torment me." He spontaneously closed his eyes and withdrew for several more minutes. When he opened his eyes, he stared at me for a few silent moments and then said, "I wish you could have with me in my you would have made it quiet." For the next several weeks, in of our sessions, I continued to suggest that Alan retreat to his safe inner place. He no longer leaned forward with his chest on his knees, now he curled up on the couch. He was able to remain in his internal private place for longer and longer, sometimes for 30 minutes. I continued to make descriptive comments every 2 to 3 minutes just to let him know that I was fully present and attentive. I was physically still but attentive to Alan *, breathing and gestures. I had learned from other clients who a schizoid process to maintain emotional stabilization and regulation that inquiry or questions are disruptive. As one client said, questions are an invasive demand. Instead of any inquiry, I made resonating comments every few minutes that indicated my attunement with Alan's inner perknesses. Some examples were, "It feels so good to be quiet, no one is invading your safe place, I'm watching over you, it is so to be at rest," and eventually, "Sometimes it's so lonely inside." I always watched for the agreeing or disagreeing movements off I's head. He never said a word when withdrawn, but I had the sense that we were establishing a growing connection between us. Following 20 minutes of being in his private place, Alan said at 1h, "I wanted to alive but not in my family." Two other notable comments were, "In withdrawal I feel peace, a deep sense of quietness and relaxation in all my muscles until the loneliness sets in. It begins in my stomach and climbs up to my chest, and it may jump to the back of my neck, it gives me a dull headache. I have a big pain when I am depending on my mother, wanting her, and knowing that she could never be in touch with me. I needed her but she was only there in her cold body, always wanting me to be a perfect child. I feel so alone because I need her so much that I don't want her anymore. I just want to be alone so that my is not tense all over." With each supported withdrawal, an important therapeutic action occurred. Alan was increasingly having vivid memories of specific events. He was often surprised and made comments such as, haven't remembered that for years, I remember how I was trying to hide even before I went to, I forgot all about how miserable I felt each night when we were having dinner." He was telling me specific memories that cemented what he had previously expressed in general terms. I made sure that we had sufficient time after each supported withdrawal to talk about his emerging memories. The beginnings of our sessions no longer consumed by a review of I's activities, instead, he told me the child's memories that he was having during the week. Alan was sad, and, although he did not talk about it, his anger was evident in the tone of his voice and his use of foul language. In a session that with Alan describing how he was now taking photos of MN life, he became abruptly quiet, sighed, and ked away. I asked him to take a moment to go to his private place. After only a few minutes he recalled being about 8 years old and how he would make funny faces and dance to try to please his mother. He described how he acted like a clown to get her to play with him. He said, "I remember that I would do anything to amuse her, to make her happy with me. I repeated my little performances many times until she would just walk out of the RCX-LN. One time stands out in my mind. I remember my stomach aching and running after her. I don't remember her words, but the look on her face made me want to hide. I didn't know the word then, but today I would say she was disgusted with me. I was full of confusion. Clay, as I think back, I would say that she was always disgusted with me." In 3 different sessions, Alan told me a variation of that story. Each time I felt my stomach churning as I identified with the young boy's desire to be accepted as well as the painful sense of feeling rejected for doing what seemed so right. My countertransference had 2 forms, identifying and responsive. Stimulated by my identifying countertransference, I validated the need to be accepted, just as I am. And, stimulated by my responsive countertransference, I talked ATN. A child's joy of playing with an interested and involved adult. Alan cried as I described to him what a child of that age needed in companionship from an adult. One day Alan was disturbed by a vivid memory from when he was 7 years old. His teacher had been screaming at another and dragging him out of by his ear. Alan was terrified. While the teacher was busy he snuck out of classroom KTN and ran home. He could not get in the house, so the nail Rs called his mother at work. When she arrived home, she was furious with Alan. She slaved by him the face and then marched him back to SCHCK. Alan had an intense body reaction, horror, and an overwhelming realization that he could never trust his mother or the teacher again. He remembered saying to himself over and over, "I'm all alone, no one will be there for me, I have to do what they say. He repeated those words to himself over the years, particularly when his mother made demands or when teachers gave assignments. Alan learned to anticipate what any adult might say to him and then circumvented their criticisms by criticizing himself. In the remainder of that session, and in the ensuing weeks, I allotted some time to attend to Alan's emotional pain and fear, betrayal, and distrust. Although what he had told me was a specific story of an actual event, I often thought of it as a metaphor for many other memories that remained nondescript. They were similar but lacked pictures or language because they were implicit and paroxydural. We investigated how Alan disengaged from by transferring his experience of mistrust and betrayal into every relationship. We explored his 3 script beliefs: I'm all alone, no one will be there for me, and I have to do what they say, how they manifested in his current life, and how he collected evidence to reinforce each belief. We talked about how each fantasy, when contrasted with reality, served to confirm his various script beliefs. See Erskine, 2015, Chapter 7, for a detailed explanation. In this same series of sessions, I alternated time to hear Alan's life, provided time for supported withdrawal, attuned to his affects and rhythm, and his memories seriously. As with MCXST clients, there were many facets to our therapeutic work. As I studied my notes and reflected on the details of Alan's psychotherapy, I was challenged to write this case study in a logical and understandable sequence because psychotherapy is multidimensional, with many elements requiring deliberation. I often experience myself as working within a many-sided hologram in which every dimension is in some aspect interrelated with several others: tensions, X1TE effect, self-soothing behaviors, unarticulated stories, and stylized postures in relating. As I attend to one set of facets, I overlook others. Often, I am attending to 2, 3, or more issues in one session. Or, I may not attend to some facet for a few weeks and then give it intense attention for a couple more. So please bear with me as I report the story of Alan and the many dimensions of our psychotherapy. Each week, as we continued the supported withdrawal, Alan's memories were increasing of a younger age. Never previously talked about memories seemed to emerge in response to me careful listening and empathic acknowledgement and validation. I brought his attention to his body sensations and previously nondescript affect. I talked about what a young child needs from an attuned parent while also creating enough silence for his internal paroxysm to gestate. After Alan withdrew into several minutes of silence, he described his experience at a preschool age. I always remained quiet when my mother said something because I knew that I must do what she said. It feels like I knew how to quiet since I was a baby. As our weekly sessions continued, Alan's time in withdrawal was not always calm and secure. He was having body memories, painful physical sensations, and an intense emptiness in my stomach. When he was withdrawn, I continued making resonating comments. Alan told me about waking up one morning with a choking sensation in his throat. As we explored his body reaction, he had the impression that someone was forcing a spoon into his mouth. He was 1K, there'd because he had no visual image, no real memory, only a choking reflex. Alan described his choking as a reaction to being force-fed. As I asked about how he was fed as a toddler, Alan replied, "I can't remember that far back." I responded, "You know your personality, how would she have fed you when you were first learning to eat solid FCK-D? He immediately responded, "She would force me to eat. She certainly forced me when I was 9 or 10 and did not like the FCX-D. Alan had no explicit memory of being a toddler, but his body was revealing a story. I watched for the nonverbal signs that I was resonating with his experience. I did not want to make suggestions what he was feeling but I did want to reflect what I thought he might be experiencing, to provide words for his silent, wordless experiences. Each time I made a resonating comment, I made sure that I said it in a tentative voice, almost like a question. I wanted to avoid sounding like I was making a defining statement. I said, perhaps, even as a toddler, you were forced to comply. He ended angrily with, "See, imply, shut up, and BGCXD. That was my childXD. There was no place to be me. Except I had my private place. Whenever we had a session during which Alan went into his private place, I often saved the last 20 minutes to cognitively discuss with him what he experienced during his withdrawal. During that time, he talked ALN, UTSCHCH, LH memories, how strict his mother was ALX, T1T rules and school work, and the uncomfortable sensations in his body. On some days, it seemed like we had to mutually create a language that described his inner sensations, various effects, and the memories that he had never Ken ALN, UT. I periodically used the last few minutes of our sessions to make a relational inquiry about how he experienced my transactions with him. These relational inquiries were a safety net in our therapeutic contact because they provided me with the information I needed to adjust the therapy according to what Alan could assimilate. A few times, although there were no words, Alan cried from inside his hiding place. Whenever Alan withdrew into his lonely sensations, he talked afterward ADN, UT envisioning himself as a baby, left alone to cry. We had several sessions in which Alan was withdrawn and regressed to the age of an infant or toddler. He curled into a ball and whimpered like a baby. He had a visceral sense of neglect, but he was not sure if it was an actual memory or just his imagination. We talked about the significance of implicit and procedural memory and how such memories are as sensations and undefined affect. During our BST withdrawal reviews, he was not only sad for the little boy, but also said, "I am furious at how she neglected me, how she demeaned me. I feel like I could rip her hair out like she did to me once. I could just break her face. I'm so angry." About this time, Alan began his sessions by telling me, the internal criticism is increasing. But the criticism was no longer in his own voice but in his mother's voice. He could remember her bitter sound and chastising words. He described the difference. When I criticize myself, the words come very fast, almxinakul, more like a pressure in my head, I don't belong, I'm worthless, there's no use in talking. But now I clearly hear my mother's voice. I can hear her awful sound when she says things like, "What's wrong with you? You are useless, no one wants to hear you, you're a bother." Those are her real words. They are in my head but now I can remember exactly when and where she said some of those things. I am not making his up. She actually said those things. I was pleased with the flow of the therapy because Alan had been accessing many memories. He seemed to be integrating dy sensations and affect with clear cognitive understandings. Alan was currently involved with a group of avid hikers. He was amazed. I'll even talk to a couple often because we like the same things. They want to talk to me about the Arctic and places I discovered. Do you think I can show them my FOTC? We often reviewed what we had previously discussed, but each reiteration seemed like an important building block establishing inner security. Alan was changing. He seemed to be present much of the time, with far less self-criticism. He had clear memories of his emotional turmoil with his mother and sister, and he had stopped following women at night. When I carefully inquired, he talked about his continued loneliness. But I was concerned about another recent change. Alan was hearing his mother's voice criticizing him. When I inquired about the internal voice, he said, "It's my mother's voice. I don't always hear all her words, mostly I hear her despising tone. She is always an influence in me. Particularly when I am around she interferes and says, 'People don't want to be with you, and, you should be ashamed of yourself.' I don't like what I hear but I can't stop her voice. When I hear her voice I can't talk to anyone." I was uncertain once again ALN, UT where to place the emphasis in our psychotherapy. We were accomplishing much, but Alan's description of his mother's voice added a new aspect to our work. I was stymied by the multiple dimensions of Alan's psychological processes and what was unfolding. Between our sessions, I mulled over the options. IB, entered 4B, Cybal therapeutic directions. We could continue with the supported therapeutic withdrawal that we had been doing for the past couple of months, We could stop the withdrawal work and celebrate the progress he had made. We could coalesce his emerging memories into a cohesive narrative, or I could the psychotherapy and focus on the introjection of his affect, attitudes, and behavior. It was now well into spring. We would have to consolidate the work we had accomplished. Metaphorically, I did not want to open a new chapter, and I also did not want to close the back. At this point, it would be respectful and wise to involve Alan in any decisions about his psychotherapy. After all, at Christmas he considered terminating, but I encouraged him to remain in therapy. That seemed to have been a fruitful decision. I thought how Alan's relationship with his mother left him with few opportunities for choice, so I wanted to provide him with a chance to influence how we proceeded. I interwove a discussion of the various alternatives I had considering into our therapeutic dialogue. We talked about how the supported withdrawal sometimes gave Alan the space to relax and feel protected, and how at other times going into his private place stimulated intense emotion-filled memories. From these emerging memories he was forming a consistent and coherent personal story about his life. He no longer had the urge to walk the streets at night itching for someone to love him, because he had an acute awareness that he had been searching for the love he had been missing in his relationship with his mother. He realized, my retreat to the wilderness was always an attempt to escape my mother's control. It worked for a little while, but then her voice always snuck up on me. We discussed the advantages and disadvantages of Alan terminating at this point in the psychotherapy. He agreed to continue in September. If he returned, we would actively attend to his mother's voice, how she had a profound influence on his life, his empty feelings, and any other obstacle that interfered with Alan being all that he could be. His couple of sessions were interspersed with Alan wanting to talk about his forthcoming camping trip, this time in a different part of the Arctic. He was keenly interested in the possibility of creating new wildlife photographs and curious about how he would interact with people on the 10-day excursion he would take with the hiking club. Next week I left for and he left for the north in time to catch the midnight sun. References Erskine, R.G., 2015. Relational Patterns, Therapeutic Presence Concepts and Practices of Integrative Psychotherapy. London, Carnac. Proust, M. 1929. Law I the Prisoner, Vol 5 of Remembrance of Things Past. https://clear-customs.net/2013/1217/what Marcel Proust really said ALX, UT Seeing with New Eyes. Chapter 11 Alan, My Mother's Voice Psychotherapy of Introjection. Richard G. Erskine. Hen Alan returned in September to his fourth year of our work together. I wanted to make sure that he was in agreement with changing the focus of our psychotherapy over the next few months to attend to the introjection of his eds personality. I intended to by talking Alan, how the therapy would different and getting a clear agreement about the purpose and direction of the work. However, my plan was temporarily diverted by Alan's enthusiasm. Like a young boy, he was excited to show me his photo. He talked about discovering a new camping area and his excursion with the hiking club. He appeared to need 1k my interest and patience, and seemed almost joyful when I responded with curiosity about his adventures. In our NSE to several inquiries his inner experience, Alan described tiring lonely at night when he was with his hiking group. He realized that he often withdrew when the others were sharing personal stories. He recounted, I felt stuck. I didn't know how to join in the conversation, and then I was empty in my stomach. I wanted to join in, but I could hear my mother's voice saying, no one wants to hear you, and, you are a bother. He described how on most of the trip, I just felt useless as a person. Oh, I could be a part of the group by doing most of the cleaning up, but I just knew that I should not speak, certainly not speak about myself. I remembered that the previous spring Alan had used similar words when describing the mother's voice in my head. He ended the session with, "I'll wish you had there to teach me how to talk to people." With those words, I presumed that Alan was feeling some degree of attachment to and support from me. If my supposition was correct, It was time to talk to the introjected voice of his mother. Although I often spot opportunities early in a client's psychotherapy to address an introjected voice or attitude, I prefer to conducting therapy with an introjected parent until the client has a solid in-and-d with me. I am mindful that the client's loyalty to internalized parents may be stronger than the emotional bond with me. In the next session, we reviewed the gains Alan had made as a result of previous 3 years of psychotherapy. He added that he had returned to psychotherapy to get rid of my mother's criticism of me. Her words paralyzes me. Ibis led to my introducing the concept of introjection and how we might proceed, Erskine and Morsand, 1988. I explained that introjection was an unconscious, self-protective identification with the thoughts, feeling, attitudes, and behaviors of a significant other person and how it occurs when a child's physical and/or relational needs are repeatedly left unsatisfied. I explained how a child fills the void of relational neglect by internalizing the features of the person on whom they are. Pearls et al., 1951. By using his own experience and stories of other people, I provided Alan with some illustrations of how the introjected voices, attitudes, and criticisms often returned, years later, as an internal voice, one that repeats the criticisms that the person heard earlier in life and dictates what to feel and how to behave. See chapters 16 and 17 in Erskine, 2015, for an explanation of the theory and myths of the psychotherapy of introjection. Alan and I talked about our psychotherapy contract and how to proceed. We discussed how he could alter or stop the therapy process if it did not fit for him and how the therapy of the mother in his head fit into the work we had done about shame, his withdrawing to his internal private place, and his lonely search for someone to love him. Alan and I created some drawings to illustrate the dynamic internal interplay of his relational needs, introjected criticism, shame, and withdrawal from relationships. He's provided Alan with visual images of his intrapsychic process and explained what we were doing in our work. Although he was nervous about what he would discover, he said, "Let's do it. It can't feel any worse than how we already felt." He sighed and withdrew into himself for a few minutes. When he was present again, he said, "Help me get rid of her." I explained that I would have a therapeutic interview with his mother, just as though she were my actual client. "But," I added, "you are my client. My commitment is to you. At times it may seem that I am empathetic with your mother, but keep in mind that my responsibility and investment is with you." Alan guided and smiled. I that in some sessions I would spend between 10 and 20 minutes talking to his internalized mother, and then the remainder of the session would be devoted to helping him make sense of what had occurred in my dialogue with her. In the next session, Alan's internal anxiety was high. He brought several of his photos and used most of time telling me stories of how he had composed the pictures. In the last 15 minutes, we were able to talk about his worry that I was going to interfere somehow, upset things, something will go wrong. I interpreted his comments and accompanying anxiety as an indication that his mother was already internally active and invading our therapy space, just as the memories of her criticisms invaded his internal space. He said that he knew his mother would, furious with him for talking her. I responded, "I have no intention of talking about your mother. I will talk directly to her, the mother in your head." By then it was the second week in October. Alan was nervous and deflected the conversation to the hike he would take the coming weekend. After 10 minutes, I interrupted and reminded him about our agreement. I asked Alan to sit in a different chair, and as he was about to do so, I asked him to pause, close his eyes, and then sit like his mother would. Alan lcx, ked at me and said, "What will I do with her purse? She always has a purse." I said, "Do exactly what your mother does." As Alan slowly sat in the chair, he clutched his arms across his chest as though he were tightly holding a handbag. His left leg began to jitter, and his ankle was tense. I wondered if Alan was displaying his own emotions or the reactions of his mother. I wanted Alan's internalized mother to feel at ease, so I began with a warm welcome, just as though she were a new client. I told her that I needed help in working with her depressed son, that he had withdrawn and without friends, but that he was now changing his life. I told her that she was the person most likely to be able to help. She reluctantly agreed and then said, "He won't change. He was always incorrigible. Just a loner. No wonder #depressed. As a kid he sat in his RN all the time watching TV." Her voice was cold and condemning. It was my goal to warm her to RK by having her talk about herself. When I asked her name, she first gave me her married name and then reluctantly gave me permission to call her Henrietta. As Alan sat on the chair with his eyes, I asked the Henrietta ego state where she was from and who was in her original family. She hesitantly told me that she grew up in a wealthy suburb of New York City, was the oldest child, and that she had 2 younger sisters whom she had always disliked. When Henrietta said disliked, there was a tone of disgust in her voice. I suspected she was in competition with her sisters. As I inquired, she told me that as an adolescent, she could not wait to be out of the house and on my own. She bitterly her parents as demanding that she be proper, but that they iled her 2 younger sisters. She described deciding in early adolescence to be independent and not need anything from anyone. She quickly added that she was lucky to have a daughter who was not like her own sisters, who was considerate and always an easy child, unlike Alan, who was a problem to be controlled. As Henrietta spoke, I found myself wanting to recoil from her bitter tone. I could identify with Alan's attempts to hide from her in his after 15 minutes with Henrietta. I indicated for Alan to resume his usual place on the sofa and asked him what he was experiencing. He said that he had a sudden clarity that his mother was always playing a role. "She won't tell you the truth. She is just being nice to impress you." He went on to say that his mother had always extremely jealous of her sisters and that she always criticized people behind their backs. I asked what it was like to live with a mother who had those personality traits. His NSE was, "I learned to live alone in the same house. The only thing I admired her was that she was a GCXD cook." Alan then spontaneously contrasted his moth's attitude toward him with his description of my accepting and understanding way of being. Immediately he was quiet and turned inward. Eventually he spoke about how his life would have been different if he had had a PARN like me. Alan's idealizing words touched a tenderness in me as I realized that this type of idealization was an unconscious desire for protection from an introjected mother who treated him as a problem to be controlled. If I was to be therapeutically responsive to him, I would have to provide a stabilizing protection against his mother's potential lies and caustic tone. I privately renewed my commitment to be with and for Alan. What I provided for him was intangible. My interest, compassion, validation, and presence, in essence, a relationship that was uniquely different from what he had with his mother. In the next session, Alan wanted to talk about possible changes in his job. But after 10 minutes on the job topic, I asked if I could again talk to Henrietta for 20 minutes. I tried asking her about her marriage, but she responded with tangential stories that hid much more than they revealed. In each story, she told me how she was impressed with herself or, conversely, how she was not appreciated, even maligned, by various people. Instead of empathically listening, I changed the focus of our conversation and asked about Alan's infancy. On this topic she was more forthcoming. When he was a baby he would spit up my milk as I tried to breastfeed him. Even on special formula he was colicky, except if my husband was home. Could calm the boy and put him to sleep. But with me he just screamed and threw his arms and legs in the air. He would stiffen up when I tried to put him to sleep. The best thing I did was to let him cry himself to sleep. That took a few weeks, but he finally calmed down. As she described all this, I again felt a big emptiness in my stomach. Just as in the previous session, I wanted to distance myself from her. I was not scared, but I certainly did not like being with her. I was struck by the intensity of my identifying countertransference. My uncomfortable body sensations and emotional reactions were fundamental in my empathy for Alan. I could only imagine the emotional distress he had endured while living with his mother. I was reminded of Freiberg's 1982 descriptions of emotionally distressed infants and how they flail their arms and legs or stiffen their BC_KLY to signal that they are experiencing a relational disruption. Even though I was resonating with what Alan probably experienced as an infant, I was also curious ALX T1T story. As I inquired about her feelings when caring for her infant son, she said in a theatrical voice, "He never loved me, never from the start." I responded empathically while she told several examples iring, disap int, at having a child. While she elaborated on this story, my compassion was centered on Alan. I wanted to protect him. My countertransference, both identifying and responsive, guided me in how to respond empathically to Alan during the concluding 20 minutes of our session. Alan began the next session with acknowledgement at how my moth's voice poured out of me so easily, and then he added, "But now I know that the problem is her, not me. I don't remember her saying things, but I know it's true. I was never wanted or loved by my mother." We spent of the session with Alan recounting stories of his mother's criticisms and his loneliness in his pre-adolescent years. He provided a verbal portrait of his mother when he said, "I now realize that she was always self-absorbed. I did not exist. I have always lived in my private wilderness. My only salvation was to be alone." After 30 minutes, Alan had had enough of our exploration into his past, and it like he was going into withdrawal preemptively. I asked about what had been happening during the week. He told me about his concern that the company he worked for was merging with another firm. He did not know whether to continue with the new firm or take early retirement. As he was leaving the session, he requested that we have time in some sessions to discuss his future. I wondered if this was a sign that Alan was reorganizing internally or if he was distracting himself from the work we were currently doing. In several subsequent sessions, I continued talking to introjected mother. When I asked about Alan's early childhood, school years, and adolescence, her typical, emotionless answer was, he was quiet. He preferred to be alone. Once, when I asked about toddler years, Henrietta said, "I had to always tell him no, he liked to get into things." I asked if he ever caused trouble, and she answered, "Well, no, but that's only because I controlled him. I never wanted him to be wild. I didn't want another child. My daughter was all I wanted, she was easy to handle. And I didn't need another male in my life, and certainly not a pig-headed one like my father. Thank God my husband was always away, he worked a lot. When he was home he had no interest in being with me." A 1-minute pause. He died in a car accident when Alan was almost 5. I don't like this interview. I never talk about him. He's gone and it's over. Another 1-minute pause. IHEB, Lice said he killed himself. I puzzle. I had my daughter. Until she met her second husband, she was always there for me, not like Alan, who preferred to be alone. After that conversation with Henrietta, Alan was quiet for several minutes. He propped his elbows on his knees and covered his face with his hands. His posture gave the appearance of defeat. When he finally up at me, he said that his stomach hurt. "I'm sad, but I can't cry. It's just the emptiness I always feel, but this time it's in my chest as well. I know that she never loved me." He described how he longed to be loved but felt great fear that I will invaded and controlled. "I don't like being touched." I reminded Alan of the times he walked the streets of New York City late at night, watching women, and lamenting, "Can you love me?" We discussed how Alan's fantasy of flowering love provided an illusion of safety. He searched for someone who would be tender, patient, and a companion, and he added, with no possibility of being criticized or controlled. In the following 2 sessions, Alan did not want me to talk to the Henrietta part of him. He shuddered as he spoke about hearing the tone of his mother's voice. In the first of those 2 sessions he said, "What I am remembering now is the sound of her, not much her words, but the sound of her being disgusted with me. Often I don't hear her exact words, just her sneering tone. When I hear that tone, I know I must hide. We began the next session by talking about how his cell's criticism was an effective distractor from remembering the sound of his mother. In sessions he seemed to require time to withdraw to his private place while I over him. After each withdrawal, he told me more memories of his family life. The next weeks were similar. Sometimes Alan did not want to talk, but he was not withdrawing to his private place. Rather, he kept his eyes on me, watching my face, breathing, and making physical gestures. A couple of times he was surprised that I did not go away. When I asked what he was sensing in his BI during those sessions, he said that he had a lot of muscle tension, stomach pain, and had been biting his lips. Together we hypothesized that these physiological reactions were presymbolic physiological memories stimulated by my conversation with his introjected mother. I presumed that Alan was quite young, partially regressed, possibly to toddler or preschool age. I was concerned he might have reached an emotional level at which he could not absorb more awareness of the neglect and trauma he had experienced. I watched his pattern of breathing. When it became more rapid and shallow, I assumed that he was close to becoming emotionally overstimulated. When I had that concern, I paused for a while and then changed the focus of our attention to his SCTMH years when he might have explicit memories. Alan talked about several occasions when his mother castigated him. Details of his story changed depending on what he was remembering, but the themes remained the same. Alan arrived early one day, distraught by a dream. His face ked flushed as he stumbled over the words to describe his intense body reactions and the dream content. We spent the next several minutes with him focusing on the tight places in his luxury, breathing into the tension, and finding sounds that reflected what he felt. After several minutes focused on his body, Alan was able to verbally sketch the dream. I am camping with my hiking group. It gets dark and suddenly no one is there. I was scared and searched for them. Without them, I was terrified of falling off a nearby cliff. I try to run, but all is black. I hear a grizzly bear growling. I know that she will devour me. I cried out, but no one is there to help me. I woke up at the sound of my own weeping. I have never cried like that before in my life. After a long pause, Alan asked me to help him understand his dream. I began with, "Alan, you have cried like that before?" He looked astonished. After a moment's pause, I said, "A while ago your mother told me how she let you cry yourself to sleep when you were just an infant. I imagine that you must have wept intensely many times before you learned to quiet." His eyes filled with tears. He was quiet for a while, then he asked if I had more to say. I was concerned Alan, having enough time to process the meanings of the dream, so I chose to explain the least problematic part of the dream and save the more malignant part for early in another session. You have recently made personal connections with some of the people in your hiking group. Perhaps you are more secure when they are with you. In the dream you were scared when you could not find them. I think that part of the dream reflects a desire to be connected to people. Alan nodded his head but said nothing. In a following session, Alan and I returned to deciphering the dream. I perpsed, in the dream you were without security and all was black. That is how it is for an infant who is left all alone to cry himself to sleep. You must have been terrified. Alan added, "Not only when I was a baby. My mother never comforted me. I have always been alone." We were silent for several minutes before we discussed the significance of what we had both said. When he was ready to hear more, I added, "Perhaps the grizzly bear represents your mother. You have implied that she is quite ferocious. Your mother must have been terrifying to you when you were a baby and young." I paused between each sentence that Alan had time to evaluate the significance of my words. We returned to understanding the dream again the next week. I pointed out that when he had originally told me the dream a couple of weeks he had described the grizzly bear as a she. Alan was quick to add, "The essence of me was devoured by my mother's criticisms of me. She was a real grizzly bear." I continued, "You may have been crying for help long before you could understand criticism. At that early age, you could not possibly understand what you know now, but you could feel the allens of affection and protection in the cells of your body. I imagine that you cried until you just gave up on having any human connection. After a pause, Alan offered his understanding. I spend a lot of time observing and photographing wild animals. With the animals there is no personal connection, we just inhabit the same area. That is how I learned to live, no connections. I interpreted that particular dream, which came at that age, and in our work, as his mental coalescence and concretization of the implicit and procedural memories that had been emerging in our time together. We spent a few minutes each week talking at the beginning of each session about Alan's employment situation before we went on to consider what he understood from the work we had done in the previous sessions. Some weeks I reserved 10 or 15 minutes to interview his internalist mother. After each session with Henrietta, Alan and I would talk about his moth's behavior and how he had coped with her coldness and criticism. As Henrietta criticisms of Alan continued, I used each derogatory comment she made about Alan to ask her about her child's day. Eventually she talked about her early school years, the secret alcoholism of her parents, contempt for her father, and the emotional neglect she felt as a child. As I listened, I tried to be empathic, but she remained emotionally hidden. The only apparent emotions were disgust and anger. In one intense session, she 11 or 12 years old and coming to the conclusion that, no one loves me, and, L will be independent and not need anyone. In a later session I explored the latter decision, and through a series of phenomenological inquiries she revealed that she wanted her children to be protected by their not needing anybody. As I questioned her about her criticism of Alan, she confessed that she was teaching him to manage for himself. I was empathic with her need to be independent from my alcoholic parents, but challenged how she forced her children to like her. I talked to her T1T her emotional neglect of her son and how it resulted in his being depressed and without friends. I thought it was me to coalesce the work we had doing, so I look in the next session by inviting Henrietta to speak. I empathically reviewed with her the stories she had told about her marriage, and, importantly, Alan's infancy and school-age years. I was both gentle and confrontational when how her had been extremely detrimental to Alan, that he was not a good child, that he needed her affection, and that her behavior toward him was abusive. I emphasized how lonely and confused Alan was in reaction to all of her criticisms. At first she tried to defend her behavior. I interrupted her justifications by focusing on the effects of her criticisms. I told her how Alan had suffered loneliness and uncertainty all his life, that he was in emotional pain, and that he needed her to take responsibility for how she had affected him. I then asked Henrietta to imagine Alan sitting on the couch and to talk to him. She began by trying to explain why she had never emotionally close to him. I confronted her attempt to minimize the significance of her impact on Alan and encouraged her to be honest with yourself. She began to cry and said, I never wanted to hurt you, Alan. I only wanted you to be independent. She then told Alan that she had unhappy in her marriage and wanted out but then discovered that she was pregnant. I know I blamed you, Alan, but it was not your fault. I was angry at your father. She told Alan how she longed to be independent from her husband just as she had longed to be free of her family. She disclosed that she did not love her husband but then felt guilty when he killed himself by smashing the car into a tree. She cried as she said, you were a lovely boy, energetic, but I stopped you. I then pointed out that she had criticized him from the time he was a small boy until he was a grown man. Henrietta responded, I should never have done that. I was just so angry at your father, and then guilty. I criticized you, I did it a lot, but inside I was criticizing myself. Following Henrietta's confession, I asked Alan to sit on the couch and face the empty chair. I encouraged him to respond to Henrietta. At first he had difficulty speaking, and then he blurted out his anger at how she had always criticized him. You blamed me for your crazy troubles. I had nothing to do with your marriage, and I never deserved your criticisms. You are the one who should be criticized for your cruelty, for making me always be afraid of you and other people. Your words hurt me. Then he wept as his BTKLY relaxed into the couch. In sessions that followed, Alan and I went over each conversation I had had with his introjected mother. He talked about how her coldness and criticism had permeated his life. He went into detail about his voice being consistent and insistent. We again examined how his cell's criticisms had been a way to block out his moth's voice. I talked about the loyalty of a little boy and how he had stayed attached to his mother by disavowing his anger and ending her definitions of him. Alan was happy that he seldom heard her critical voice in his head now, but he talked about how he was still inhibited with people at work and in his hiking club. We discussed various strategies how to connect with people. Alan was now worried about his current life. All events were impending. He had an offer to sell his apartment for a large amount of money, and his company was in the process of merging with another firm. He was in a quandary. He could remain employed or he could take early retirement and leave the firm with a payout equivalent to 5 years of his salary. He had been in the same job for 28 years, and, although he had advanced within the firm, he was not sure what his would in the new company. Additionally, Alan was uncertain about selling his apartment he had in the place all his life. He had no idea where to go or what he would do if he retired. The time in our sessions was increasingly absorbed with his concerns about his current life. I wondered if Alan's concerns were a way of deflecting from the work we had doing or the result circumstances and the opening of a new chapter in Alan's life. In 2 sessions we discussed each of these. In the second session he seemed content when he said, "I've changed inside. My BI is more relaxed. Every night I'm busy with my photography work. The voice of my mother is mostly quiet. When I do hear her nasty comments, I tell myself, it is just the memory of a bitter woman, and she cannot control my life anymore. If job and apartment work out, I want to move out of this city. I've 55 years in one place. I will have enough money to buy a house and photography studio. I saw a place for sale in Vermont that I might buy. I am going this weekend to see if it will work for me." We had 3 more sessions, during which Alan and I reviewed the work that we had done during each year. He shared his vision of a future life as a photographer in a rural, mountain town. In each session he cried as he expressed his gratitude for the quality of our relationship. During those final sessions, I was sad and glad that Alan was creating a new life and sad to be saying goodbye to the man and the neglected little boy, of whom I had come to love. Conclusion: the conclusion of a long case study such as this usually includes a recap of the salient events in the psychotherapy, the discoveries made during and the intricacies of the therapeutic work. However, in this study, I will let the narrative speak for itself. My view is that the healing of cumulative neglect, as epitomed in all early life, occurs through the psychotherapist's selbstständige attunement to the client's affect, unique rhythm, and level of development. Erskine et al., 1999. As I look back on the 4 years of Alan's psychotherapy, I am reminded of Modick and Avell's 2015 analysis of clients in integrative psychotherapy. Their research identified which aspects of the relationship were most helpful. They found 6: 1. The therapist's empathy and attunement; 2. The therapist's acceptance; 3. The match between the client and the therapist; 4. Feelings of trust and safety; 5. A feeling of connection; and 6. The experience of a new quality in relationship. In reflecting on what was central in my relationship with Alan over the 4 years of his psychotherapy, I was aware of working from a relational, Erskine and Morsand, 2022, and developmental perspective, Erskine, 2019. This perspective is similar to how 1969, 1973, 1980 defined the qualities of relationship that facilitate a child developing an internal sense of security. In summarizing Bowlby's 3 volumes, the French psychoanalyst Didier Ancieux, 1993, listed Bowlby's 5 criteria that are essential in an infant forming a secure kind. With the maternal person, the foundation on which all later development rests, Erickson, 1950. These criteria include the exchange of smiles, the solidity of holding and handling, the warmth of the embrace, the softness of touch, the interaction of sensorial, kinesthetic, and signs during breastfeeding and maternal caretaking. And Ca added his own sixth criteria, synchronization of rhythms. These 6 criteria, each necessary for an infant to develop both internal stability and relational security, are evident in this case study of psychotherapy. They are the essential ingredients in the psychotherapy of any client who uses the schizoid PRCXS to stabilize and regulate emotions and the distress of unmet relational needs. Erskine, 1998. In reviewing Allen's psychotherapy, I want to emphasize the dimensions that led to a fundamental change in life. Throughout the psychotherapy, I wanted Allen to see a gleam in my eyes that reflected my unswerving interest in his stories, a resolute acceptance of who he was, and my appreciation of his uniqueness. I was committed to establishing a relationship with Allen that was authentic, reliable, and consistent. I strove to provide a warm embrace through my continued presence and to create a relaxed, attentive in which Allen was free to be fully himself. The softness of my voice, the cadence of my speech, and the respect in the way I talked to Allen provided a contrast to his mother's criticizing words and harsh tone. My continual attention to Allen's body gestures, muscle tensions, and his tendency to avoid interpersonal contact provided clues as to when I was attuned to his affect and level of development and when I was not. When Allen told stories, I listened with curiosity. I emitted quietly when he withdrew into his private place and was mindful not to hurry him into interpersonal contact. I remained patiently present. Attunement to Allen's rhythm was essential in healing the relational disruptions that permeated his early life. References: Ansieu, D. 1993. Autistic Phenomena and the Skin Ego. Psychoanalytic Inquiry, 13. 142-48 Duin/10.1080/073516993095333921. Bowlby, J. 1969. Attachment and Loss, Volume J, Attachment. Nev, York, Basic. Bowlby, J. 1973. Attachment and Loss, Volume 2, Separation Anxiety and Anger. New York, Basic Books. Bowlby, J. 1980. Attachment and Loss, Volume 3, Loss, Sadness and Depression. New York, Basic Books. Erickson, E. H. 1950, Childhood and Society. New York, W. W. Norton. Erskine. R. G. 1998. Attunement and Involvement, Therapeutic to Relational Needs. International Journal of Psychotherapy, 3, 3235-244. Erskine, R. G. 2015. Relational Patterns, Therapeutic Presence, Concepts and Practice of Integrative Psychotherapy. London, Carnac. Erskine, R. G. 2019. Child Development in Integrative Psychotherapy. Erik Erikson's First Stages. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, Jo. 1134. Erskine. R. G. and Morsand, J. P. 1988. Integrative Psychotherapy in Action. London, Carnac. 2011. Erskine, R. G. and Morsand, J. P. 2022. IHE Art and Science of Relationship, Practice of Integrative Psychotherapy. Bicester, J. K., Phoenix. Erskine, R. Morsand, J. P., and Trotman, R. 1999. Beyond Empathy, A Therapy of Contact in Relationship. New York, Routledge, 2023. Freiberg, S. 1982. Pathological Defenses in Infancy. Psychoanalytic Quarterly, 51, 4612-635 Duin/10.1080, 2167408.6.1982.11927012. Modick, K.U., and Zvelk, G. 2015. Helpful Aspects of the Therapeutic Relationship in Integrative Psychotherapy. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 6, I-25. https://integrative-journal.com index.php/ehub/article/view/103. Pearls, F., Hefferline, and Goodman, P. 1951. Gestalt Therapy, Excitement and Growth in the Human Personality. New York, Julian. Chapter 12 Reflexively Exploring the Therapeutic Use of Self, a response to Richard Erskine's 5-chapter case study of Alan. Linda Finlay. Sit down with anticipation to read the 5 chapters comprising Richard Erskine's latest writings about his work with Alan, Erskine, 2021 A, B, C, D, E. His abstract explains how this case study explores depression as a presenting symptom that reflects an isolated attachment pattern, a core feature in the of psychotherapy clients who rely on schemed process as a form of emotional stabilization. I am aware of my sense of curiosity and excitement. Richard's case studies always inspire. Engaging with his text will be a stimulating. A distant self-critical voice calls out warnings. Richard has invited me to use the work as a springboard and share my ideas around psychotherapeutic. This invitation is a huge honor. But what if I can't make sense of the process? Worse, what if I have nothing to say, nothing to contribute? All. I smile to myself and find my ground once more. This feels a familiar place, a parallel quest. That cocktail of assured curiosity and excitement, blended with a touch of reasonable, professional sells doubt and, less reasonable, personal shame, is exactly my experience every time I sit down with a new client and prepare to go on a journey with them. This time, in readying myself to go on a journey with Richard and his client, Alan. I don't know where we're going, or what new vistas will be revealed. But I am eager to step out, keen to embrace this opportunity to reflect deeply on psychotherapy and practice. I reflect momentarily on my current grounded place, which parallels my stance at the beginning of every therapy encounter. The key ingredient here is to grasp and hold a phenomenological attitude. Yes, I think to myself, that is something immediate and specific that I want to talk about. My own approach to relational integrative psychotherapy is similar to Richard, as this is not surprising since he was one of my early teachers. But there are also 1K, ints where we subtly diverge, mainly concerning his use of psychoanalytic concepts, against my own strong leanings toward existential phenomenological theory and practice. This lens of focusing on Richard's therapeutic use of self, rather than commenting on Alan's process, with the emphasis on phenomenological insights, feels right. I feel an easing in my body, my excitement builds. I have no idea where this journey will take us, but, just like the start of therapy, I have opened myself to embracing and exploring whatever should unfold. In this chapter, I seek to up dialogue and debate both with Richard Erskine and with our psychotherapy community about the therapeutic use of self and integrative psychotherapy. The commentary that follows is a response to Erskine's 2021 A, B, C, D, E, 5 of Art account of I's therapy with a client called Alan, see chapters 7 through 11. We structured my narrative in terms of 4 phases, the ones typically engaged in long-term therapy. First, there is the initial stage of assessing and engaging the client in therapy. Then the focus is on making contact, where the client contacts both the therapist and themselves. As therapy proceeds, the process of making connections and integration becomes figural, then therapy can proceed toward endings. Assessing and engaging the client. Richard's first impression of Alan is of a shy, pleasant man who is either withholding responses or slow to respond. Through gentle questioning, Richard learns that Alan is a 50-year-old, diligent bookkeeper who has lived in the same apartment since he was a child. His father had died when Alan was in kindergarten. Alan has never married and has lived with his mother until her death, from cancer, 4 years previously. Although he attends church every Sunday, he remains socially isolated. Mostly flat in his presentation, he comes to life when talking Alan, his hiking and camping vacations in the wilderness, Chapter 7. Reading Richard's initial evaluation of Alan, I experience a mixture of reactions. There is so much that calls out for attention in just these few, evocatively crafted pages. Not only do we meet Alan, but Richard also a phenomenological attitude, of attunement, openness, and descriptive inquiry. He also engages clinical reasoning and demonstrates how to be reflexively present. All these processes, which I discuss below, underpin this initial assessing engaging phase, where th client and therapist commit to the work. Phenomenological attitude. The phenomenological attitude is open, non-judgmental, and filled with wonder and curiosity the world. It seeks to hold prior assumptions apart. For therapists seeking to infuse their work with such an attitude, the immediate challenge when entering a therapeutic encounter is to remain open to new understandings, to be present and empathically open to the client, ready to attune to them and simply go exploring. It's important to bracket, Husserl 1936, knowledge and assumptions. Taking its cue from phenomenological, this bracketing is best understood slow as non-judgmental focused openness where we are trying to see clients and their lives with fresh eyes. Finlay, 2008, p. 29, 2016a, 2022. It's about bracketing in order to present, while resonating to what is emerging relationally in the here and now. Finlay, 2013, 2021. In his FIRSTTH reassessment sessions with Alan, Richard reveals this ready-to-receive, non-judgmental approach, even if he does not explicitly call it a phenomenological attitude. He is busy opening himself to his client and attuning to being. I did not understand his internal processes, Richard says, but I listened for the covert meaning in his stories. I needed to patient, attentive, and attune myself, the I could, to his indistinct and subtle affects. Erskine, 2021a, p. 30, Chapter 7, p. 103. Richard favors phenomenological inquiry, and we see this throughout the therapy and his other writings. Erskine, 2015. For me, phenomenological inquiry is a part of a broader, sustained phenomenological attitude that goes beyond asking questions to being an attempt to describe the isness of cells as states that are emerging. Finlay, 2021. Novice therapists can all too easily see phenomenological inquiry as simply a technique of asking questions about the client's experiencing in the here and now, missing its broader philosophical significance. I suspect Richard has his own philosophical commitments, ones which probably go beyond my preferred humanistic, existential framework. However, based on his previous writings, I believe he privileges phenomenological inquiry over historical inquiry. Erskine, 2015, 2020. Phenomenological inquiry aims to raise the client's moment-to-moment awareness of their intersubjective experience, meanings, issues, and needs, current and archaic, all aspects that may have pushed down or defensively disowned. Through the therapist's respectful questioning and listening, the client can become curious about their own self and gain new insight, the first step toward self acceptance and growth. For me, the key here is how the questions are posed. Especially when working so delicately at the contact in, area with individuals with anxious, avoidant, or isolating attachment patterns, any questioning needs to be done with care and curiosity, ideally with both therapist and client working together on the answers. Richard notes that with many depressed clients he relies on phenomenological inquiry to focus attention on the client's experience, rather than on their observable behavior. In previous writings, he has explained how to use questions or statements that focus on bodily have pung in your bi just now. Oh, cognitive, what sense do you make of that? Oh, affective, what are you feeling, and / or relational dimensions it like to sitting here telling me that story. Erskine, 2021f. Through his exquisitely patient inquiry Richard slowly builds a picture of Alan's life. At work, Alan diligently applies himself while being disapproving of his time-wasting co-workers. When not at work or attending church on Sundays, Alan takes to the streets of New York City, his evenings walking through and observing people from a distance. Saturdays, he sets off alone to hike nature trails. His life is devoid of family, friends, and the warmth of human contact. Like Richard, I feel sad as Alan's story unfurls. I felt an emptiness, like a vacuum, in my belly when I imagined that world was deprived of intimate contact with people, is how Richard describes his feelings. But Richard does not seem to find it easy to tune into experience. He ruefully acknowledges that in the first 3 evaluation sessions, his phenomenological inquiry mostly elicited evasion or a non-response. This causes him to wonder if such inquiry might be more of a hindrance than a help. Erskine, 2021a, p. 30, Chapter 7, p. 102. I feel some sympathy for him. Those early sessions, marked by Alan's deflections or silent responses, must have been challenging. Richard keeps reminding himself to be patient. Could there be some irritation and frustration lying beneath the surface, reactions he has not expressed or perhaps not want to show? He sounds admirably calm. I know from my own work that I can get frustrated and irritated in similar situations and need to redouble my effort to hold on to some compassion and patience. What helps me is supervision or consultation where I can have some space with a valued peer colleague in which to vent and regroup, reminding myself to focus compassionately on the likely terror that lies behind the withdrawal rather than reacting to it. But there is more here. Is Richard indicating that for some clients, Alan among them, phenomenological inquiry simply does not work? If so, I am not sure I would agree. After all, if Richard had not asked all those vital questions, would he not already be giving up on Alan? I think there is value in showing Alan some of the routes they might take over time, even if the questions look too unappealing or treacherous at that moment. Even if Alan is not ending, the questions are being and they can held in the space, in anticipation of a time when he is ready to take them up. I agree, of course, that care must be taken to not be invasive with the questioning. Part of my version of phenomenological inquiry would be simply to reflect back, is it difficult to say what you're feeling just now? Equally I might engage phenomenological description, what Richard calls therapeutic description, to begin to raise awareness of the client's praxis, initially providing some words for the client that they don't yet have. For example, I sense it is difficult for you to L1T feelings just now, or in sensing there is some scare here. Is that possible? I would argue that phenomenological inquiry engaged by a therapist with genuine non-judgmental interest, curiosity, and empathy, i.e., the phenomenological attitude, is an invaluable core stance at all times, even as other therapeutic techniques may be employed. The manner of delivery will emerge and evolve within the specific relationship over time as we adapt to the client's needs and the relational context, and as they adapt to us. Finlay, 2022. It is hard to tell from Richard's selective narrative, but I would say the bits of inquiry he has already engaged will prove extremely valuable. Richard's account suggests that he, appropriately, with different kinds of interventions including how he worked toward making more directive suggestions about how Alan might change his behavior or do things differently. Alan's silent responses and or defensive deflections were in their own way an effective form of communication. Richard evidently heard the message Alan was conveying through his silences, as he changed course and returned, for the time being at least, to gentler, non-invasive phenomenological inquiry. I increased my use of phenomenological inquiry, particularly my inquiry about his affect and body sensations. Although he was slow to answer, he usually identified tension in his neck and chest. Somehow that led us to talking about his difficulty in expressing any emotion to people. He said, "I want to remain private. I don't want anyone poking their nose into my business." I asked if that included me. Alan answered, "Yeah, sometimes your questions are damn invasive." I responded, "What happens inside you when I ask such questions?" Alan shrugged his shoulders and remained silent for the remainder of the session. During the next couple of sessions, he struggled to describe how he became physically tense, expecting me to criticize whatever he said, and how he quickly searched for the right answer. Erskine, 2021a, p. 33, Chapter 7, p. 105. I am struck by this passage. It feels relationally significant. Not only is Alan's difficulty with expressing emotion apparent, but Alan also tells of being primed and alert to the slightest whiff of criticism. Recognizing this watchfulness, Richard grasps the importance of not suggesting any behavioral change that might imply a judgment of sorts. His strategy of simply engaging more inquiry strikes me as helpful since it shows acceptance of Alan's being and choices. As Richard notes, psychotherapy is not happening if the client is simply giving what they to be the right or expected answers. I appreciate Richard's flexibility here. He is responding relationally, titrating his therapeutic use of self to mesh with what Alan is ready to tolerate. Finlay, 2022. Research consistently underlines the importance of tailoring therapy to the individual, and Wampold, 2018. In addition to the way Richard is adapting to Alan, I hugely respect his humility and openness to learning. I like the way he allows his client to take on the role of teacher. I often the significance of these subtle signs of the schemed process. It has taken me a number of years to become sensitive to the unspoken story of such clients, a story replete with fear, shame, disavowed loneliness, self-criticism, and a compulsion to isolate. Alan was one of the clients who taught me to listen for the therapeutically significant story encoded in what such individuals do not say. Erskine, 2021a, p. 37, Chapter 7, p. 108, Clinical Reasoning. Richard notes that Alan fits the picture of a schizoid client. I appreciate rejection of the diagnosis of depressive disorder. Like other existentially oriented therapists, I resist reductionist, dehumanizing medical model categories, preferring instead more intuitive, phenomenological ways of seeing the client, in the context of their relational world. Finlay, 2016a. While diagnoses can be informative, it's infant to ask what we might miss if we view just through that lens. The lens of depressive disorder may lead us simply to peer within and thereby misviewing them in the context of their depressing life circumstances. And is there a risk of unduly pathologizing Alan rather than acknowledging it's his way of being or our way of seeing him? When we totalize others, when we reduce them to objects of our knowledge, i.e., to easily labeled categories and stereotypes, we have violated their inherent worth as GCXD in themselves. Sayer and Coons, 2005, p. 227. And Stolero, 2016, p. 104, also wade into this debate. The features of experience and conduct formerly regarded as symptoms of reified psychiatric categorizations or as expressions of decontextualized psychoanalytic character types then become understood as inseparable from the multifaceted relational fields linking the patient to other people, which includes the participating presence of the observing clinician. Instead of diagnosis, Richard offers a formulation of Alan's situation, namely that in XLED in Aller asterisk, self-descriptions and behaviors are unconscious relational patterns that are being lived out in his daily life, flatness, avoidance, and disavowed affect. Apparently devoid of intimacy, these relational patterns are leading him to despair and a longing for quiet. Richard senses that something vital is missing from Alan's life. But he's not yet sure what it is, other than appreciating the schizoid process is one of splitting off from the vital and vulnerable child self. Erskine 2001, 2020. For my part, I want to hold lightly to this initial formulation, interpretation. With my reservations about the extent to which anyone can know another, I also want to try to see Alan without reducing and fixing him as a schemed patient, who might treated by preset therapeutic formulae. As Yalom states, taking diagnostic systems and protocols seriously may threaten the human, the spontaneous, the creative, and uncertain nature of the therapeutic venture. Yalom, 2001, p. 5. Being familiar with Richard's work, I know that he is reluctant to label another and would strive against applying prefabricated protocols. When he uses terms like schizoid, he is talking a protective withdrawal process arising as part of a style or pattern of behavior rather than a fixed and pathological disorder. At the same time, I'm aware of rich North American cultural context, where diagnosis is needed for insurance purposes and is often the starting point of framing clinical needs. There is a clear contrast here with my British context and my own experience of private practice. It seems Richard lives more comfortably with psychodiagnostic labels than I do. Richard also turns away from taking a fuller phenomenological attitude in his reflections about schizoid process and his formulation of what might constitute Allen's unconscious relational patterns. I suspect I might have done the same, although I would have been working harder to bracket the idea that Allen had a schemed process. It is here that the difference between theory and the practice reveals itself. It is virtually impossible to completely hold back our assumptions or understandings, appoint phenomenological philosophers, example Merleau-Ponty, 1945, Stress, Finlay, 2021. There is a balance to be struck between employing our presence, power, judgment, and expertise as therapists while holding on to unknowing. It takes discipline and courage to sit with uncertainty and knowing. It is not easy to let go of power and control toward trusting the process of the therapy encounter. Finlay and Evans. Richard reveals this in his sincere wish to let Allen's story unfold in the way that it needed to. I was curious about Allen, but my inquiries were only partially effective. He answered my questions, but often with reticence. I wanted to know him, to know the depth and extent of what he felt, what he had lived as a boy, and how he managed his life. It was necessary to continually remind myself to be patient, to just let his story unfold. Erskine, 2021a, p. 33, Chapter 7, p. 104. I agree with Richard that seeking to lift so-called depression was unlikely to a particularly fruitful approach. However, Richard seems to have further concerns about Allen's engagement and their lack of a mutual affect connection. TCK, wonder about this. It is often the case that some kind of alliance is in place by the end of the third session of therapy. Indeed, research indicates that this is necessary for positive outcomes. Norcross and Lambert, 2019. That Richard agreed to carry on with the therapy st1ae1 that he sensed some element of, even if it remained vague and intuitive, a sense of something emerging from the collaboration. And, importantly, Allen himself seemed more than prepared to commit to weekly therapy for a year. It was essential that he made this commitment. It was an implicit acknowledgement that he was not intending to take his own life, a lurking risk factor Richard rightly checked out. Without mutual commitment on both sides, it would not have been ethical to proceed. Finlay, 2019. Richard does not say it explicitly, but I have a sense that Allen would not be an easy client to work with. I am reminded that therapy can be hard work for both client and therapist. Therapy with a client who is flat and lifeless in presentation and who dismissively avoids talking about emotion poses particular challenges where it is hard to keep present and engaged. I am touched by Richard's care and the way he reflects deeply as he makes an emotional commitment to meet Allen weekly for a year. I wanted our psychotherapy to enhance the quality of his life and provide him with a desire to live. I walked home from the office that night questioning myself, was I wanting more for Allen than he wanted or was willing to do? I knew what was possible in an in-depth psychotherapy, but I had no evidence that Allen knew the commitment, perseverance, and time that would be required to make some fundamental changes in his life. Erskine, 2021a, p. 32, Chapter 7, p. 104, the BWER of this commitment, along with Richard's candor, uncertainty, and doubts, should not be underestimated. Being reflexively present. Erskine, 2015, Erskine and Morsand, 2022, notes there is a duality to the therapy presence, a simultaneous attending to client and to self, in terms of emotionally available and self-aware. IHE therapist from their own needs, making the client's PRCs as the primary focus. Here the therapist is mindful of the client's experience, watching every little gesture, listening to each word, and with the client's silence. At the same time, the therapist's history, relational needs and sensitivities, theoretical stance and professional experience all enter into building therapeutic presence. Erskine, 2011, Erskine et al., 1999. More than a duality, however, I would argue that the best relational work in psychotherapy is characterized by a triality, or, to apply my preferred metaphor, seeing with three eyes. As Richard has indicated, one eye is focused firmly on the observing and sensing the client, the second eye is engaged with reflexively observing sensing oneself. The new third eye element is an explicit monitoring by the psychotherapist of the emerging relationship between the client and the therapist. Here, I follow Heichner's 2017 dialogic Gestalt approach, which underscores the need to be present to all these 3 points of focus. Sometimes we are deeply immersed in holding a client's story, then we switch our attention to our own embodied experience and also toward reflexively monitoring what is happening in the relationship. We focus on ourselves and the relationship, not out of narcissistic motives, but reflexively as a way of furthering our appreciation of the client's process. I believe that Richard engages this three-way focus when he makes his regular, explicit sensorial searches of his own internal process while monitoring the moment-to-moment dynamics of relationship with Alan. At these times he recognizes the importance of maintaining his own vitality and curiosity, particularly in the face of any deadening deflections from Alan. Being present in this way involves being grounded in #onem's lead self in order to receive the client's experience. Geller and Greenberg, 2002. Yearning ourselves to whatever is emerging moment to moment in the encounter in open, alive, curious ways is central to our work as therapists. McWilliams, 2017, Schneider, 2008. It is about being present to new possibilities, ready to be awed and surprised as we touch and are touched by the other. Placing our trust in the process, we strive to energetically present, inviting, alive to creative possibilities, and ready to share ourselves as we join with our client and go exploring. Finlay, 2016b. Richards, Relational Needs, Work, and I include here his writing colleagues, C. Erskine, 2021 f., Erskine and Trotman, 1996, Erskine et al., 1999, attests to the importance of being focused on the therapeutic relationship while being solidly grounded, attuned, aware, responsive in order for the client to feel adequately held and attended to. It can also be worthwhile for the client to see they have impacted the therapist. The less the therapist is present, the more anxiety-provoking the situation is likely to be for the client, who may feel shame and/or abandonment in the face of therapist withdrawal or perceived lack of interest. In turn, the client is likely to want to withdraw and/or dissociate. In other words, the presence of the therapist invites the client to be present. Finlay, 2022, p. 39. Richard has written elsewhere, 2001, 2020, about being the security in the relationship and engendering a sense of security in the client so that they do not need their selves created withdrawal defense IHEB, and I would stress here is that this is a created relational process. The therapist does not just create a safe space. Instead, somehow the therapist needs to involve and negotiate with the client, trying to work out together what would be a safe space. With Alan initially struggling to fully present to himself and his therapist, Richard K. presence becomes more important. He needs to be present as a safe presence in order to invite Alan to be present. He does this by holding a welcoming therapeutic space where Alan can feel accepted, respected, and empathized with. In a way, Richard is like a welcoming, gracious host who offers a special kind of spacious. Finlay, 2022. The guest client comes seeking sanctuary, a safe place of protection where wounds be carefully cleansed and healed. But where is the sanctuary, if not fundamentally in the heart of the host or therapist who is willing to face this living encounter and courageously open to it? Kopitan, 2003, p. 74. Making contact. The challenge to the therapist is to meet the client at that point of contact in a manner that encompasses that resistance, rather than threatens it. It is to genuinely see the resistance as a point of contact between rather than as merely an oppositional force. Heichner, 1991, pages 151 to 152. Over the course of the first year or so, the therapeutic alliance between Richard and Alan builds. As the two men explore Alan's world together, their contact deepens. They are engaged in something of a dance at the contact as they explore the space between intimacy and distance, insight and resistance. At first, their dance is stiff, the steps uncertain. But then their ease with the movement builds. Richard glides through a series of improvised steps with Alan, movements whose sharp shifts of focus and rhythm are more reminiscent of a tango than a graceful waltz. At times they move together, at other times Alan pulls away and then is gently brought back. A question lies between them: just how close is it safe to be? Would their tenuous interconnection prove sufficient to prevent Alan reverting to his old isolating patterns? Richard recognizes that Alan's avoidant withdrawing pattern is part of his survival strategy in the face of an unresponsive, critical mother. With this compassionate empathy to the fore, Richard takes care to be patient and respectful. He strives to lessen the likelihood of Alan closing down. I applaud this approach. Honoring Alan's defenses is, paradoxically, likely to result in him relinquishing them. In this critical phase, 4 dimensions of the therapeutic use of self stand out for me: dwelling, resisting contact, transference, and titration. Dwelling, the art of engaging a proper phenomenological attitude and inquiry, involves a special attentiveness that dwells with the situations the client describes and attends to, even magnifies, details. Finlay, 2021, Wirtz, 2005. The aim is to focus on the implicit meaning of the situation as it presents to the client. At the same time, the therapist takes a slowed, savoring approach which involves intuitively sensing, moving with, empathizing, responding, and resonating with their whole body self. George and Robert Stolero, 2016, p. 103, both phenomenologically oriented psychoanalysts, characterize dwelling as an active, relationally engaged form of therapeutic comportment, geared toward healing emotional wounds. In dwelling, they say, we don't just seek to understand the other's world. Instead, one leans into the experience and participates in it, with the aid of one's own analogous experiences. p. 103. Time and again through the case study, I see Richard sensitively emphasizing this dwelling approach, though he may not use that word or see it, as I do, as being linked to the phenomenological attitude. For instance, I really appreciate the way that Richard engages dreams, over the years. He does this in a layered way, excavating meanings when it seems Alan is ready to face them. His dream analysis sequences are powerful, and I suspect pivotal, as Alan learns about the richness of his internal world. Early on in therapy, whenever Alan mentions a dream, Richard invites him to find his own meanings. Alan appreciates this, as he notes later on in therapy, "You allowed it to my dream, my meaning." Erskine, 2021b, p. 44, Chapter 8, p. 113. In his account, Richard suggests that he might have offered interpretations about Alan's intrapsychic life had he had more information. My view is that interpretation would be an unnecessary embellishment and that working phenomenologically is sufficient at any stage. Interpretations, I take away from the very dwelling inquiry which was now beginning to bear fruit. As Richard acknowledges, what is the client's meaning and growing awareness. Alan's tortured inner world is further revealed in his disclosure that when he leaves the therapy session, the volume of his self-criticism rises. Richard makes a point of working with such insights, showing that he is resonating with Alan's affect or unarticulated relational. I encouraged him to let me hear what was happening inside him, even to shout the criticisms out loud. When he finally spoke, the forcefulness of his words was lethal. I'm useless, I'm a weakling, no one's interested in me. Erskine, 2021b, p. 48, Chapter 8, p. 117. This Gestalt technique of amplifying inner dialogue, Richard notes, is effective precisely because intrapsychic conflict is diminished when it is external. And Baumgartner and Pearls, 1975, Pearls, 1973. In time, the source of those shaming judgments is traced to Alan's disdainful, fault-finding mother. This insight emerges as Alan acknowledges that his trust in Richard is precarious, it seems that Alan has expected Richard to criticize him. Richard explains how Alan is transferring emotional memories of his moth's recipe onto his therapist and is perhaps compensating for the damaging effects of his mother's criticisms by imagining Richard's criticism. However, we do not learn how exactly this is communicated to Alan. I find such interpretations are delivered cautiously rather than authoritatively and posed as an open question for exploration. Resisting contact? Alan's reluctance to talk his relationship with his mother speaks loudly to Richard. But given the intensity of pain and anger, it is crucial that Richard continues to be patient while persistently trying to access Alan's feelings. In the initial stages of therapy, Alan remains reticent, unwilling to clarify his or talk his feelings and his early life experiences. Weekly therapy sessions seem to follow the same pattern, one in which Alan simply shares his stories about his irritations at work, night treks in or his nature hiking. It seems that what was important to him was to stay with the familiar and safe. His routines helped to stabilize and protect him. It is not clear from the narrative if Richard made attempts to bring the functions of Alan repetitions to his awareness. Unlike many therapists, Richard notably avoids the term resistance when he talks about Alan and his response to therapy. The fact that he does not critically label Alan as resistant is significant. The concept of resistance in psychotherapy has hotly contested, with having different understandings of what it is and how to work with it. Since its introduction to the psychoanalytic field, there is general agreement that resistance can be as a defensive, protective response to threat. However, if we take a humanistic relational perspective, we understand that interpersonal contact is always a accretion. Erskine, 2015. This being the case, resistance cannot be under STCXXL just as a refusal by one to engage. I would challenge this pathologizing characterization of the client as the problem. Rather than seeing resistance as unidirectional, negative, and an oppositional move by a recalcitrant client, I prefer the Gestalt approach to seeing resistance as a potentially wonderful creative adjustment that needs to be honored, and even celebrated. Then, it can be gently managed. McFerrin and Finlay, 2018. The relational therapist will want to create a safe enough space where client self-protection is met with non-judgmental compassion. By naming, not judging, the battle between avoidance and self-insight, therapists can establish themselves as able to contain expressions of the subjective life of the client, which then allows these expressions to emerge more freely. D. N. Stolaro, 2014, McFerrin and Finlay, 2018. I am interested in Richard's observation that initially he did not attend to the sarcastic swipes Alan aimed in his direction. I see this as evidence of Richard's experience and robustness coming into play. While we all have a need to feel helpful, we may even yearn to be needed or appreciated, usually helps us to avoid taking criticisms too arsenally. It's likely that any negativity or rupture has arisen out of a relational process to which client and therapist are contributing. Reflexively exploring underlying dynamics more deeply will help enrich the work and strengthen the awareness or choices of both therapist and client. Richard rightly starts to probe the function of Alan's habitual criticism of himself and others. Alan's projections offer momentary relief from his own raucous self-criticisms? Are his criticisms the active outward expression of all that he has introjected from his mother and sister? Exploring these questions explicitly in therapy results in Alan having a profound insight that his self-criticism is a way of drowning out his moth's voice. We talked about how his self-criticism became more prevalent and vociferous than his mother's and a distraction from the emotional pain of a mother's words. His posture changed, and the tension in his face and shoulders relaxed as he cried. Erskine, 2021b, p. 52, Chapter 8, p. 120, Transferential Responses from his previous writing. I recognize that Richard's therapy model of contact in relationship, Erskine et 1999, is in play. It is a that draws on transactional analysis, Gestalt therapy, systemic, relational psychoanalysis, and developmental attachment theory. Perhaps the biggest challenge for any integrative psychotherapist is how to blend competing, even contradictory perspectives. Finlay, 2016a. One potential contradiction in Richard's model is the place of psychoanalytic understandings of unconscious processes and transference. Humanistically inclined therapists reject the idea that the unconscious, irrational, instinctive forces determine human. Some even deny the existence of an unconscious as such, preferring instead to talk about material that is not yet in conscious awareness. I wonder where Richard sits in this debate as he attempts to straddle psychoanalytic and humanistic assumptions. Perhaps he manages to avoid the problem of contradiction by his use of transactional analysis, since that theory is implicitly integrative and smoothly blends interventions that work with both archaic and here-and-now needs. From his other writings, Erskine, 1991, I understand that he follows Burns, 1961, early Ta formulation, seeing transferential transactions as externalized expressions of internal ego conflicts between exteropsychic and archeopsychic ego states, p. 66. More specifically, transferential transactions may be both a projection of child needs and intrapsychic conflict, and an overt transaction from either exteropsychic or archeopsychic ego states. I do not disagree with Richard here, as my maxil of working draws heavily on his McSlell and the use of transactional analytic concepts and processes. However, it can be problematic when practitioners inadvertently misuse the model by naively claiming to be simultaneously psychoanalytic, behavioral, and humanistic. In their more critical discussion is needed about precisely how competing theories, with their contradictory underpinning philosophies and assumptions, can or should be integrated. Finlay, 2016a. I like Lynn Jacobs's dialogic Gestalt approach, where she finesses apparent contradictions in her concept of enduring relational themes. Jacobs, 2017. Here she highlights how clients' patterns of relating derived from historical can become embodied emotional perspectives on the world. Here, she embraces a thoroughgoing humanistic focus on the intersubjective here and now, without assuming that past relationships somehow get unconsciously displaced onto the present. Transference and countertransference are reframed as a co-created relationship of mutual responding, where the histories of both therapist and client shape our hopes, longings, or dreaded expectations. This position, focusing more on the relationship as opposed to an individual's intrapsychic world, would probably find acceptance with many contemporary relational psychoanalysts and relational integrative psychotherapists more generally. I suspect Richard would feel comfortable enough with Jacobs' excision. At the same time, he is explicit about his work with transference and his psychodynamic interests. In this case study, I'm interested in the way Richard usefully and clearly categorizes his countertransferential responses as reactive, responsive, and identifying. Erskine, 2012, 2013a, 2013b. That he deeply and reflexively challenged himself to explore his internal experience is significant, and I appreciate his honesty in recognizing his own unrequited relational needs and identifications, as well as his desire to offer relational healing. Developmental attachment history is palpably present, both in his own responses and in those of Richard. Richard treads carefully, given the way inquiries about Alan's child have been largely rebuffed. I don't my child hockey. He is forced to fall back on his own observations and intuitive sensings of possible unconscious relational patterns from childhood. In session after session, as he listens to Alan's detailed stories of his nature hikes or nightly lowdown treks, it seems that Richard gets the message that he and to show a fatherly interest. Began to form a developmental image of Alan as a 6 to 8-year-old, a child without a father to take an interest in his adventures. Erskine, 2021a, p. 34, Chapter 7, p. 106. This developmental image, Richard says, evoked feelings of compassion within him and increased his interest in Alan's stories. He took care to ask factual questions about Alan's hiking and to use his face and gestures to indicate that he was present and attentively engaged. I feel touched when I hear that Richard wants to go hiking with Alan, to smell the forest, to see the woodland trail, to be a companion. I appreciate his care in listening so intently. I feel happy for Alan that he has finally found someone who can mirror, witness, and validate him and be the companion he has never had. I am aware of my own wonderful developmental image of a caring father and, no longer lonely, little boy walking hand in hand through the WCXDS. I recognize that my own enduring relational themes have become figural, and that in a parallel paraccess this could be undersummed as my own reactive and identifying countertransference. Titration. The somatic therapist Peter Levine, 2011, has developed a systematic approach to working LXDILY with trauma which involves helping clients progressively access energies and sensations a little bit at a time to build up their tolerance. Echoing from the field of chemistry, he calls this process titration. We can observe titration in action in the way psychotherapists constantly adapt their therapeutic use of self, making subtle adjustments. Finlay, 2022. Research consistently emphasizes the MLX dance of adapting therapy to the individual. The clinical reality is that no single psychotherapy is effective for all patients and situations, no matter how it is for some. Norcross and Wampold, 2018, p. 1893. As therapists, we make deliberate choices about how and when to intervene. We continuously adapt and pace the levels of tenderness, formality, spontaneity, emotionality, challenge, support, self-disclosure, intimacy, and directiveness we offer. Finlay, 2022, p. 3. Early in the therapeutic relationship, we might choose to engage more phenomenological inquiry and/or description, and simply listen in a reserved, slow, quiet, empathic way. A client's withdrawal, to self-stabilize, might be supported and even encouraged. As therapy unfolds, we may more present, animated, and/or inject more challenge or self-disclosure. Finlay, 2022. Throughout the case study, we see Richard making subtle adjustments in his approach, adapting to what Alan can tolerate. When even phenomenological inquiry proves much, Richard eases back to be simply an appreciative listening and witnessing ear for all of Alan's stories. When Alan experiences Richard as too invasive or critical, Richard again backs off and is respectful of Alan's silent withdrawal. Of course, it is not always that easy to attune to the precise level of tenderness, silence, empathy, challenge, directiveness, and so on, the client can handle. Some clients can find much attentiveness overwhelming and invasive, feeling unworthy themselves, they uncomfortable with too much warm appreciation. Finlay, 2022. Alan, it seems, found any inquiry his affect uncomfortable, or confusing, which resulted in him deflecting by changing the topic. It seems that Richard got the balance about right. He helps Alan begin to express himself by accepting the deflections or silences in a non-judgmental way. Any other approach, example being more directive or challenging, would have resulted in Alan disengaging, I suspect, although perhaps a cognitive behavioral therapist would disagree with me. As the months and years of therapy go by, I again appreciate Richard's artful titrating off his therapeutic use of self, where he invites relational connection and makes contact with vulnerable parts. Sometimes he leans in and offers challenge, at other times he pulls back to give more space to Alan. He continuously adjusts his responses relationally. We can see Richard regularly and reflexively monitoring his use of self. This is particularly evident at times when he realizes his intervention may a mistake. I'm beatantly he does not beat himself up. I vast disappointed in myself because I had missed the significance of his various criticizing comments. But, unlike Alan, I did not chastise myself. Instead, I wondered what was happening within Alan, what was unexpressed, and the functions of his criticisms of others. Erskine, 2021b, p. 51, Chapter 8, p. 119, I am struck by this passage where Richard states he does not chastise himself, unlike Alan. I suspect this more self-accepting stance grows with experience. We all make mistakes. It is part of the paraccess, possibly even a necessary part. It is best to view our so-called mistakes with curiosity and compass.zion and see them as potential. Many arise out of therapists' genuine concern. If full times we try hard, it is because we care. Ideally, we catch any errors, repair any ruptures, and manage arising wounds over time. Both therapist and client have the opportunity to learn and grow. Finlay, 2022. Mocking connections. The client is becoming whole. Contact with the self, with all its complexities and capacities, so long split and fragmented, is being re-established. Feelings and thoughts and perceptions rush in, often with surprising intensity. And each of those long repressed, long hidden parts of self has a kind of fragility, like a flower bud freshly opened or a butterfly newly escaped from its hard, Erskine et 1999, p. 172. Integrative psychotherapy aims to facilitate a sense of wholeness in a being and functioning, at intrapsychic, mind-tisally, relational, societal, and transpersonal levels. Finlay, 2016b. We strive to enable our clients to gain insight into their experience and to have a sense of feeling at home with self, at ease with others, i.e., both internal and relational integration. There are, of course, limits to the extent to which any of us can be deemed whole, but integration remains the driving spirit of our project, particularly so in the case of longer-term work. Relationally oriented therapists believe that healing integration occurs through relationships, with the therapist and with others. i.e., therapeutic relationship acts as a particular catalyst, enabling a growth. It is the unfamiliar experience of being deeply connected in a relationship that allows previous ways of being to be understood and laid to rest, enabling new ways of being to be brought to life. In later stages of therapy, the focus goes toward helping the client own previously disowned parts, find ways to emotionally self-stabilize, and become aware of new PC abilities and life choices. The case study demonstrates this theory fully. Over the years that follow, trust, intimacy, and connection between Richard and Alan, just as Alan's connection with himself solidifies. For me, this distinguishes the most artful level of relational integrative work where the client's connections both externally and internally are enabled. Finlay, 2016a. As Richard and Alan begin to more closely examine and work through the effects of Alan's mother's disapproval at each developmental age and his efforts to hide from her, Alan experiments with using a relationship with Richard as a microcosm of his world. Alan is able to allow the surfacing of issues around trust, shame, and feeling criticized. As Alan connects with his archaic experience, his self-criticism becomes louder. At last, he can acknowledge his shame, and the harsh, intense grip of self-criticism is ikhnz. The work Richard and Alan engage in is so profound that there is much to comment on and explore further. I would like to open up two aspects: working creatively and with multiple parts of self. Working creatively, the flow of therapy should spontaneous, forever following unanticipated riverbeds. It is grotesquely distorted by being packaged into a formula that enables inexperienced, inadequately trained therapists, or computers, to deliver a uniform course of therapy. Yalom, p. 34, curiosity, warmth, passion, permissiveness, courage, and heart and soul commitment are among the qualities that often animate the best relational work. It is important to remain creative rather than follow therapy recipes. We need to engage our own vitality if we are to help enable to come forth. Mechanical or formulaic in our work stultifies the dynamic, growth-enhancing potential of therapy. Finlay, 2022. As Yalom, 2001, advises, we should create a new therapy for each patient, one tailored to their needs. Richard shows this creativity again and again. I would like to highlight 3 instances shown in the way he challenges Alan to talk about his relationship with his mother, 2. works with another dream, and 3. encourages Alan to withdraw to a safe internal space. Being challenging first, I appreciate the way Richard makes a few deliberate inquiries about Alan's relationship with his mother in each session. A lot deliberately provocative challenge of his brought a smile to my face. Although Richard does not openly liken their relationship to a battle, there is certainly a battle of sorts, a battle for Alan's soul, at work. Richard's persistence eventually pays off. Alan shares more about his early life. His awareness of the impact of his mother's abusiveness grows. I continued to inquire about his sensations, and it became evident that each time he held his breath for a moment and then sighed that he had heard an internal criticism such as, "You can't do that," or, "People don't want you bothering them." With several phenomenological inquiries, Alan was able to tell me that it sounded just like his mother's disapproving voice. We talked how discouraging it was to constantly relieve his mother's criticism. I asked him to make those comments again, and loudly, like he was talking to little Alan. He repeatedly yelled his mother's words, then he lowered his head and was silent for several minutes. When he again looked at me he had tears in his eyes. Erskine, 2021b, p. 52, Chapter 8, p. 120, in this quotation, the unexplained creativity of Richard's interventions is revealed where he makes direct contact with Alan's vital, vulnerable child self. Erskine, 2001, 2020. He has shown some courage in bringing that somewhat scary mother into the room. But the intervention has benignant results. At last, little Alan has a witness for his mother's abuse. Alan now feels safe enough with Richard and sufficiently protected to let his mother appear. In place, I might have considered engaging psychotherapy with his introjected mother, perhaps as a future possibility when the solidity of the therapeutic relationship was more firmly established. Otherwise referred to in the literature as a parent interview. Erskine, 2015, Erskine and Morsand, 2022, Erskine and Trotman, 2003. This technique offers a way of giving in-depth therapy to the introjected other, e.g. internalized parent ego state, with the aim for the client to experience a resolution of the intrapsychic conflict. I wonder if this also was Richard's thinking. Such carefully and calibrated timing of interventions is characteristic of the work of master practitioners. Dream work. Second, Richard's creative approach is demonstrated when he works with another of Alan's dreams. When Alan explicitly asks Richard for his interpretation of one particular dream, it seems instant for Richard to try to respond to this request. Richard hears a young ask his father, "What does it mean?" Somewhat challenged, Richard tries to find a heart-to-heart way to offer a duplex transaction, Byrne, 1961, where the therapist talks simultaneously to the client's child and adult ego states. This is not easy to do, and I'm reminded once more of Richard's considerable sensitivity and skills. I am touched by his intuitive, spontaneous, empathetic approach where he reflected back the story of the young boy, taking the form of a locomotive train, who carried a heavy load and was in its tracks by a threateningly large faceless woman, possibly representing his mother. That Richard and Alan dwell with this dream over several sessions is redundant. I appreciate Richard's decision to properly record the dream as Alan was telling it so that details can be pulled out in subsequent sessions. Eventually, Alan is ready to hear the message of the dream more directly. I said, "It must have been impossible for you as a young boy to have a real face-to-face contact with your mother, particularly if she was criticizing and misdefining you. It seems that your mother could not face your uniqueness and vitality. Nor was she sensitive to your vulnerability, but she was able to stop your locomotion. Just like in the dream where the faceless woman stopped the steam locomotive." Erskine, 2021c, p. 64. Chapter 9, p. 129, as Alan's trust in Richard and connection to himself slowly grow, i.e. external and internal relational connections made, he is able to face his shame and demons and begin to find his uniqueness and vitality. Alan disclosed that he had held back a shameful secret, that on his nighttime neighborhood treks he follows women. The story that eventually unfolds over several sessions is thoroughly here trending. It turns out that a woman, and following her, allows Alan a few moments of fantasy. The make-believe that she might be kind to him. The question he has repeatedly asked into the silence is, "Can you love me?" Over time, Richard and Alan come to interpret the mantra of, "Can you love me?" as a lament. Through this question, Alan has been facing the reality and grief of being an unloved, neglected yet controlled child who yearned to be loved. Initially hearing about Alan's stalking behavior, I could feel my alarm stirring. Richard was clearly also concerned and confronted a huge ethical dilemma. Weighing up the risks, he made a choice to stay with patient empathic listening rather than being more directive, critical or challenging. Finlay, 2019. While I feel uncomfortable about this decision, like it seemed Richard did, I agree with Richard's therapeutic RNSE given the women were not, it would appear, being actively damaged. And I wonder if in Richard's place, I would have been able to contain my judgments and aversion to Alan's tendency threatening obsessive behavior with women. I've would interested to hear more Richard's process of navigating this delicate and tricky ethical dilemma. Encouraging withdrawal to a safe internal space. Third, I value the way Richard employs a special creative strategy of actively encouraging Alan to withdraw to a safe internal space during sessions. Then, he shows a touching attunement to Alan's silence. This is perhaps the most significant and powerful technique Richard uses when working with schemed processes. See also Erskine, 2001, 2020. Richard becomes aware that in highly charged emotional moments during therapy, Alan seemed to withdraw, automatically returning to a private internal place. By inviting a deliberate withdrawal, he raises Alan's awareness of this approach to emotional self-stabilization and regulation. Recognizing the safety of this space, Richard encourages Alan to withdraw at will during the therapy sessions. It seems that Richard saw this process as a way for Alan to internally hide and keep himself safe lest someone damage his soul, once again a vital ingredient when working with schizoid process. Together, they make the discovery that, watched over by a caring, attentive, but non-invasive presence, Alan could safely get in touch with many painful and suppressed memories. They also discover that, after being replenished by his private space, he is more relationally contactful and spontaneously vital. I appreciate the way a space has been up through Richard's attunement to silence, allowing Alan's memories to surface in their own time. Alan has also been given a new resource, a space where, rather than engaging in defensive withdrawal, he can explore his past in more positive and helpful ways. Multiple parts of self. During the 4th year of therapy, Alan is beginning to feel less depressed and self-critical. Is it now time to wrap up the narrative and celebrate the progress? Or is there more work to done? What is in all my interests? Such are the questions Richard now confronts. But at this 9, and he discovers that Alan is hearing his mother's critically harsh voice ever more loudly. For this reason, Richard suggests one further year of work. It could be beneficial, he thinks, to begin working explicitly with that introjected parent. Many of us routinely refer to different metaphorical selves within us, such as our inner critic or rebellious adolescent. Sometimes it can feel like different parts within us are at war with each other, such as the conflict between the industrious student part of self and the platesy who just wants to have fun. For some people, the internal splits are more extreme and disturbing, for instance, when a suicidal part acts out in self-destructive ways. Sometimes an individual might emulate different personas in dissociative ways without conscious memory of their actions, as in dissociative identity disorder. Finlay, 2022. In the field of trauma work, different theories that embrace a multiplicity of selves tend to subscribe to the idea that people who have a history of trauma show evidence of internal fragmentation, e.g. splitting or dissociation, even if they have crafted adaptive schial selves which they show the world, or do not have an actual dissociative identity disorder. Here, we might include theories such as transactional analysis and ego state theory, Byrne, 1961, Watkins and Watkins, 1997, internal family systems, Schwartz, self-pluralistic tives of person-centered and experiential psychotherapies, Aper et al., 2004, and Part's work in Gestalt therapy. i.e. metaphorical representation of selves or in these therapies can a useful way of containing the fragmentation and exploring problematic aspects, which may or may not be owned, toward integration. Finlay, 2022. In the case study, Richard doesn't talk explicitly about using the metaphor of parts of self, other than mentioning little Alan, and then latterly in the in-depth way he engages internalized mother therapeutically. His version of working with VXRTS here is thus to think in terms of transactional analytic ego states. See Erskine, 1991, for an in-depth LATN, ration which applies Bernku, 1961, original definitions to integrative psychotherapy. While it is difficult to spot clear differences between what I can see of Richard's practice and my own, with Alan, I would have done more to engage parts work early on and done so more explicitly, beyond thinking in terms of ego states. Parts work figures regularly in my own relational integrative practice, Finlay, 2016a, 2022, when I work somatically and existentially with longer-term clients, when shame and trauma are involved. The question for me is which parts of the client, and myself, are coming forward. Who is talking to whom? Our relational connections are usually multiple with different attachment and relating styles thus revealed. The theory makes sense to me as it mirrors my internal landscape and my own therapeutic journey, Finlay, 2022, p. 135. I see parts in myself and perhaps that sensitizes me to see them, or look for them, in others. I'll appreciate the way that parts work calls forth an integrating, self-compassionate, creative energy. When a new part comes forward, and is recognized by my client or myself, the moment of insight can resemble an inspirational epiphany, Finlay, 2022, p. 135. With this integrating awareness the client becomes aware of the 1K, stability of choice, change, and escape from habitual ways of responding. The ability to turn down the volume on cacophonous choruses of strident voices becomes a realizable, Finlay, 2022. D. Young, 2015, has highlighted the role of relationally validating connections based in right brain to right brain communication when working with clients who experience chronic shame. Highlighting the role of respect and compassion when working with chronic shame, D. Young recommends engaging multiple parts of self. Bringing shame to light often illuminates a needy part of self who is despised by a tough, independent part of self. Listening respectfully to LUTH parts and helping each to find compassion for what drives the other brings better balance and harmony to the whole self system. Parts of self can find space to speak the unspeakable need, longing, and humiliation, and in their speaking and being heard, integration happens. 2015, pages 132 to 133, work with the parts which represent internalized others is potentially the most powerful, transformative, imaginal technique we have at our I know from his previous work that Richard is a master when it comes to this way of working, Erskine, 2015, Erskine and Morsand, 1988, 2022. While hugely aware of the healing promise of therapy with internalized others, I'm also mindful of its potential to be intense, stirring, disorientating, and unsettling. This is not an intervention to be used superficially as a technique or gimmick. It needs to be handled carefully so that plentiful time and space are given to processing the material. I know from my own experience how terrifying it can be to have the problematic internalized other come into therapy space. The therapist needs to ensure the client feels safe and rooted while the internalized other is being worked with. At the same time, the parent/other needs to be acknowledged and respected for their own struggles while being challenged to take responsibility for the impact of their behavior. Richard did all these things of course. But I am struck afresh at the care he took initially to explain the then again, during the work he took care with his sensitive, tactful handling of both Alan and his mother, and after, he gave plenty of time to explore the revelations. In particular, Richard worked with Alan's child's response to work with this mother, enabling him to express what had not been previously expressed, helping to free his child confusion and the old attachment in NDS. That the work was layered, and carried on over several sessions, is particularly interesting to me. Most of my previous experience with this sort of work has been as a one-off, parent interview, and I am now intrigued about the possibilities of engaging in-depth psychotherapy with the introjected other and discovering how this way of working may unfold when engaged long-term on an ongoing basis. I also appreciate Richard's evident skills in helping Alan work through some of his relational trauma, his sense of betrayal and anger at the neglect and disparagement he received. I particularly like the empty chair work where, first, Mother was invited to explain her treatment of Alan and challenged to take responsibility for it. Then Alan was invited to take the cathartic step of sitting in the chair and replying to his mother. Summary shows something of the extraordinary, completed gestalt that was achieved. In sessions that followed, Alan and I went over each conversation I had with his introjected mother. He talked about how her coldness and criticism had permeated his life. He went into detail about his mother's voice being consistent and insistent. We again examined how his self-criticisms had been a way to block out his mother's voice. I talked to Alan about the loyalty of a little and how he stayed attached to his mother by disavowing his anger and leaving her definitions of him. Alan was happy that he seldom heard her critical voice in his head now. Erskine, 2021 E. p. 84, Chapter IL. p. 146, Endings. The decision about when to end long-term therapy is never easy. A further layer of difficulty must be worked through to ensure the end is handled in a constructive, healing way. Clients and therapists alike face the challenge of separation and the grief that results from severing a special bond. Ending therapy can also trigger a re-experiencing of past loss, rejections, and unresolved grief. Finlay, 2016a, 2019. It is not surprising there are sometimes missteps along the way. Either therapist or client may look in to think it is time to end. Then suddenly it isn't. They may disagree, tussle, or find a way to compromise. Richard and Alan also had to face this negotiation. The key request in this ending phase involves enabling a client to work through any arising pain. In strategic terms, it is about allowing the client to deal with unfinished business. Their AP should not add to the list of a client's of problematic endings. Finlay, 2016a. I am intrigued to learn that Richard builds in a summer break vacation when doing long-term work, something I have never done, choosing instead to take a week or so off periodically. I now see that having a formal, built-in break offers interesting grist for the mill. For one thing, there is an opportunity to practice the eventual ending process, which could otherwise be avoided or resisted. This happens, for example, when clients ask, "Can we keep in touch?" or worse when a therapist says, "Come back if it doesn't work out." Any ending, says Ramanishan, 2006, p. 31, is always a petit mort. Even if we don't go as far as thinking in terms of death and grief, at the very least, having a summer break can offer time for reflection and therapy can be reset accordingly. Perhaps helped by their formal breaks, both Alan and Richard seem well prepared when the end of therapy eventually occurs. Alan was leaving therapy because he was moving away to fulfill a dream, helped with the exhaustive forward-looking momentum. I am not sure I can say the same about being prepared for the ending myself. I am aware that I want to find out more about Alan. Is he enjoying his new life? Has his photography taken off? Has he found some nice nature trails nearby? Has he made many new friends or supportive acquaintances? Ruefully, I acknowledge to myself that I am not quite ready to let them go. And, yes, this is another parallel. Parks often feel something similar at the end of therapy. Richard DCRS not expand on what the loss of Alan means to him. He does not mention if part of him was reluctant to let Alan go, or whether he was tempted to invite a continued correspondence. Maybe I project my own difficulties with endings here. After all, Richard had many months in which to work through the ending. Yet at the end of his writing, Richard strikes me as retreating a little abruptly into the story. I wonder if that intellectualization helped him move away from the loss and grief he might have been experiencing. Perhaps, TCH, the act of writing up his case study was another way to let go while also celebrating Alan's growthful journey. I respect Richard for ensuring what sounds like a good, relationally connected, ending with Alan. As he says of the last few sessions, in each session he cried as he expressed his gratitude for the quality of our relationship. During those final sessions I was sad and glad that Alan was creating a new life and sad to be saying goodbye to both the man and the neglected little boy, of whom I had come to love. Erskine, 2021 E. p. 85, Chapter 11, p. 147, I find it almost unbearably 1k, ignorant to hear Richard say he had come to love Alan. I appreciate his authentic honesty and the way he owns and gives voice to the kind of love we can feel in the therapy room, one that we do not often talk about publicly. That love stands as a testament to their profound relational work. I wonder if Alan was eventually able to feel he was truly loved by the man and the Litley's therapists. We carry the privilege and the responsibility associated with endings. Our role is to help clients face the pain of the goodbye as part of embracing life. We celebrate the client's growth with them as they take their new discoveries into the rest of their lives. And then we need to let go with grace. Finlay, 2016 b. 2019. I am honored by this opportunity to work with this story of Alan's therapy. Like others, perhaps, I feel privileged and humbled being given such an intimate glimpse into Alan's trauma, witnessing the healing process through which the accumulated impact of his neglect is healed through the therapeutic relationship with Richard. Dwelling with their story has helped me identify both with Richard and with Alan. I had a strange sense of being a part of their relationship where tendrils of vicarious healing unfolded for me as well. I started this project of dialoguing with Richard's writing with excitement and yes, some uncertainty. I believe I have managed to unfurl some interesting aspects of their journey and learned more about the therapy process, a lifelong quest. There is much more, had space allowed, that I might have said, but I hope I have conveyed the deep respect I feel for Richard's work. It's not just that he engaged some wonderfully attuned and careful therapeutic interventions with the right balance, for Alan, between inquiry and challenge, the artfulness of his exquisitely sensitive choice and timing of those interventions and the way he uses himself therapeutically, in service of Alan's growth. Their work has touched me deeply and, although I leave it now with some sadness, I remain grateful for and enriched by Richard's gift. References at D. G. and Stolaro, R.D., 2014. Undergoing the situation, emotional dwelling is more than empathic understanding. International Journal of Psychoanalytic Self-Psychology, 9, 1 at D. G. and Stolaro, R.D., 2016. Walking the Tightrope of Emotional Dwelling. Psychoanalytic Dialogues, 26, 103-108. Baumgardner, Poe and Pearls, F., 1975. Gifts from Lake Cowichan, Legacy from Fritz. Palo Alto CA, Science and Behavior Books. Byrne, E., 1961. In Psychotherapy, A Systematic Individual and Social Try. New York, Grove. C. Ice Japer, M., Mearns, D., Stiles, W. Warner, and Elliott, R., 2004. Developing Self-Pluralistic Perspectives Within the Person-Centered and Experiential Approaches, a Roundtable Dialogue. Person-Centered and Experiential Psychotherapies, D. Young, P.A., 2015. Understanding and Tiding Chronic Shame, a Relational and Neurobiological Approach. New York Routledge. Erskine. R.G., 1991. Transference and Transactions, Critique from an Intrapsychic and Integrative Perspective. Transactional Analysis Journal, 21, 26376.doi.org/io.1176/036215379102100202. Erskine, R.G.IHE Schizoid Process. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 31, 11-6 doi, 10.1176/036215370103100102. Erskine. R.G., 2011. Attachment, Relational Needs, and Psychotherapeutic Presence. Ph.D. Keynote Address, International Integrative Psychotherapy Conference in Vichy, France, April 21. https://integrativetherapy.com/n/articles.php. I'm 3. Erskine. R.G. 2012. Early Affect Confusion, The Borderline Between Despair and Rage. Part I of a Case Study Trilogy. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 3, 2-3-14. Erskine, R.G., 2013a. Balancing on the Borderline of Early Affect Confusion. Part 2 of a Case Study Trilogy. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 4, 139. Erskine, R.G., 2013b. Relational Healing of Early Affect Confusion. Part 3 of a Case Study Trilogy. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, Erskine. R.G., 2015. Relational Patterns. Therapeutic Presence, Concepts and Practice of Integrative Psychotherapy. London, Carnac. Erskine, R.G., 2020. Relational Withdrawal, Attunement to Silence, Psychotherapy of the SQID Process. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, I, 1429. Erskine, R.G., 2, Y21a. Depression or Isolated Attachment. Part I of a 5-part case study on the schizoid process. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 12, 2840. https://integrative journal. comlindex.php/eharticle/jvu/207/113. Erskine, R.G., 2021b. Internal Criticism and Shame, Physical Sensations, and Affect. Part 2 of a 5-part case study on the schizoid process. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 12, 4155. https://integrative journal. comlindex.php/eharticle/article/view/208/114. Erskine, R.G., 20210. Isolation, Loneliness, and a Need to be Loved. Part 3 of a 5-part case study on the schizoid PRCS. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 12, https://integrative journal. comlindex.php/eharticle/view/209/115. Erskine, R.G., 2021d. Therapeutic Withdrawal and Painful Memories. Part 4 of a 5-part case study on the schizoid process. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 12, 6674. https://integrative-journal.com/index.php/ijip/article/view/210/116. Erskine, R.G., 2021e. My Mother's Voice. Part 5 of a 5-part case study on the schizoid process. National Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 12:7588. https://integrative-journal.com/index.php/article/jvu/211/117. Erskine, R.G., 2021f. A Healing Relationship, Commentary on Therapeutic Dialogues. Bicester, UK, Fien 9. Erskine, R.G., and Morsand, J.P., 1988. Integrative Psychotherapy in Action. London, Carnac, 2011. Erskine, R. Go and Morsand, J.P., 2022. IHE Art and Science of Relationship, The Practice of Integrative Psychotherapy. Bicester, U.R., Phoenix. Erskine, R.G., Morsand, J.P., and Trotman, R. in 1999. Beyond Empathy, A Therapy of Contact in Relationship. London, Routledge, 2023. Erskine, R.G., and Trotman, R.L., 1996. Methods of an Integrative Psychotherapy. Transactional Analysis Journal, doi.orneo.1177/0362153796026004110. Erskine, R.G., and Trotman, R. 2003. Resolving Intrapsychic Conflict, Psychotherapy of Parent Ego States. In C. Sills and H. Hargadon, Fowles, Ego States, Key Concepts in Transactional Analysis, Contemporary Views, pp. 109134. London, Worth. Finlay, L. 2008. A Dance Between the Reduction and Reflexivity. Explicating the Phenomenological Psychological Attitude. Journal of Phenomenological Psychology, 39, 1132doi.org 10.1163/156916208x311601. Finlay, in 2013. Unfolding the Phenomenological Research PRC Kess, Iterative Stages of Seeing Afresh. Journal of Humanistic Psychology, 531-7201.doi.org/10.1177/0022167812453877. Finlay, 2016a. Relational Integrative Psychotherapy. Engaging Process and Theory in Practice. Hoboken, New Jersey. Wiley Blackwell. Finlay, L. 2016b. Therapeutic Presence as Embodied, Relational Being. International Journal of Psychotherapy, 217-30. Finlay, in 2019. Practical Ethics in Counseling and Psychotherapy. A Relational Approach. London, Finlay, L. 2021. Phenomenological Use of Self in Integrative Psychotherapy. Applying Philosophy to Practice. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, 12:114-141. https://integrative-journal. co.dexphp/ehub/article view/167/123. Finlay, 2022. The Therapeutic Use of Self in Counseling and Psychotherapy. London, Sage. Finlay, L., and Evans, K. 2009. Relational-Centered Research for Psychotherapists, Exploring Meanings and Experience. Hoboken, New Jersey. Wiley Blackwell. Geller, S.M., and Greenberg, L.S., 2002. Therapeutic Presence, A Therapist's Experience of Presence in the Psychotherapy Encounter. Person-Centered and Experiential Psychotherapies, 1-271-86. Husserl, E., 1936. The Crisis of European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology. Evanston, Illinois, Northwestern University Press, 1970. Heichner, R., 1991. Between Person and Person, Toward a Dialogical Psychotherapy. New York, Gestalt Journal Press, 1993. Heichner, R., 2017. What Does It Mean to Be a Relational Psychotherapist? Lecture. Counselling and Psychotherapy Institute, Scarborough, UK, September 8. Jacobs, L., 2017. Hopes, Fears and Enduring Relational Themes. British Gestalt Journal, 26, 1716. Art Transformational Restoring Creativity. Springfield, Illinois, Charles C. Thomas. Levine, P.A., 2011. Waking the Tiger, Healing Trauma: The Innate Capacity to Transform Overwhelming Experiences. Berkeley, CA, North Atlantic. McFerrin, K. So and Finlay, 10, 2018. Resistance as a Dance Between Client and Therapist. Body, Movement and Dance in Psychotherapy, 114-127. McWilliams, N., 2017. Core Competency 2, Therapeutic Stance Attitude. In Arbarsness, ed., Core Competencies in Relational Psychoanalysis, A Guide to Practice, Study and Research, pp 87-104. Abingdon, UK, Routledge. Merleau-Ponty, M., 1945. Phenomenology of Perception. C. Smith, Transaction. I.A., Endon, Routledge and Keegan Paul, 1962. Norcross, J. and Lambert, M.J., eds. 2019. Psychotherapy Relationships That Work, Volume I, Evidence-Based Therapist Contributions, 3rd ed. New York, Oxford University Press. Norcross, J.C., and Wampold, B.E., 2018. A New Therapy for Each Patient, Evidence-Based Relationships and Responsiveness. Journal of Clinical Psychology, 74, 11/18/89-1906 doi.org JIO.1002/JCLP22678 Pearls, F., 1973. The Gestalt Approach and Eyewitness to Therapy. Palo Alto, CA, Science and Behavior Romanishan, RD Therapy and the Theatre of Soul, the Drama of Performance. Keynote Address, New Zealand Association of Psychotherapy, February 23, 26. http://Robert Romani SHYN. Sayer, G., and Coons, G. Enduring Intimate Relationships as Ethical and More Than Ethical, inspired by M. Manuel Levinas and Martin Buber. Journal of Flow Theoretical and Philosophical Psychology, 25, 224-237 Doyernio.1037, H00912660. Schneider, K.J., 2008. Existential Integrative Psychotherapy, Guideposts to the Core of Practice. New York, Routledge. Schwartz, R.C., 2001. Introduction to the Internal Family Systems Model. Oak Park, Illinois, Trailheads. Watkins, J.G., and Watkins, 11.11. 1997, Ego States, Theory and Therapy. New York, W. W. Norton. Wirtz, F., 2005. Phenomenological Research Methods for Counseling Psychology. Journal of Counseling Psychology, 52, 167-177 donorg/10.1037/0022-0167.52.2.167. Yalem, L.D., 2001. IHE Gift of Therapy, An Open Letter to a New Generation of Therapists and AHER Patients, revised and updated ed. London, Piatkus. Chapter 13 The Role of Shame in the Development of the Schizoid Process. Lynn Martin. Years ago, I received a call from a woman who was for me to work with her adult daughter Carmen, who had just been discharged from a psychiatric unit. Normally I would expect an adult client to make their own contact and request for therapy, but the in her mother's voice convinced me to make an exception. It was also clear that her daughter did not have the capacity to make the request for herself due to her deeply depressed state and inability to connect with the world in any meaningful way. Carmen had made several attempts to take her own life and had a history of chronic abdominal pain dating back to her adolescence, the cause of which could not be established despite 7 exploratory laparoscopies. A small amount of endometriosis had been found, but not nearly enough to justify the level of pain that Carmen was. Carmen had first engaged in counseling for 2 years at school when she was between 14 and 16 years old. She had more counseling during her university years, followed by 3 BLCWKS of cognitive behavioral therapy, through her XTO-UROS surgery, in her 20s. None of the therapy she had been offered so far had been useful. She was in her early 30s, and on long and term sick leave from her work in the pharmaceutical industry when we worked together. Her therapy is ongoing as I write this chapter, and we have talked about the potential impact of my writing, including the possibility that her agreement to my using her material came from a compliant, transferential place. We have considered that we might use this text in her ongoing therapy, slowly exploring and dealing with the inevitable shame that is stimulated through our exploration of her therapeutic journey so far. At the beginning of the work, Carmen was taking a total of 11 different types of prescribed medication, including 2 antidepressants and an antipsychotic, high of opiate medication and other analgesia, hormone treatment, and a nerve BLCXK every few months, none of which appeared to have any impact on her level of physical pain or her depressed mood. Whether the physical pain was a manifestation of her psychological pain or vice versa was an important consideration for me. The word pain comes from the Latin pona, meaning punishment or penalty, so I wondered physical pain was a form of unconscious self-punishment or a kind of self-destructive, although Carmen described it to me during one of our sessions as a big hug. We discover that in the course of the child's development, pain and relief of pain enter into the formation of interpersonal, object, relations and into the concepts of good and bad, reward and punishment, success and failure. Pain becomes par excellence a means of assuaging guilt and thereby influences object relationships. Engel, 1959. While the link between somatic and psychogenic pain has been well discussed in the psychiatric literature for many years, Bass, 1990, Bloomer and Heilbronn, 1982, Engel, 1959, Lyrer, 20, K. Karmer. Physical pain and depressive symptoms had been treated individually and separately since their onset in her adolescence, without success. Her pain and her suicidal intent would always increase when the status quo was threatened, and especially if anyone suggested that she was getting better. When I suggested to her that taking responsibility for the management of her medication represented a step forward, she described my comment as a slap in the face. This was an example of my misattunement to her relational needs, Erskine et al., 1999, in that moment. I believe that she really needed to continue to define herself, and for me to be accepting of her without judgment, instead of validating her change in behavior, which meant that I was defining her. My first impression of Carmen was that she was overweight, unkempt, and older than her years. Much of the excess weight was a side effect of her medication. Through her heavy sedation she found coherent thought difficult, and her ability to verbalize was initially exceedingly difficult, at times impossible. For an intelligent woman, this inability to articulate her thoughts and feelings stimulated shame and reinforced her script beliefs of being useless, worthless, and unable to do anything right. During this first phase of therapy, my task was simply to be a stable, dependable other who had no agenda and no expectations of Carmen. I imposed no time scale where she was expected to be well and returning to work. My focus was on careful rhythmic attunement, not too fast so that she felt overwhelmed and not slow so that she felt abandoned. It took many sessions of my sitting and waiting for her to feel safe enough in our relationship for her to begin to emerge. All the psychological assessments and offers of therapy from the psychiatric services that Carmen had not found helpful simply increased her shame and belief that everything is her fault. She told me that her husband had constantly shamed her for not being able to do anything right. If she vacuumed the carpet, he would find pet hairs that she had missed. If she chopped vegetables, he would claim that they were the wrong size. He told her that it was her fault that their marriage had failed. At work, if she was summoned to her manager's office, she always assumed that she had done something wrong. Her final attempt to hang herself came after a failed attempt by hospital staff to carry out a nerve BLCXK. She naturally that this was her fault, and the failed nerve BLCWK, coinciding with my absence at a conference, overwhelmed Carmen, and suicide seemed to be the only way she could withdraw far enough. Yontef, 2001. Suggests, suspended in the death-level conflict between total isolation and being swallowed up, these individuals often feel tired of life and the urge for temporary death. IBIS is not active suicide, just exhaustion from living a life with insufficient nourishment. P11, however, for Carmen, after so many years of a battle to which she could see no end, it was another active attempt at ending her life. Fairbairn, 1932. Suggests that people who develop ischemic paroxysm are bought up by parents who were unable to demonstrate tender, loving emotions, causing the child to rejection and to withdraw into an inner world, which is safer, but lonely. Carmen was the only child of professional parents who Carmen experienced as having no time for her. She had a clear script message that she was always in the way. Both Masterson, 1988, and Yontef, 2001, describe the cold, disconnected childhood experience of someone who develops a schizoid PRCXS. On several occasions Carmen told me that her father's view of children was that they were a sexually transmitted disease. When she first told me this, there was no feeling in her voice, as if she had just told me that it was raining. Over time, with each new telling, the distress and shame that this view of herself caused her more and more apparent. She was eventually able to connect with an appropriate angry response to being defined in this way by her father. Each new appropriate expression of affect, especially anger, coincided with an improvement in her mood and a decrease in her physical pain. Through careful attunement to Carmen's capacity to connect with her own outrage, my role during this time was to assess what would be an appropriate response from me. If I had expressed my own indignation I would have at nids with Carmen's recipe, NSE, and offering my judgment on the parents who she still relied on so heavily would have been counterproductive. I attempted to get a picture of Carmen's in early adult life through historical inquiry, which was difficult due to the heavy doses of medication which made her barely able to stay awake in our first year or of therapy. I felt as though I was just holding a space where there were no demands, no criticisms, no definitions. IHE first real breakthrough after nearly 2 years when she said, "I'm not worth anything." Then immediately, without being prompted by me, she changed the statement to, "I don't believe I'm worth anything." This shows that her self-definition was changing and she was becoming more aware of the script decisions that she had made early in her life. Often during the first few years of therapy with Carmen I would think to myself that we were just chatting. We chatted about birds, gardening, wildlife, anything as long as it was a safe subject that didn't require any deep self-exploration or expression of affect. I took this to supervision regularly and always felt criticized by my RNSE, which was to occasion my lack of working at depth and challenging Carmen. IBIS of course stimulated my own shame within the therapy RCU.M, paralleling Carmen's shame for getting it wrong. I always returned from my supervision sessions resolved to challenge Carmen to go and to express more of what she was experiencing phenomenologically. I was aware that sometimes I felt irritated by Carmen's inability to work at greater depth and I was at risk of projecting my shame onto my client and blaming her for her lack of progress in the work, a blame that was, of course, familiar throughout life and which would have confirmed her script that it was all her fault. From what I now know about working with someone who has such a profound schemed process, my intuitive way of working was exactly what Carmen needed, providing an attuned, holding environment, Bowlby, 1969, which she had never experienced as an infant, so that she never developed an emotional attachment to her mother or father. My aim was to encourage a healthy attachment to me that would act as a template for developing other healthy emotional attachments. I believe that what appeared to be somewhat superficial conversation also had a protective function. It kept us away from any deep connection that might allow an exploration of affect that was deeply buried, for fear of the impact it may have on her ability to manage relationships within which she experienced a considerable amount of ambivalence. These relationships included her parents, her husband, and possibly me as well. It also reflects Gunter Vasterisk, 1962, schemed compromise, where we could be in relationship providing the level of intimacy was superficial. Another profoundly harmful script belief was that she was in the way. Both her parents were successful career and toward the end of her primary they were to new posts in a different town. Carmen was left at the family home during the week, cared for by a neighbor, while her parents worked away. They returned each weekend, but Carmen's memory was of no attempt to engage with her needs, rather expecting her to fit into the activities in which they engaged. Later in her therapy she connected with some intense rage toward both her parents and her husband. As a child she relied entirely on her parents. She rarely mentioned extended family and as an only child they were all she had. At the beginning of her therapy she continued to rely on them as they held her medication, delivering one day's supply at a time, so she was unconsciously replaying her as she began to get in touch with her anger toward her husband. She realized that he had never made her a priority. For example, he refused to take a day off work when Carmen needed to go into hospital for a surgical procedure. She would not be able to drive herself home again, and the anesthetic meant that she was advised not to be alone for 24 hours after the operation. He arranged for someone to pick Carmen up from the hospital and drop her at the door to their house. Sometimes as I reflected on our work, I would notice the changes that she was making and found it hard to understand how chatting could be, possibly help to make changes. Now I understand that the importance of our chatting was that it enabled the secure bond to form with no threat to Carmen's integrity. It was a place where there was no risk of her being shamed and provided a relationship where she felt accepted and where there was nothing demanded of her. Just to sit in silence with Carmen would have been shaming, as she would have believed that she was bad for not being able to fill the silence. Nathanson, 1992, describes of defenses against shame including withdrawal and attacks on the self, and I had to learn the IMIX, dance of both rhythmic and effective attunement in avoiding a schizoid withdrawal when making any phenomenological inquiry. Her inability to express her phenomenological experience would lead to shame. The defense against shame is the denial of the need for relationship and consequent withdrawal. Erskine, 1995. Erskine, 1995, suggests that shame is a complex process involving a diminished self-concept, a lowering of one's self-worth in confluence with the external humiliation and or previously introjected criticism to a defensive translation of sadness and fear, and 3. A disavowal and retroflexion of anger. Her disavowal of anger was absolute, and I considered that part of my role was to help Carmen to reconnect with her retroflected anger at a pace that was tolerable and acceptable within her script beliefs. In the first few years of her therapy, any mention of anger would send Carmen into a defensive withdrawal, as she experienced anger as shameful and leading to conflict. If I mentioned anger, she would always respond with, "I don't like conflict." In the relationship with her parents, she would go to any length to avoid expressing her anger toward them, sometimes cutting her legs with scissors as a way of retroflecting her anger, particularly toward her mother. Any attempt at phenomenological inquiry in the early years of her therapy would result in Carmen looking frightened. Being unable to answer my questions about what she was experiencing internally led to her feeling shamed because she thought that she ought to know. So, when I noticed the tension in Carmen's body and the darkness of her frown, I would tentatively say, "As you say that, you sound angry." Her NSE in the early part of therapy would be to twist her fingers. Her feet would point inwards and raised up to give the impression that she was so small that her feet couldn't reach the ground, and she would respond with, "But I don't feel angry," in the very high-pitched voice of a young child. The obvious defensive position that she adopted at these times was a clear message to me that I had overstepped the mark in noticing the anger that terrified her and had been disavowed. It was a clear misattunement on my part that would result in a schizoid withdrawal for Carmen. However, without gentle invitations to notice her anger, no progress could have been made. Gradually, through my noticing when either her tone of voice or her language suggested that she was experiencing an angry response to something or someone, she slowly began to recognize her affect, and she gradually learned to express her feelings more authentically. As I was working in conjunction with local psychiatric services, I attended Carmen's case reviews at her request. I met with her psychiatrist and community psychiatric nurse. Her GP and parents were initially also present. At these meetings I received a lot of criticism for not working in a more solution-focused and time-limited way. The reports that were written following these meetings continually reiterated that open-ended therapy was not effective and that a planned and managed ending that is effective from the onset is of most therapeutic value. Throughout our work, any suggestion that her therapy needed to be time-limited would stimulate a schizoid withdrawal and an increase in physical pain for Carmen. As Guntrup, 1962, states, is certainly no quick and easy way of making a stable and mature adult personality out of the legacy of an undermined childhood, p. 273. Her psychiatric diagnosis was of avoidant and dependent personality disorder with recurrent depression, and I'm reminded of Johnson's view of the continuum from schizoid personality disorder at one end and the avoidant style at the other. Johnson, 1994. In his description of the early development of the schizoid process, Johnson suggests that the hatred of the caretaking parent will be introjected and will to suppress the life force of the organism, such that movement and breathing are inhibited and there develops an involuntary tightening of the musculature to restrain the life force. 1994, p. 75. Whenever Carmen felt any challenge from me, no matter how small or gentle, I would notice that she had stopped breathing. Also, when she first began to feel the tears pricking behind her eyes, she so overwhelmed that she would completely stop breathing and tense her whole body as if she were trying to disappear. For a long time I had to gently remind her to breathe whenever she began to cry. Initially her crying was silent and clearly painful as it resulted in a tensing of every muscle in her in an attempt to prevent the tears flowing. Reminding her to breathe resulted in a huge intake of breath followed by a loud, body-racking sob. Throughout the first few years of therapy, Carmen would panic at any suggestion that she was getting better. Any suggestion that she was improving would send her into a spiral of increased physical pain and suicidal thoughts. Her pain and incapacity had become part of her identity, without which she said that she didn't know who she was. She saw herself not as someone who was experiencing pain, but that she was the pain. She also said that she was afraid that if she got better, no one would like her. During this first phase of therapy, when she was still taking large doses of medication, she made collections of her tablets as an insurance that if life became too unbearable, she could end it with certainty. Initially I talked with her about how she could give up the medication collection to me of. The second collection she agreed to take to her daughter's surgery. Relinquishing this insurance increased her anxiety, and after the second collection had been surrendered, I was greatly concerned about her physical safety. As I reflected on our work, I realized that I was not attuning to Carmen's needs. In telling me her collection of medication, she was attempting to paint a picture for me of the existential dilemma of someone who has developed a schizoid process. My focus had been much more about what I considered to be my ethical duty to keep my client safe and prevent her from completing suicide. In fact, I really said that my oversimplistic of keeping Carmen safe, by removing the lethal collection of medication, was similar to how her parents would respond, rather than an empathetic consideration of what was really for my client by attuning and inquiring. I then really said that Carmen would probably be safer if she was allowed to keep her insurance because she would be in control. Without the collection of medication, she would look for other ways that she could kill herself, and as she had already attempted strangulation a number of times, this was a real danger. Having written to her psychiatrist, explaining the situation and my thinking, he responded by agreeing with me, and Carmen was allowed to hold her collection until she was ready to give it up. This had the effect of immediately reducing her level of anxiety, which gave us an opportunity to focus our efforts on strengthening her sense of self as potent in the world. Carmen has gradually learned to identify her angry response, almost as though she was learning a foreign language, and through my assurances that her anger is justifiable, she has learned how to express herself in an appropriate way, which enables her to maintain relationship with the person who is the object of her anger. Lang, 1960, in describing the schizoid person says, "Such a is not able to experience himself, together with others or at home in the world, but, on the contrary, he experiences himself in despairing aloneness and isolation. Moreover, he does not experience himself as a complete but rather as split in various ways, perhaps as a mind more or less tenuously linked to as two or more selves, and so on." P.L. Carmen had spent her whole life isolated from other people. She just had no idea how to be in an intimate relationship. Her husband fit her life script as he clearly had similar interpersonal difficulties, and although we didn't explore their relationship at any depth, I believe they probably had interlocking scripts. This made their divorce inevitable as Carmen became more able to enjoy being in relationship and developed a healthy autonomy. She had very few friends at school, and when she began to work, she also found it difficult to relate to others. When she came into therapy, the only people she described as friends were the friends of her parents. She has been on sick leave from her job in the pharmaceutical industry for a number of years and was eventually made redundant. This gave her the freedom to begin to volunteer in a variety of roles in her rural community. This gradually led to part-time paid work in a local primary SCHCX, working with some of the more challenging children, and latterly a more substantial role in another primary school, again, supporting children who display challenging behavior. She still has a rather small friendship group, but one of the most exciting developments for me was when she began dating and found a new partner with whom she has a sound, loving, mature relationship. In summary, the greatest need of a child is to obtain conclusive assurance, a. that he is genuinely loved as a person by his parents, and b. that his parents genuinely accept his love. It is only insofar as such assurance is forthcoming in a form sufficiently convincing to enable him to depend safely upon his real objects, parents, that he is able to gradually renounce infantile dependence without misgiving. In the absence of such assurance, his relationships to his objects is fraught with too much anxiety over separation to enable him to renounce the attitude of infantile dependence. For such a renunciation would be equivalent in his eyes to forfeiting all hope of ever obtaining the satisfaction of his unsatisfied emotional needs. Frustration of his desire to be loved as a person, and frustration of his desire to have his love accepted, is the greatest trauma that a child can experience. Fairbairn, 1952, pages 39 to 40, Carmen never received such assurance from her busy, professional parents. She felt in the way, not important, and everything was her fault. She is now living fully independent of her parents, with whom she now has a more robust adult-adult relationship within which she is able to express her needs as well as her feelings toward them. She has no problem expressing healthy anger toward them and other people in a respectful, relational way. As our work has progressed, she has gradually ceased taking all medication and is now as pain-free as the general population. She has now learned to associate an increase in physiological into unexpressed emotions, especially anger and disappointment. Years ago, she joined a group where she is using artistic expression. She has shared some of the creative work that she had completing in this group. This artwork has really helped her to connect with some deep anger and sadness. As she spoke about the images, I thought I detected an unspoken question in her voice as she was describing the images. Why did we not use these techniques earlier in my therapy? I eyed her and asked if my thinking was correct. She exploded, looked thoughtful for a while, then without me saying a word, she just said, "I would have been completely overwhelmed." I felt an element of relief here, as I had heard my supervisor's voice for a moment criticizing me over the years for not challenging Carmen much more robustly. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity that working with Carmen has given me to learn about the role that shame plays in the development of a schizoid process, and I feel privileged that she trusted me enough to stay with through my learning how to be with her. That enabled the healing of the split within herself. Her courage to stay alive when she believed that there was no hope of anything ever changing has been inspirational for me to experience. I have also learned to consider that for people, suicide might just be the ultimate scheme. References base, L. 199. Somatization, Physical Symptoms and Psychological Illness. Oxford, Blackwell Scientific. Bloomer, Du and Heilbronn, M. 1982. Chronic pain is a variant of depressive disease, pain-prone disorder. Journal of Neuroscience and Mental Disease, 170:381-406. Bowlby, J. 1969. Attachment and Loss, Volume J, Attachment. New York, Basic Books. Engel, G. 1959. Psychogenic Pain and the Pain-Prone Patient. American Journal of Medicine, 26:899-918. Erskine, R.G., 1995. A Gestalt Therapy Approach to Shame and Self-Righteousness, Theory and Myths. British Gestalt Journal, 4, 2107-117. Erskine, R.G., Morsand, J.P., and Trotman, R., 1999. Beyond Empathy, A Therapy of Contact in Relationship. London, Routledge, 2023. Fairbairn, W.R.D., 1952. Psychoanalytic Studies of the Personality. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul. Guntrup, H. 1962. Leahy-Schemid Compromise and Therapeutic Stalemate. British Journal of Medical Psychology, 35, 273-288. Johnson, S.M., 1994. Character Styles. New York, W. W. Norton. Lang, R.D., 1960. The Divided Self, London, Penguin. Masterson, J.F., 1988. The Search for the Real Self, Unmasking the Personality Disorders of Our Age. New York, Free Press. Nathanson, D.J., 1992. Shame and Pride, Affect, Sex, and the Birth of Self. New York, W. W. Norton. Tyrer, S., 2006. Psychosomatic Pain. British Journal of Psychiatry, 188, 190-193. Yontef, G., 2001. Psychotherapy of Schizoid Paroxysm. Transactional Analysis Journal, 3/1723. Part ill Client's Perspectives on the Psychotherapy Chapter 14, Come Closer, but Keep Your Distance, A Client's Perspective on the Psychotherapy of Schizoid Process. Lee Bettles, well, come back, and have tea with us, said Moonface. Silky's got some pop biscuits and I've made some Google buns. I don't often make them and I tell you they're a treat. Enid Blyton. I entered the profession of psychotherapy with an intense desire to help people heal from the relational disruptions and traumas that they had endured in their lives. Little did I realize that I also had a troubled child inside of me, who required a healing relationship in order to feel alive and authentic. In doing my psychotherapy training, I was able to understand the relational conflicts that shaped the adult I had become. Importantly, with a couple of attuned psychotherapists, I was able to give that troubled inner child a voice, understanding, and a sense of inner. This chapter is a sharing of the positive outcomes of some of the psychotherapy work I have done over the years. I particularly want to share with colleagues what I have learned from one specific hour of intensive therapy that had a profound impact on my life, to the extent that I no longer need to withdraw in scryal relationships. I no longer feel alone, as I am at peace within myself. This chapter contains an unedited transcript of an hour-long therapy session, which I did during a 5-day professional training program with Richard Erskine. I was initially attracted to Richard's training programs because I was impressed with his writings on the theory and methods of a developmentally based, relationally focused psychotherapy. He was offering a series of workshops in the UK on the psychotherapy of shame and self-righteousness, narcissism, the early affect confusion of the borderline client, and the psychotherapy of the schizoid process. I wanted to know so much more about the practice of a relational-oriented psychotherapy, so I signed up for the extensive training program. As Richard described the schizoid process, it was as though he was talking ALX, L1 to me. His illustrations of the schizoid compromise put words to my emotional distress, my self-criticism, my loneliness, my emotional withdrawal in many social situations, and, importantly, when I needed to connect with a sense of inner. Erskine, 2001. The psychotherapy session that I describe below helped me to know, not just cognitively, but in the depths of my LX-dy, that I am not alone. I lived my child hockey in an environment of secrecy. I was unable to freely talk about what was happening in my family, and certainly not what was happening within me. I was brought up in a society that did not recognize or talk about what went on within the family, and certainly not the domestic violence between my parents. I had grown to believe that I must not talk about my experience, and if I did, bad things would happen. I was fearful about talking. In my fantasy, I would lose the people around me who I depended on for my survival. The combination of the brutal conflict between my parents and my fantasy led me to feel isolated and alone. I felt a sense of deep shame, as I had internalized the belief that I was bad and that there was something wrong with me. In my SCHCX L class, I cowered in my chair, terrified of being seen and unable to raise my hand or use my voice to speak out. I can remember answering the teacher's questions in my mind, but by the time I could find the words to answer, the class had moved on to the next question. I was so scared of getting it wrong. One day I was asked to stand up in class and talk. I accidentally said a word wrong and the whole class laughed at me. I felt ashamed and there blushing and wishing I could disappear. Each time I went over this event in my mind, it reinforced my script belief that I should not speak out. I remember my mother attending parents' evening. An evening that I dreaded because I struggled academically. But I thought that at least I would get a review from my geography teacher. I loved to hear about different countries and how landscapes formed with meandering rivers. But on this evening my mum came back and said that my teacher told her that I showed a lack of interest in the lessons and was always out of the window or not paying attention. I was upset by this. He had misinterpreted the times that I was struggling to do the work and be part of the class. This led me to feel like I did not belong, I was the odd one out. When I struggled with the work, I would itch out of the window and wish I was somewhere else and not there, or I would go to my sanctuary, my special place of internal quiet, for a break from the anxiety and pressure of feeling that I had to get things right. My parents did not have high expectations of me. I knew that my brother was the brainy one, and in response I developed a strong internal critic telling me I can't learn, and stupid. I also told myself, I'm fat and ugly. As I grew older and got a job, my internal critic intensified. I told myself again and again, I'm stupid and wants me as a friend. As a result of these script beliefs, I could not trust anyone. Consequently, these script beliefs led me to adapt. I separated myself from people around me. I stopped myself from getting close with anyone, and I concluded that I desperately needed to protect myself from people. I told myself, I can't trust anyone, people will hurt me, if people really know me. They will shame and reject me. Although I desperately wanted to liked, I avoided anything that would make a conflict and possibly lead to a break in the relationship. All through this time, I knew that I had the ability to go inside myself to my private sanctuary. At a party I could look as though I was enjoying the music and dancing, but I had the ability to space out. I would go to my special place of peace and quiet. I wanted a family and children, but marriage brought the realization that I needed help to deal with my past and to be able to form lasting relationships. My partner was not a talkative person, which was $0 in the beginning because I too was silent much of the time. But as I did my therapy and training, I started to be able to use my voice and express myself. I realized that I needed to be with someone to whom I could talk. Over time I got more frustrated and angrier. With the question, why would he not listen or talk to me? I hated seeing him sit in his chair with a massive newspaper up over his face. Paper reminded me of an iron wall, leaving me on the outside. There was no face or connection. I felt alone again. An intense therapy session. It was the afternoon and of the third day of a 5-day professional training workshop that Richard Erskine was conducting in Manchester, UK. I had previously attended five-day training workshops with Richard. In these professional development workshops, Richard would lecture on specific topics, engage the training group in discussions about personality theory and how it applied to their clients, invite us to present cases for peer discussion and demonstrate various psychotherapy methods with members of the group who volunteered to have an hour of psychotherapy with Richard. As usual in the training group, the colleagues were sitting on several comfortable chairs in a large oval. I was king for a place to sit where I could watch and learn. The group had asked Richard to demonstrate how he would work with a client who uses relational withdrawal as a way to manage their emotions. Richard asked for a volunteer, specifically for someone who may have identified with what he had teaching the previous 3 mornings. While Richard had been teaching about the qualities of psychotherapy that are essential for healing the various splits in a client's sense of self, I was thinking, I know what he is talking about. Earlier that day I had several memories of the times when I hid myself from people, searching for a secure place in my mind. I timidly said to Richard, I kinda want to work, and at the same time I was for someone else to volunteer. In my mind anyone else would be more worthy of the opportunity to work with Richard than me. My old self-criticism was coming into play. My wish was to conform to what the other person wanted of me, to avoid conflict and competition, to maintain the appearance of relationship by always being quiet and pleasant. I was frozen in place. It took me almost half a minute to move toward Richard. I instinctively knew that the confidentiality and intimacy, so central to this unique training group, provided the necessary security for me to be vulnerable, to expose what had been my secret for many years. I needed the gentle, patient strength that I saw Richard provide to others in the group, and I also needed to reveal myself in front of a group of colleagues whom I respected. As a reader, you may wonder if I was in transference with Richard and the group. Yes, indeed, I was in an emotional transference with both the group and Richard. I needed a healing relationship, someone on whom I could rely, someone who would understand my nonverbal story, who would validate my inner. I also needed the group members' acknowledgement and acceptance of who I am. I needed a new group experience in order to counteract my intense sense of shame. The following is an uncut, word-for-word, transcript of our therapeutic transactions. Richard, come sit over here, so that I'm not twisting my neck around and we're facing each other. As I approached, I was aware of my apprehension. I was feeling unsure and somehow younger. What would happen? What should I say? Could I do this? The sensations in my arms, legs, and neck indicated to me that my as stiffening. Lee, I'm still a bit curious about our eye contact, as I still find it hard and you're really staring at me now. My voice was a little shaky and I gave a nervous laugh. I was feeling so uncomfortable about the way Richard was king at me. His face seemed intense. He looked interested, as though he wanted to know what I had to say. There was a sense of confusion as he gave me his full attention and the look of anyone who cares. I just was not used to being looked at like this. It crossed my mind that I may not be able to stay king face to face with Richard. Richard, I want to see you. Lee, yeah. My tone-off voice suggested that I was half agreeing but half surprised that he had said this. I didn't know how to react to Richard's comment. I wanted to move on, away from me hiring the crew's off-eyes attention, but I did volunteer. I thought, it will be 0K. An important reaction that was my way of calming myself. Richard, I never realized how blue your eyes were before. Lee, I think it depends on what I wear as well. They stand out a bit more. I was making polite conversation. I had been brought up to do this social skill and thought it was the right thing to do. At the same time, I was able to calm myself, as I knew what I had said was appropriate. Richard, but you said that you were identifying with Lee. I was identifying with 9-second pause, I suppose withdrawing with PEOPLE and 6-second pause, and because of the eye contact with you, like going into my own place and not connecting with people. 'Cause I was saying about how in the previous 5-lay workshop I was kind of very aware of how I didn't make contact with you. I had been aware of deliberately not making contact with people on the previous 5-day workshop. At that time, I had needed to keep myself separated. My internal critic was causing me to hesitate. My cheeks turned red hot. I was full of shame as I admitted to myself that I had done this. But I needed to take a few seconds to think about what had made me volunteer. Why was I sitting there? Richard, do you think I demand it? Lee, do you think you demand it? I started to have difficulty focusing on what Richard was saying and I felt confused. I was returning to my adult self and was trying to concentrate on the questions, so that I could get the answers right. Demand seemed like a harsh word and I was feeling uncomfortable in my stomach. As I tried to repeat his question, his words didn't make sense to me or seem to connect with what we were talking Richard, no. Do you think I demand that you be in contact? Lee, no. I'm not aware of it anyway. I didn't think Richard was being demanding in any way. I was now aware of the people sitting around me. I was listening to the questions and struggling to give Richard the right answers. Richard, did you feel pressure to do so? Lee, no. When I think of the previous 5-day workshop, I think we worked well. I went away and I didn't feel overwhelmed, as maybe I have been in the past, so it was good. Richard, you had been ALN, that and I wanted to take your concern into consideration. Lee, 8-second pause, yeah. Richard had read the email I had sent to him about my intense feelings after a previous workshop. He remembered that I did not want to go away from the workshop overwhelmed. It felt reassuring that he had taken my request seriously. I felt more comfortable and secure sitting with Richard. In the past I had the quiet one, not giving an opinion, going along with what others wanted to do. Because of these I never made a direct impact on anyone. My friends were organizers and sorted out what we were doing, and I just complied with their decisions. I was amazed that my request had been heard and responded to by Richard. I realized that I had made an impact on Richard. His response was so different from what I had experienced in other relationships. Richard, I wonder what would happen right now, if you took some time to go to a safer internal place with my support and encouragement? Lee, what's coming into my mind is going away will mean getting in touch with the loneliness. Which is really hard. Richard, you don't go all the way away, go halfway away? Lee, are you saying that I just go halfway away? Or do I go all the way? I was returning to a younger age. Again, I felt confused and anxious, my senses were not working. My hearing deteriorated and I could not understand what Richard was saying. The words become fuzzy. Like when I was young, what was being said didn't make sense. When I got confused, my anxiety increased. It was a vicious circle because when I was a child it was necessary to get it right, but if I was anxious, I could not understand and therefore I could not get it right. I was frightened, lonely, and sought refuge in silence. Richard, yes. You said if I go all the way away you'll get in touch with the loneliness. Lee, I guess it depends on the situation. Richard, well, see what would happen if you just your eyes. Lee, 0k. Richard, and see if you can go away, even while Finn here watching over you. 6-second pause, and I'm not going to do anything abruptly or fast. I'm not gonna surprise you. 5-second pause, I'm going to stay right here, watching over you. Richard's facial expressions seemed really important to me at that moment. It stimulated a memory of waiting for my father to come home. If he had a normal, stress-free happy face it was 0k to go and greet him, but if he had that angry menacing look it was a sign that I needed to quickly retreat to my for safety, as it was likely that he would cause an argument with my mom. The arguments never were about earth-ant matters, in his mind she did things against him on purpose. I was aware of Richard's calm, slow, caring voice. My breathing had become deeper, slower, and I relaxed my shoulders. I felt safer with the knowledge that Richard was taking care of me. I felt reassured that he would not let anything bad or shocking happen. His voice gave me the sense of being held safely. I was aware he was not close and not too far away. Richard created a safe environment that was a great contrast to the chaos around me during my childhood. As a child there was no one to help regulate my emotions and to help me to understand what was happening. I needed the adults to stop the overwhelming shouting between them. I was caught in their violence. I did not have any control at those times of what was going on, neither outside, nor inside my psyche. Lee, 15-second pause, it feels like it went up in my eyes to just check that you're still there. As soon as I shut my eyes I was in a different place, dark and alone. I could not see Richard face to gather any information or reassurance that all would be 0k. Everything was black and I was alone. No longer was I in the familiar room with my colleagues. And I could not find my peaceful sanctuary place. It was cold and dark. I became alert, and I began to panic. I needed to see Richard's face for reassurance, to hear his calm reassuring voice in order to feel safe. Richard, I'm right here and I'm going to stay here. 18-second pause, I'm paying attention to how fast your heart is beating. So, I suspect you're scared. Lee, I'm just anxious. Richard, anxious. Lee, because it feels like I'm on my own, with my eyes closed. Over the years I have developed the ability to diminish the significance of my anxiety by saying to myself that I am just anxious. I often convinced myself that the current situation is not so. These little phrases helped me to stop myself from overwhelmed. These self-regulating techniques had helped me in many situations, but they had not solved the underlying issue of being both terrified and lonely. I longed for resolution of my terror and loneliness, and that was why I was taking the risk of revealing my true self to Richard. Richard, 17-second pause, alone. 25-second pause, and I'm going to be right here with you, while you're on your own. Lee, 6-second pause, it kinda doesn't matter if you're there or not, because I know I can just be in my head and be 0k. What I did not say out loud was, it's 0k because I can go to my sanctuary where I can feel calm and safe, and no one need know that I have gone. Most of the time it seemed like going to my sanctuary just happened. But with the help of my ongoing therapy, I uncovered the 3 ways in which I would retreat to my sanctuary. I became still and said nothing, I stared into space without any focus, or I would focus on the sensations in my body. With each of these 3 ways I could slip into my sanctuary where I would be fairly safe from the 1k potential of invading chaos. After this psychotherapy with Richard, I realized that repeating words over and over again, like a mantra, was another way to ease into my private place of peace and quiet. Some of my clients who used dissociation to handle overwhelming emotions have described their out of experiences where they are observing the abuse inflicted on them but without physical sensations or emotions. To these clients it is as though the trauma did not happen to them, an "it's not me" experience. My experience of withdrawing into my sanctuary was different from dissociation. I've would go to my internal no place, a place without people. But I was not dissociated. I was always me, still in the room and watching, but I was not in emotional contact with anyone. Friends did not notice, they could not see my internal struggle. I was out, which was how I described what I was doing to myself. In some threatening situation my withdrawal seemed to happen almost automatically, like flicking a light switch. On other occasions going to the no place was much slower, like turning the dimmer switch for a light. My sanctuary provided me with calmness, peace, and a place to be me. Although a disadvantage of retreating to my sanctuary was that I lost my sense of time. Often, I did not notice that I had withdrawn into my private place. I worried about my spacing out and how it may be affecting my life. I knew that it was often necessary to record training workshops and supervision sessions because I was afraid I would space out and miss important information and not understand what was being presented. I remember that in my early therapy sessions I frequently had an intense pull to withdraw into my sanctuary. Richard, 11-second pause, so it does repeat matter. 11-second pause, such an inlay redundant phrase. 7-second pause, doesn't matter if you're there. When I heard Richard emphasize the words, doesn't matter, I felt intensely sad. I couldn't tell him how desperately I want and need someone, him, to be there. There was a high risk of controlled, criticized, or invaded again. It felt like a real threat and I needed to hide from any threat. I was in constant conflict between wanting to be CLCNR to Richard and desperately wanting to pull away. Richard, 17-second pause, and in going to stay here watching over you. Even if you say, doesn't matter. I was relieved that Richard was not leaving me alone. A longing and hope for relationship kept me from completely withdrawing. There was a constant PLLSH, a desperate need to stay in relationship and experience the care I never had at THCB fearful times. At the same time there was a constant urge to pull away from the painful criticism, control, and invasion that I feared would happen if we were in a close relationship. I have seen the way other people have formed relationships and supported each other in the 5-day training workshops. Sight of other people soul-pairing and hugging each other reminded me of how painfully alone I was. At that time, I couldn't imagine having that relationship with others even though I periodically had some hope for satisfying connections with people. I was stuck. If I shed Richard away, I thought that I would lose my chance for any relationship with him. If I let Mijel flow with Richard, he might take over and control me. That immediately brought up memories of being hurt in previous relationships. Withdrawal to my sanctuary was the best solution. Richard, 40-second pause, the feeling must be intense. 49 SEJND pause, but it MLLST be wonderful to have a place to hide. 6-second pause, to have a hiding place that provides some security. 11-second pause, a safe place to go where there's no conflicts with anybody. 4-second pause, must be wonderful. I was listening to Richard's SCX, thing voice and agreeing. Internally I was acknowledging the truth of what he was saying. He was describing my internal how it was for me. It seemed like he understood because he was talking to the child I once was. It was important that he didn't ask factual questions or inquire about my feelings because I was too young to answer. I didn't have the language to explain what was happening. Richard was giving me a vocabulary to help me understand and explain my experience. He was confirming why I had been protecting myself. Nobody had done this before or had been interested in where I went to feel secure. Not having to think and answer questions helped me to be calm. I was not aware of the other in the RCHM, except for the occasional turning of a or someone taking a drink. I felt calm. I was back in my sanctuary, but this time Richard was nearby, relaxed, and at my pace. Lee, 7-second pause, it's just peaceful. I clear my throat to be able to speak, it's peaceful. Richard, oh. So necessary to. 14-second pause, the noise that you'll hear in a moment is just me straightening my leg. I'm not going to invade your peace, I'm just moving my leg. 10-second pause, it MLLST have been so necessary to find a place. 14-second pause, so much feeling when I say that. 21-second pause, must be said to have to search for a private peaceful place. It felt reassuring when Richard told me that he would move his leg. He was doing what he said he would do by going slowly and taking care not to surprise or shock me with loud noises or sudden movements. Richard seemed to understand the instance for my need for security. He let me know that he wouldn't invade me in any way. His words were comforting, they gave me a sense of security which increased my trust in him. Lee, 8-second pause, its things are so overwhelming outside, that I have to go inside. I recalled my parents fighting. Mom would scream for help. My father was bigger and stronger than she was, so instead of fighting back she would scream back at him, things she knew would hurt him emotionally. It was her only way of getting back at him, even though it meant she got hurt more. Richard, of course. That's why I LLSED the word wonderful before. Wonderful that you found at least some place to have a little bit of. 10-second pause, overwhelming outside. I was crying as I recalled past overwhelming experiences. Richard passed me a tissue. His gesture was soothing. 9-second pause, overwhelming and anxious making, perhaps frightening, perhaps confusing. As Richard spoke I could feel my jaw tightening and my lips pushing together. Memories of needing to escape the domestic violence in my home were coming in and out of consciousness, but surprisingly I was not feeling overwhelmed. In the past I always felt emotionally overwhelmed when I had these memories, but now I felt calmed by Richard's slow understanding. 28-second pause, overwhelming. 14-second pause, so necessary to create a peaceful place. 21-second pause, to have some quiet. The preciousness of quietness. It sounded like Richard understood how bad it was and why I needed to hide. At the same time, he validated my need for quiet. I sat very still, the same way I did when I was a child, not moving, not wanting to be seen, not sure if I could speak. 24-second pause, there's no rush. We are not going to do this work in a hurry. So, there's no need to think about being quick here to satisfy me. I'll adjust to your rhythm. As I listened, I slowed my breathing and found the pace I needed. I was aware that I was not under pressure to do or say anything. It helped that I was not compelled to think of answers because I always perceived questions as either invasive or controlling. Richard's reflective comments were reassuring and validating. 25-second pause, to have some time to really appreciate the peacefulness is so important. 16-second pause, necessary to the confusion and shakut. 11-second pause, to go to a place where there is no criticism. 20-second pause, Phil going to listen even if you don't talk. I'm listening to your breathing, listening to your vibes, and yet I know you MLLST have a lot to say. Even though it seems impossible to talk. Lee, 7-second pause, it feels like I lose my voice sometimes. I can't talk. I recalled seeing the violence in my family and wanting to shout and scream stop. But I had no sound. I thought that I had screamed, but then later I was aware that I had not made a sound. I was invisible and soundless as the family violence played out in front of me. Richard, 5-second pause, can't talk. In your peaceful place and talk at the same time, because if you talk people might invade your peaceful place. 4-second pause, might invade. It seems better to never speak. While Richard was talking, I was having quick flashes of watching my father, not knowing if he would kill my mum. I could not physically shout out stop. I was terrified of drawing any attention to myself. I was 6 to 12 years old and had a realization that I was regressed to a much younger age. I was terrified that my father would turn his rage on me because I was sure that I would not survive his temper. Only way I could cope was to find my own sanctuary. Richard, 18-second pause, I'll listen to your silence. Because I think there is a big story in the silence. A sad story and a fearful story. Richard acknowledged the instance of my silence. It felt like he knew my inner world. It was so important to me that someone could know that my fears were real. He validated the tance of my sanctuary. Lee, 22-second silence, I'm just aware that sometimes I don't want to on my own. I want somebody to be there. Prior to my psychotherapy I lived in a state of anxiety, not knowing what would happen next. I would force myself out of the house to be with friends as much as I could manage, and then I dreaded going back to the house. I spent hours in my bedroom reading and enjoying my life in a world of fantasy. When I was younger, KS such as Enid Blyton's The Magic Faraway Tree, 1942, provided an opportunity to escape to distant lands with Mka Jane Face and Silky, through the clouds at the top of the magic tree. Fantasy took my loneliness away for a time, but I could not escape what was happening around me. Fantasy was not enough to take away the fear of what I witnessed, for that I needed to withdraw to my sanctuary. Richard, 4-second pause, but not to be invasive. Lee, would be too scary. I knew that I had to sit still. It was as if moving would shatter my peace and bring the chaos. Being physically still was a way of not being seen. I was physically tight and rigid as a result of my fear. I was remembering some of the arguments and how once the shouting had my mum would come into my and slay upon the FLCH, by my RD. Although it was to know she was 0K, it was terrifying because, what if he came in the room? I was scared stiff while watching the crack at the bottom of the door. I was waiting to see if his shadow was outside the waiting to see when the light went off, an indication that he had gone to 1KD. Yet, even if he had gone to bed, I was always expecting that he would come into my RN. Richard, to be present if you had an absolute guarantee that there'd be no invasion, no controlling. Then it might be nice to have somebody there. 6-second pause, but not the invasive, not the critical, not the controlling. I was silent, remembering the invasiveness, being controlled, and used. I had been used as a form of communication between my parents. My father would say, "Tell your mother if I was slow." He would shout, "Her," even when she was in the same room. He was so controlling, and I was so confused, perhaps even angry. But I could not dare to express any anger that was dangerous. I was suddenly filled with the same scary feelings that I had known from the past. Lee, 6-second pause, it's scary I have to keep every 10, DYCMT. Richard, well, that's what I'm going to do today. I gonna keep a very closely out. And make sure that Natsali here does anything that's invasive or critical. Bika I know how sad you are. Lee, it's because Finn on my own, it's only I'm on my own. I desperately needed someone there. The loneliness was intense, like a deep hole in my TXXLY, and at the same time I was full of fear. I longed to hear the kindness, caring, and reassurance that Richard was giving me. But it was so instant that he was arducting my boundaries and was not controlling or telling me what to do. If he had done those things, it would have hard not to see him as my father. Richard, no, I don't think so. I see how scared you are, but I hear the criticism. Right now, I heard the criticism, of blaming yourself, but I think you were a frightened little girl, frightened and sad and probably very lonely. 12-second pause, lonely. 8-second pause, but it must seem easier to blame yourself than to feel that loneliness. 47-second pause, and right here watching over you, and there's no need to in a hurry ALN, UT this. 19 pause, there's so much feeling inside. Feeling that never gets put into words. I was crying as I became increasingly aware of just how frightened I was as a child. My eyes were closed, but as I listened to Richard's voice, I sensed in my BCXLY that I was safe. IHE calmness of Richard's voice, his attunement to my pace, and his understanding and consideration of my underease gave me a reassurance that I could trust him. This was a great contrast to how my father had treated me. Lee, 9-second pause, I'm just thinking that I have blamed myself for things that have happened in the past. Richard, of course. Lee, because maybe, it is easier. Blaming myself made sense to me. How could I blame my dad? He was my dad. And my mom, she was doing what she could to protect us. It was always so much easier if all the conflicts were my fault. I told myself, I did things to make my dad angry, I didn't do anything to stop him hurting my mom, I should have done better at school. His chastising comments occupied my mind, they kept me distracted from realizing the reasons for my terror and loneliness. Richard, of course, so much easier to blame yourself. He had to feel that loneliness. 18-second pause, there's so much feeling inside. Feeling that never gets put into words. 17-second pause, lots of criticism, lots of self-blame. But lots of sadness. Lots of loneliness TCX. At this point I was crying LH cause it felt safe to let the tears come. I had criticized myself for years, blaming me for all the troubles in the family. With this cry my body was relaxing, things made sense, my mind went quiet. Lee, 1 minute, 3-second pause, not really thinking of anything. It was strange to just sit there with nothing to say, and Richard was still there. I started to worry, can he really be interested in me? When will he get angry? Who is going to laugh at me for being ridiculous? Yet Richard stayed there, listening to me. He did not move. This was not what I would have expected to happen. Richard, it's 0K, Finn still listening. Listening to your breathing, to your words when yet for thinking. I'm also listening to your silence. The silence that tells 1,000 stories. I couldn't understand what Richard was doing. Why was he staying with me, still listening, spending so much time with me, and not disappearing? I was unsettled by this unfamiliar experience, and yet, I didn't want Richard to stop. Richard, 23-second pause, what I'm feeling is the sadness and I'm feeling the loneliness. Lee, and how hard it is to reach out. Richard, yeah. Almost impossible to reach out, 'cause the fear is so great. It's so wonderful to be in a hiding place that's peaceful. That in the beginning feeling so good, until the loneliness builds up, then it gets lonelier and lonelier. If you reach out it's so frightening, because there's all the checks again. 14-second pause, it's so wonderful to have a hiding place that's peaceful and so terrible to feel that loneliness. Peaceful, lonely. Naming my dilemma was so redundant to me. Up until that moment I had lived my dilemma, but I hadn't acknowledged the internal struggle between having a peaceful hiding place and the painful loneliness. Richard put my internal conflict into words when he said the phrases, so wonderful to have a hiding place, and so terrible to feel that loneliness. The MDS were new, but somehow, they were familiar and comforting because they described me, the struggle of my life. I felt trust. Richard, 44-second pause, I'm right here. Lee, 28-second pause. I want to reach out but I'm scared. At that moment, my body freezes. I wanted to reach out and touch Richard, but a rush of intense fear made it impossible to take that risk. I was certain that no one could possibly know how terrifying it was to want to touch and yet to freeze with fear. I was in a that was trying to protect me. Richard, of course scared to reach Colt and so lonely, but it must seem dangerous to reach out, so maybe it's better to accept the loneliness. At least then it's peaceful. Lee, 5-second pause, it's not better. Richard, not, but you know that loneliness. You've known that for years and years and years. It's better than invasion. Lee, I don't need to be scared anymore. Richard, say that louder. Lee, one don't need to be scared anymore. Richard, are you sure? Lee, 5-second pause, no Richard, 8-second pause, people do mean things. People critical, controlling. Lee, 5-second pause, I feel I need to reach out and touch you, but then that's enough. Because I need to know you're there. The urge to know that Richard was fully present was really strong. I needed reassurance that I would be okay. I was feeling braver. Testing out that Richard is not going to harm me. He reached out and briefly touched my hand. Richard, just a little pat like that? Or is that too much? At that time a pat was not enough, but my body was frozen. I could not reach out. I needed Richard to initiate. I wanted him to take my scare away. I needed his calm voice and slow movements. Any fast movements would have scared me away. I could not separate the past and the present. Although I knew it was different. Richard was gaining my trust and was doing everything that he promised. Lee, I want to reach out my hand, but I can't, because I can't move my arm. Richard, shall I come to you? Lee, 8-second pause, I'm scared. Richard, and going to come closer. If you don't like it you can push me away, it will be okay with me if you push me away, so lonely and so scared of invasion. Then so lonely, how terrible it is inside to have both. 1 minute, 14-second pause, right here with our finger-to-finger contact as Richard touched my hand, I quickly started to feel overwhelmed. I was unable to regulate my sensations. When I was a child there was never anyone there to teach me how to calm myself. The only thing I knew was to withdraw into my sanctuary. I pulled my hand away. Lee, that's enough now. That's all I need. I felt an embarrassment that we had touched hands, that I needed the contact, and some guilt that I could only stay for such a short period. Richard, important for you to say, that's all I need. To say no, that's enough. If it's true. Lee, 10-second pause, I laugh nervously. I feel alone again. Instantly I was back in a lonely place. As I type this transcript, I feel so sad. I recall wanting to hold Richard's hand, but the desire was gone in a flash cause I was overwhelmed with fear. I immediately pulled away. Richard, I'll stay with you while you're all alone. Go back to that quiet place. You know that so well. 1 minute, 10-second pause, I'm right here. Paying attention to your loneliness, and your sadness and your fear. 35-second pat LSE, I'm right here. Paying attention to your loneliness, and your sadness and your fear. 36-second pause, it must be very difficult and brave to say those words, hold my hand. I took a deep breath to ease the tension in my body. I was sad and confused. But it was different with Richard there. I was able to tell him what I was thinking, and he did not doubt or question me. Lee, 7-second pause, I don't want to be hurt again. Richard, of course not, never again. Why, that was the purpose of hiding, the purpose of going to that peaceful place. Lee, like running away. Richard, running away to never be hurt again. 22-second pause, so deeply hurt. 21-second pause, so scared. Again, Richard validated my experience. I felt the tensions leaving my body. Until this moment no one had understood my deep hurt and responded in such an authentic way. Lee, 9-second pause, it's scary when there's no one there. Richard, yes, almost as scary as when someone is going to be controlling, or hurtful, or invasive. Two kinds of scared. 12-second pause, to protest. Impossible to say stop it or no. Or I don't feel like it. It cause then it gets worse. 9-second pause, I can't say it. I couldn't say anything. Again, it was difficult to talk because my body started to freeze, and my voice was barely audible. I suddenly lost my ability to speak just as I did when watching my father hit my mum. The fear over once again, my lips tightened, and my jaw tensed. Richard, dangerous to say stop it. Dangerous to say no, frightening to say, I don't like it. 15 pause, it's 0k, it's 0k, it's 0k, it's 0k, it's 0k. I repeated, 0k, over and over. I was surprised as I started to say the same mantra that I used repeatedly as a child. I suddenly made the connection that I used the words 0k all through my life to stabilize myself. Richard, I hear the words, it's 0k, it's 0k, it's 0k, it's 0k. I hear that mantra when I know it's not 0k. It's not 0k inside. I hear the words, it's 0k, it's 0k, it's 0k. I know yet for scared, very just blcxk everything out, blcxk everything out. Richard, yeah, block everything out. Block everything out, and go to your peaceful place. JLLST go to your peaceful place. It's okay, it's okay. I continued to say my, 0k, mantra very quietly. I was desperately trying to reassure myself, to regain control. I was giving myself what I needed to survive, the sound of a reassuring voice. It may have been my own voice, but it felt reassuring, it was distracting me from being overwhelmed. Once I was reassured, I could again focus on what Richard was saying. Richard, that peaceful place where you can say 0k, it's 0k. Auntie talk, don't say anything, don't protest, don't say no. My mantra also served the purpose of keeping me quiet, calming, stopping me from protesting. It's peaceful again. Richard, never say those words, never shout back, just keep quiet and good, quiet, and there's safety in quiet and GCXD so important to find safety. So necessary to have a safe place to hide I could not rest ND to Richard. It was hard for me to hear him saying those words that I only said to myself. I was full of emotions and BCXLY reactions as Richard spoke. He was saying the same things that I repeatedly said to myself. He was voicing my internal criticism, keep quiet, and these were some of the critical words that to remain silent. 15-second pause, I couldn't have survived without it. Richard, survival inside. But then it gets so lonely. You started itching for something. I was scratching my skin. I needed to feel something on the outside of me I was feeling so intensely inside. Even now, as I write this, there are no words to describe what I was feeling. I was just struggling to survive. Same survival struggle that was with me every day in my child hawk slow. 15-second pause, I need to feel. Richard, I need to feel something. Richard, yeah. 5-second pause, I can feel your hand. 7-second pause, I can feel your hand. Richard, 29-second pause, very MLX, redan to stay quiet and not to define yourself. Not to protest, keep lips sealed. It's the only safety. 1 minute, 16. Second pause, I'm right here, watching over you. Even though it's necessary to in your peaceful place. Why am I here? Richard, why? What a wonderful question. For safety. So to in a peaceful place for safety. So necessary to be in a peaceful place, for safety. You know that answer more profoundly than my words express. You know it in all those tight muscles, in your back, in your arms, and in your pelvis, and in your jaw, those muscles know that answer. So important to be seen. To find peace from all the chaos, all the noise. 46-second pat LSE, listening. 13-second pause, and amazed that you're still there. Richard, I want to be here. But I want to make sure I'm not invasive. Lee, 6-second pause, why are you there when nobody else was there? Some questions I cannot answer. But I heard what you said. Nobody else was there. Richard, he has quite a story, yet for just giving me the headlines. The headlines are, nobody else was there. Lee, I don't understand. Richard, yes you do. Nobody else was there. Lee, when I was alone and scared, I needed someone, and there. Oh. When you most needed someone when you were alone and scared. And nobody Richard, else was there. Alone when you most needed it. Lee, so why are you there? I want to be. Richard, Lee, it doesn't make sense. It's confusing. I don't understand anything. Richard, yet you so familiar with NOLNXLY there, so familiar. Lee, I needed someone to be there. Richard, 7-second pause, of course someone to be there. To really be there. Without iring controlling. Lee, 70-second pause, thank you. I felt a sense of gratitude to Richard for staying with me, for not invading my space. For sticking to his words, and for understanding me. His way of being with me provided me with a new sense of trust in another person, and trust in myself. Richard's way of being was so different to how my internal reactions were a mixture of disorientation and relief, my body was relaxing. I felt fully present. Richard, my commitment _Lee, 1 minute, 36-second pause, it's peaceful again. Richard, yes, I feel at peace too. Lee, it's strange but when we started it felt like you were on the outside, and it feels like I briefly allowed you to come into my quiet place. Richard, thank you for the privilege. It was a daunting experience to have an intense psychotherapy session like this in the middle of my training group. I was suddenly worried that the group members would now see me as crazy. My internal critic could not see me as a capable therapist after witnessing what I had said. Then I didn't see what I expected. I saw the faces of people who cared about me, they were on my side. Although it was difficult to look in their faces, it was necessary because their smiles and kind words provided evidence that they accepted me. Their presence and interest in me silenced my internal critic. Near the end of my psychotherapy session, while I was in my peaceful sanctuary, there were a few moments when I sensed that the therapist was there with me. The knowledge that he was keeping me safe from harm, his patience and presence, made it possible for me to trust him. Even to this day, deep in my body, I retain this feeling of safety, a sense of confidence that I am okay, and the knowledge that I am not alone anymore. I remember the feeling of having someone watching over me, keeping me safe. I learned so much, professionally, from this intensive psychotherapy session. My practice of an in-depth, relationally focused psychotherapy has been enhanced in several ways. Now I understand the necessity of resonating, Erskine, 2015, with the client's body and maintaining a consistent attunement to their rhythm. Realize how important it is to watch for subtle clues indicating that the client may be on the verge of becoming emotionally overwhelmed. And the importance of adjusting the transactions so that the client can integrate their affect and cognition. Provide the necessary physical distance between client and myself so that the client can have access to their private space, and yet also sense that they are in the presence of someone who is safely watching over them. Identify when a client can benefit from the use of respectful touch, and I carefully secure their permission to focus on their sensations. Erskine, 2015. Appreciate the use of therapeutic description and how it is effective when working with a client who relies on relational withdrawal as a form of self-stabilization. Erskine, 2020. Maintain a genuine interest in the client's internal experience and appreciate how it may be similar and different than mine. In my practice of psychotherapy, my aim is to develop an attuned therapeutic relationship so that my clients feel safe with me. Together we discover their unique experiences and identify which relational needs, Erskine, 2021, are not being met in their current lives. We explore how they can get TODAF's relational needs satisfied in their day-to-day relationships with family and friends. This intensive psychotherapy session where Richard sensitively attended to my schemid process has been extremely important to me. As a result of this session, I have changed in several ways. I have gained a deeper understanding and appreciation of my schizoid process. I have increased confidence and trust in myself, and that other people can be there for me. Ultimately, I am able to feel an inner sense of peace and that I am not alone. References Blyton, 1942. The Enchanted Wood. https://quotes.thefamouspeople.com/Enid Blyton 5350.php, retrieved from the Internet February 25, 2021. Erskine, R.G., 2001. The Schizoid Process. Transactional Analysis Journal, 3/146. doi.org JLO.1177/036215370103100102. Erskine, R.G., 2015. Relational Patterns. Therapeutic Presence, Concepts and Practice of Integrative Psychotherapy. London, Carnac. Erskine, R.G., 2020. Relational Withdrawal, Attunement to Silence, Psychotherapy of the SCID Process. International Journal of Integrative Psychotherapy, I, 1428. Erskine, R.G., 2021. A Healing Relationship, Commentary on Therapeutic Dialogues. Bicester, UK, Fien CHAPTER 15. From Inner Safety to Contact in Relationship, Analyzing the Psychotherapy of the Schizoid Process. Sylvia Allery and Eugenio Piro Orozco. And this chapter we will explore the schizoid process by analyzing a psychotherapy session conducted by Richard Erskine for a client named Pablo. Pablo is a professional colleague who attended the same training workshop held in Barcelona that both of us, Sylvia and Eugenio, attended. The name, Pablo, is a pseudonym our colleague asked to remain anonymous even though he was active in our analysis of his psychotherapy session. It was Sunday, the third day of a 5-day professional training workshop. After teaching about relationally focused integrative psychotherapy, Richard invited participants who were interested to engage in a psychotherapy session as a demonstration of the concepts and methods. As Richard started therapy work with our colleague, Pablo, I intuitively knew that it would be an important session, so I decided to write down every word that Richard and Pablo said. I wanted to have some exact examples for our group discussion that followed the therapy session. When the workshop concluded, I asked Pablo and Eugenio to help me write the concepts and that Richard used in his work with Pablo. We thought that Palam psychotherapy session was a valuable example of relational psychotherapy of a client's schizoid process. We want to share our analysis of the psychotherapy session with our professional community because we realize that this is a valuable form of research. Our analysis has shown that the therapeutic interventions are like a dance between the therapist's understanding, intuition, and attunement, and his ability to translate into words the client's affect and implicit memories. From the patient's point of view, it is the journey within oneself in the presence of the other. It is an unprecedented path which opens new options of contact within oneself and in interpersonal contact with the other. Central in this psychotherapy session, as in the therapy work with all clients who engage in a schizoid process, is the psychotherapist's respect for silence. Silence within the therapy dialogue provides an relational space for something meaningful to gestate. This relational space is demonstrated in Richard's not asking many questions. Instead of using phenomenological and historical inquiry, he uses therapeutic description statements that reflect the client's no-verbalized inner. Through description, Richard clarifies Pablo's script, the definitions that he has previously formed of himself. Each time Richard reflects Pablo's story and definition of himself, Pablo needs silence, the time and space to contemplate his own sensations and reactions. During these moments of silence, that Richard, although quiet, is consistently present with Pablo, constantly watching his body and creating a therapeutic environment for something to happen but not making something happen. Richard's watchfulness is like a parent sitting up at night watching a sick child with a fever, watchful of every breath and movement but not prematurely waking the child. Organization of our research. We have organized the written transcript in our observations on 5 levels. The first level of our analysis is in the presentation of the verbatim transcript that provides the reader with both the therapeutic dialogue and context of the psychotherapy session. The second level of our analysis includes the findings that emerged during the interview that we did with Pablo 2 weeks after his psychotherapy session and immediately after he read the verbatim transcript. To make it easy for the reader, we have included an abbreviated version of Pablo's reflective comments in italics and bracketed with quotations marks. These are the exact words he used to describe his internal responses to Richard's therapeutic interventions. They are marked as comment 1 through 20. We continue with Pablo's own words in a 5th level where we provide some additional comments that Pablo made in the follow-up interview. These final remarks are an extension to what we include within the transcript. In the interview we inquired about what the therapeutic work had stimulated within Pablo, such as his awareness of a sense of self, his experience of change, and his openness to relationships with others. We have categorized his answers into 7 specific points at the end of this chapter. A 3rd level of our analysis is in our descriptions and interpretations of the therapy interventions. These are indicated with an arrow adjacent to various sections in the verbatim transcript. Importantly, as a 4th level in our analysis, we have included an indication of length of time for most of the silent moments during the psychotherapy. These silent moments are essential in the psychotherapy for clients who rely on a schemed process to manage relationships and stabilize their affect. The psychotherapy session in the transcript of an hour-long psychotherapy session that follows, P stands for the client Pablo while T stands for the psychotherapist, Richard Erskine. Please note that Pablo had previously attended several psychotherapy training workshops with Richard. Richard had some understanding of Pablo's way of being in relationship after watching his interactions within the group discussions. As the workshop participants are seated in a circle. Pablo responds to Richard's invitation to the group, who wants to do some personal therapy. Pablo silently gets up and sits in front of Richard. P. I didn't think about anything. Comment L. It was a pivotal point. I hadn't prepared. I hadn't thought of a theme as is often the case when you propose yourself as a client in a workshop. It was the condition that allowed me to be there, to be in the present, to get inside myself, in touch with me without giving myself a tusk. Simply being. Approximate 1 minute silence. T. Your eyes an itch. K. Inside. I am listening to you, even if I are silent, I am listening. You will have my full attention, you don't have to pair close anything. I will listen to you. I think you have a lot inside, things that are difficult to say because you have the feeling that they will be criticized. Pablo had when looking intently at Richard as though he was searching for some clue as to how to proceed. Richard responds to Pablo's long silence by inviting him to make internal contact. Richard declares his presence and attention without a demand that Pablo produce something. P. My head feels like it's shaking. Comment 2. It's like an electricity, like the brain is shaking. I feel like that when I'm especially well. It's a reaction to Richard's introduction, because he proposes the possibility of really being myself and immediately the body responds. T. It is shaking. You must be feeling something important. In the previous comment Richard reaffirms his presence and communicates a message of, I see you, I'm here for you. Your internal process is significant. Approximate 15 silence. P. I used to feel a pain here. Pablo points to chest. Comment 3. My feelings were twofold. My head was shaking with the possibility of being listened to and in contact without performance listening, presence. My chest was aching because being in contact can be. Approximate 1 minute silence. T. Take your time. You don't have to be alone. You have spent a lot of time alone in your life. Pause. Your body is telling a story. Pause. Your facial expression is expressing it. Pause. Alone, in your private place. It's so private that it's hard to talk about. Pause. Always hard to put words to it, especially if you think they won't understand you. Comment 4, wow. He's putting into words what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling and what I'm not able to say. I don't have the words to say it. I feel perfectly understood, I can get into my internal place but then I'm alone. Richard reads my need to experience my. We observe that through therapeutic description Richard provides a verbal avenue for internal experiences and implicit memory to become explicit. Pablo's awareness to take shape, it forms into concepts that identify and reflect his private history and experiences. The feeling is that if I'll ask I won't get it. Then I give up and remain sorry. What I ask for I forfeit get. Since the beginning of the psychotherapy Richard's affect attunement and understanding of a child's attempts at self-stabilization allow the therapy to reach a new, intimate depth wherein Pablo begins to trust and follow Richard. He keeps his gaze on Pablo the entire time while matching his breathing to that of Pablo's. Richard's physiological resonance and attunement to Pablo's rhythm has a stabilizing effect. And will I be criticized? Richard vocalizes Pablo's anticipation of criticism. In doing so, Richard's nonverbal communication is, you are not alone. I understand. This is a form of cognitive attunement, a putting into words what he senses Pablo's unspoken experience to be. Yes, of course, not underst misunderstockslow not to say. Comment 5, in that moment I felt strange, in touch with myself in relationship with Richard, with the group listening to me a whole new experience. That and I'm redant conclusion, it's better not to talk not to share, so as not to be criticized and not understood. Comment 6, that's exactly what it's about, more than talking, my problem is sharing, talking about me. Throughout the session I feel torn between the desire to share and the fear of misunderstood, criticized. Approximate 45-second silence, Richard puts Pablo's implicit script conclusion into concrete words, if I am not understood and criticized it is better to not share. In our observation it appears that Richard understands and is reflecting Pablo's unspoken explications. It is familiar to Bain here. Comment 7, I am having a unique experience for me, I can be inside myself and, at the same times be accompanied, be in relationship and share. It's a reassuring condition. I express myself but I'm not in the performance, the pace is slow. Richard accompanies me. That's why they call it the safe place. We observe that Richard tunes into Pablo's slow rhythm. He puts words to Pablo's unspoken expectations and confirms the significance of having a safe place. By calling it a safe place Richard is normalizing Pablo's urge to withdraw. Approximate 15-second silence, There's a lot going on in here. There are more things in here than in life fantasy my space imagination. Comment 8, I may not be able to have what I want on the outside, but I am allowed to have what I want inside of me with imagination with fantasy. 214 Withdrawal, silence, loneliness They are protected if they are not expressed. Perhaps you still hope that they will appreciate what you have inside. Comment 9, Richard still helps me by defining, giving words to my experience that was for me only something perceptible in sensations, without I still have hope. It's scary, I also have fear. It is I'm redant that the other person listens to you with interest. Comment 10, he's perfectly describing what I'm feeling inside. Approximate 15-second silence. Throughout this part of the psychotherapy Richard continues to mirror Pablo, to use therapeutic description, and provide cognitive understanding. Richard is helping Pablo integrate his physiological sensations, affect, and cognition while fostering an intimate relationship. I learned not to get it. Comment at this point real that I deeply understand. Richard knows my coping path. I finally understand myself. Pablo has come to an understanding of his child, RRL coping decision. IBIS is an important step in being able to read side how to manage relationships. You learned not to have the need. Comment 12, actually I have ignored my needs. I had never realized it was about my needs. Approximate 30-second silence, Richard, how Pablo coped with his situation by disavowing his various needs, particularly his need to listen to and respected. In doing so, Richard helps Pablo define himself. P. Pablo turns his head to the right. There is no eye contact. Approximate 36 Jane silence. T. The solution is better than not understood. It's to feel alone. Between not being understood and feeling alone, you chose to feel alone. Comment 13. I feel the stress. The fear. Richard gently walks me through it. Approximate 1 minute silence. Richard describes Pablo's child's conclusion. To feel alone is then not being understood. Then Richard remains silent, but his gaze is on Pablo even though Pablo has turned his head away and is not speaking. The act of being present together in silence is an important aspect of this psychotherapy. Ibis is a pregnant pause that allows Pablo's effect and realizations to emerge. P. I had to hope for a long time. T. Lost desire. Sometimes when people lose their desire, they experience a sense of being me also. T. I want to understand the of desire. I guess it covers many years. Richard is interested and inquires. He is demonstrating his involvement, something that was missing in Pablo's early life. The silence that follows is an essential part of Richard's involvement. It is a form of respectful connection, a being with the other in their silence. Approximate 36 Jane silence. P. I feel shame. T. Shame keeps quiet. Shame doesn't allow us to speak. P. I think I was trying to avoid criticism. T. More than just being criticized, I think of humiliation. Comment 14. Yes. The word humiliation matches me. It's a deeper level than criticism. Approximate 1 minute silence. T. And sometimes there's no protest. Hiding is a thing when you think you're going to be humiliated. It's important to hide to avoid the criticism, to hide where everything is quiet. IHE memory of criticism. IHE memory of humiliation. Approximate 30-second silence. PT. Richard is validating the internal effects of criticism and humiliation. He articulates the path that led Pablo to withdraw from relationships and to create instead a safe place within himself. This has my life, to and here, in my safe place. I know, you spent 5 years showing it to me. I still don't know you, but I want to. Now I want to change. I want to come out from the inside, but I feel a lot of shame. Yes, of course. I paralyze myself. Can you describe what you feel? Pause. The world is outside of you. Can you touch it with your hand? Approximate 30-second silence. P. I'm changing, and doing a lot of things, but I also think there are a lot of things I can't do. Comment 15. Richard changes the plan, gets in the here and now, and that has a big impact for me. T. That you can't or that you don't know. P. I don't know why I car feet. Comment 16. It was a fundamental clarification. That's right, I can't do because I don't know how to do it. T. It would take someone with more experience to teach you how to ride a bike. The best thing is to have a teacher. Comment 17. Richard shows me the way to read side. Starting from my experience, he defines what I can use to satisfy my need to do, having a guide. P. I have always wanted guidance. My feeling is that I'm always late to things. Richard is responding to Pablo's relational need to have someone who is reliable, consistent, and dependable to serve as a guide. T. When I guide you in this dialogue between us, your eyes light up. P. Yes, they do. T. I, for example, like to travel, but not alone. I think it's a natural need to have a guide. P. For me, coming to the workshop is part of that. The guidance is instant to me. Richard affirms and normalizes the need to depend on someone for guidance. Pablo states that this is why he has attended the workshops for the past 5 years. Richard is responding to Pablo's unsatisfied childhood need to have someone on whom he could depend for support, information, and guidance, while at the same time satisfying Pablo's current need to rely on someone whose advice and direction is reliable. T. How would you describe the way you study? Comment. Richard concretely becomes my teacher, my guide. Approximate 20-second silence. P. I need to see and try in order to repeat. T. So your learning is hands-on, putting your hands in. Richard puts the client's way of learning into words, another form of normalization. P. With this training I get guidance. Same for practicing sports. For me the most important thing is to make mistakes. For me it is important that you tell me, this is a mistake, find the different form. I need guidance. T. And who didn't understand that you need guidance? Approximate 20-second silence. P. My father, my teachers, my friends, my brothers. I learned everything on my own. T. Take a few moments and go back inside your silent place. Comment 19, another very significant moment. I was actually tired, felt the need to rest. Approximate 1 minute silence. Pablo has been on a journey of self-discovery. Richard invites him to return to his safe place. Richard validates the positive function of Pablo's safe place, a place of peace and restabilization. T. I'm here. Maybe we're going to fest. To find the right rhythm for you. You have my full attention. Approximate 1 minute silence. P. I'm 0K now, Richard. T. Feeling? P. I don't feel the need to talk. T. But I think you need me to understand, am I? To appreciate you for, M1 our uniqueness. And you need me not to criticize you, not to falsely define you. And you need to define yourself, to express yourself. And thou, a need for all of us. Comment 20, Richard is saying what need to hear. Approximate 40-second silence. Richard is again acknowledging, normalizing, and validating Pablo's relational needs. P. Lately I've been thinking I often ask to be accepted, but first I have to accept myself. I have to define myself first, ask myself what I want from myself. T. It is urgent to express your and be accepted. P. It seems impossible to me. I can see it now, though. T. Can you name the need? P. Yes. When I was 13 I was with my friends and I didn't know which people I liked, it was now I do. T. That's a big step. Richard invites Pablo to name his need. Instead of directly answering Richard's question, Pablo tells a story about how he was unable to identify who he liked when he was an adolescent. Rather than returning to the question, Richard acknowledges that Pablo has made a big step. Early in the training workshop the group had been talking the type of music they like. In the next transaction Richard makes use of that previous conversation to address the difficulty Pablo has had in identifying and expressing his relational needs. P. For me it is. T. I saw that you were struggling when I asked you what music you liked. P. Yes, these are personal questions. For me music is not a song but the whole story that led me to that song. T. Can you tell me which song you like? Then I'll tell you which one I like. P. Salvamish, composer is Alessandro Parasotti. The musician is Antonio Caldera. T. Is that an aria? P. Yes. I was preparing a concerto by Tchaikovsky with the boys. T. Music is often a metaphor for internal sensations. Richard then asks the group to put on music and dance. The group members jump to their feet and begin to dance with Pablo. Richard makes use of music and dance at the end of this psychotherapy session. It has several purposes. The use of music and dance serve as physical metaphors of Pablo's internal change. The dance helps Pablo move his New Jersey DY that has been tense throughout this session, and the dance unites the group in an activity that is important for Pablo. The dance allows his whole nervous system to readjust and relax. At the same time the dance subtly conveys several important messages. It is important to express yourself, it is good that you seek out people with whom you can share your experiences, and it is necessary to have someone on whom you can rely for support, encouragement, and guidance. Pablo's reflections. We conducted a 2-hour interview with Pablo 2 weeks after his psychotherapy session with Richard. We wanted to evaluate the progress of his psychotherapy and to understand his phenomenological experiences, what it was like to be the recipient of the psychotherapy. We discovered that this psychotherapy session allowed Pablo to have several urgent experiences. Rather than report the interview in its entirety, we condensed Pablo's reflective comments and organized them into the following 7 categories. Internal contact with a vital and vulnerable self. Pablo described the contact with Richard as facilitating an acceptance of what happens in each moment, improvising, experimenting, in therapy and in life. Psychotherapist as a witness. Pablo says that the therapeutic relationship allowed him to retreat to my safe place and a chance to be comfortable there. A chance to accept, with curiosity, whatever happens within me without any criticism. I got scared at first, that's what my physical sensations were telling me. Then I knew I could calm down. Now I do the same internal calming just as it happened to me in the session with Richard. The experience of acceptance of a self with parts, Pablo it is way of being inside and outside, is fine, I don't have to exclude a part. They each have an important purpose. A desire for change, Pablo adds, the awareness and acceptance of my internal functioning allows me to choose and affirm what I want to change. I don't have to be my old self all the time. Having a guide to accompany the change, Pablo articulates, I realize that I want to change but I didn't know how to do it. I needed a teacher to help me find ways to do things the way I want to do them and not the way I used to do them. Was always trying to imitate what others did in order to be part of the group. Sharing with others, Pablo declares, when I realize that there is nothing wrong with me, that I have a normal process, I am no longer ashamed and I can share it with the group without the shame of feeling inadequate. Manifesting a wholeness of the self, Pablo concludes, when I realize that I'm 0K, I can go out into the world and take what I need in a different way, I know that I can be myself, I don't have to hide. Pablo ended our interview by saying, IHE psychotherapy session was tiring but so important. I felt an intense tension but I also felt safe. I needed the slow pace of Richard's comments in order to open up. It is like I have permission to relate to myself and other people in a new way. Have more of a connection with both my internal and external worlds. Pablo's final comment was, Lee's psychotherapy session has made it possible for me to make a meaningful redecision. I want to change and I can do it with the help of a guide who will accompany me. Conclusion: writing this chapter has been an intense, complex, and exciting journey for each of us, the 2 authors, and Pablo. Our research was compounded by working in 3 languages, yet the doing of it was exciting and informative. As a result of the psychotherapy training workshops, we were professionally stimulated and encouraged to investigate the healing factors of relationally focused, integrative psychotherapy for clients who stabilize their affect by engaging in a schemed process. In this chapter we have presented an analysis psychotherapy session in which the psychotherapist attended to the client's schemed process. Our objective was to gain insight into the phenomenological experience of the psychotherapy and to track the relational qualities of how the therapist interacted with the client. In this hour-long psychotherapy session we observed that the psychotherapist made his relationship with the client central. He was present, patient, and attuned to the affect and relational needs. The therapist built a healing relationship by following and respecting the client's rhythm and helping him to define, think about, and accept his previous ways of functioning a step prior to focusing on change. Erskine, 2021. The pace of this psychotherapy was slow. It provided the client with the necessary time to feel his inner sensations in effect, to experience the presence of the psychotherapist, and to make some important decisions about how to be in relationship with people. IHE result was a deep encounter between the client and the psychotherapist in which they co-constructed a fulfilling outcome. We have that the psychotherapist's presence, timing, and therapeutic comments all without pressure or demand provided the client with an opportunity to accept and appreciate both a vulnerable self that is withdrawn into a safe place and a real self that is able to reveal his needs and share himself with others. In this psychotherapy session we witnessed Pablo emerging from his safe hiding place. In our opinion, Pablo emerged because he experienced being understood, accepted as he was, and that his needs were normal. He made an important redecision. No longer was his belief I have to do it alone. There is no one for me, but he now had the relational support to make a redecision. I want to change and want to be accompanied in the change. I need a guide. End note. We would like to thank Marta Skakitani and Barbara Ravello, two colleagues, for their invaluable contribution in correcting and clarifying some parts of this chapter. Reference Erskine, R.G., 2021. A Healing Relationship, Commentary on Therapeutic Dialogues. Bicester, UK, Fien Part 4 Theory into Therapeutic Practice Chapter 16 Louise, Social Facade, Depression, Relational Withdrawal. Richard G. Erskine. Perplexed, challenged, tender, patient, gratified, sorrowful. These words portray the variety of counter-transference feelings that dominated my therapeutic involvement with Louise. As I tell you the story of Louise's psychotherapy journey, I want to share my jumble of internal sensations so that you can have a richer sense of the affectively based, nonverbal, intersubjective dynamics between the client and me. So much of what was crucial in Louise's psychotherapy defies language because the essential healing aspects of our intercontact were in the facial expressions, gestures, and timing of our therapeutic dialogue. These nonverbal interactions, along with our therapeutic dialogue, profoundly influenced and impacted each of us. Louise came for psychotherapy in order to try it for a while. She was fed up with constantly being depressed. She said, "No one at work, or even my friends, would think I'm depressed. Sometimes I am not completely depressed because I continually push myself to active." In these first few sessions, Louise frequently described her SEAL life as active. She said, "I go to many theater performances and I have a subscription for 2 people to the entire season of the symphony orchestra. I always invite someone to join me." Over the next couple of months, I noted that Louise arrived precisely on time, dressed in stylish business attire. She carried herself with an elegant posture. I imagined that her appearance induced both women and men to turn their heads for a second look. In each of our sessions, Louise talked in great detail about how she had mastered the intricacies of trading on the stock market, the lucrative transactions that she made, and how her clients profited because of her skill. She seemed to enjoy the prestige of working in the financial market. "I'm not depressed at work. There I have a businesswoman's way of thinking." Throughout the first few months, Louise extensively ALN-UT her wealthy clients and her love for symphonic music. Her conversation was usually about her accomplishments. She said, "Job requires me to be very personable, but it is all an act." I was left to wonder if Louise was authentic with me or if her stories and genteel behavior were also an act. I felt perplexed. We were not talking about her depression, which is what she initially said was her reason for engaging in psychotherapy. As I made inquiries about her depression, her responses were evasive. She was intent on telling me ALN-UT the day-to-day activities in her life. In the early months of our weekly psychotherapy sessions, Louise was resistant to my inquiry ALN-UT her feelings. She was offended when I inquired her physiological sensations. She arrogantly rebuffed my inquiry about her childhood with "the past is the past. I don't believe in dredging it up." She approached psychotherapy as though talking about her social life, shopping for fashionable clothing, and believing her business successes would somehow relieve the depression she felt at home. I had an inkling that her self-aggrandizing stories provided a momentary antidepressant. It was 10 months before Louise was willing to tell me anything ALX-T1T, either her family history or what she experienced internally. From time to time, she would allude to her depression but then would be elusive in response to my inquiry. Narcissistic style. Throughout the first year of our psychotherapy, I considered that behaviors constituted a narcissistic style, Johnson, 1994, and that her relational withdrawal was her way of coping with an absence of emotional validation throughout her early life. Similar to how I psychotherapy with narcissistically inclined clients, I irrigan to R&D to her with consistent empathy rather than comment on the content of what she was telling me. Kohut, 1971. I chose to not focus on her behavior or offer any conceptualizations. I refrained from making any interpretation or confrontation. I felt challenged by this daunting task ahead of me. Several case reports describing effective therapeutic involvement indicate that it is necessary to provide the narcissistically inclined client with consistent empathic responses to their needs for validation and self-definition prior to exploring their early life experiences and comprehending how they compensate for early childhood relational disruptions. Bach, 1985, Bash, 1988, Kohut, 1977, Stoller-Adel 1987, Wolf, 1988. My primary way of trying to connect with Louise was by being fully present, carefully listening to each word she said, and responding empathically to her stifled affect. But I had no evidence that she felt my presence. Although Louise continued to come for psychotherapy, there was very little emotional contact between us. I was left to ponder the question raised by Mary O'Reilly Knapp in her 2001 article, "What is required in a therapeutic relationship so that the uncommunicable parts can be spoken, heard, and understood?" p. 44. It became clear to me that my task was to open the for interpersonal contact and then to wait patiently until she peeked through that relational DCK-R. My quiet, empathic responses to Louise's self-aggrandizing stories to have an effect. After the first 6 months, Louise's bragging about her accomplishments diminished. She began to tell me vignettes about her secret depression. I don't want anyone to know what I feel. Although she professed to know many, the central feature of her stories was that she was alone. She did not speak directly about being lonely. She hid her vulnerability, but I could sense that something was amiss. Her life was devoid of intimate relationships. Each time Louise talked alone, I ended to her with facial expressions and body movements that mirrored her unspoken affect. Although it was not initially her word, I introduced the term lonely as a way to refer to and clarify the depression she described, depression that enveloped her when she was in her apartment. During these sessions in which we talked about her depression and loneliness, the rapid speed in which Louise usually talked decreased. She was increasingly vulnerable and far less social in her dialogue with me. In response, I could feel a growing sense of tenderness within me. My rhythm of interactions slowed. I became more protective. I wanted to connect with the vulnerable and vital facets of Louise. I reflected on the possibility that my sensitivity to Louise's need for validation, my attunement to her loneliness, and my adjustment to her pace were changing the nature of our communication. To paraphrase the previous quotation by Mary O'Reilly Knapp, I had the hope that the previously uncommunicable, walled-off parts of Louise were beginning to speak because she was being heard by me, and that we were forming a communication between us in which she felt understocky. Early in our psychotherapy sessions, Louise had said that she had an active social life, but as I repeatedly inquired, it became clear that she had no close friends, no one with whom she could talk heart to heart. Although she frequently invited a guest to accompany her to a symphony concert or theater, she and the other person never talked about the play or music after the performance. She would just go home with the excuse that she had much to do the next day, and, once in her apartment, she would become depressed. Eventually I discovered that Louise often spent the entire weekend alone, sleeping most of the time and then playing on the internet. She recounted, "Are times when I can be charming and active with people, but then it all gets too much. I need to retreat and replenish." In other sessions I explored the quality of Louise's friendships and her personal interactions with clients and colleagues. As I listened to her stories, it seemed to me that all of her social contacts were superficial. Louise made a noteworthy comment: "I am friendly to everyone, but I don't say anything about myself." In response to my questions her possible romantic life, she reluctantly said, "Several years ago I had a love friend who lived in Minneapolis. We talked on the phone each week and we would vacation together twice a year. But for some unknown reason we both lost interest. When I asked if she missed him, Louise wasn't sure. I miss the boating we always did. We were always very active. But I don't know if it is him I miss or if I miss all the activities he arranged." Another day she said, "Frequently men ask me out, but I'm not really interested. I don't want to get into a relationship. Life is easier alone." I inquired Louise's sense of depression. She told me how she sometimes dreaded going home after work and that she would regularly go to the same restaurant because the waiter likes serving me. I reserve the same table every time. After dinner I just go home to my stupid internet. Then Louise lowered her head, stared at the rings on her fingers, and remained silent for several minutes. When she again ked in my direction, Louise said that she wanted to end this session early. I encouraged her to stay and focus on what she was feeling. Her shoulders, her breathing shallow, the contours of her face changed, she suddenly ked many years older. After several minutes of silence she said, "This is what it is like in my apartment. No matter how beautiful I decorate it, I still feel depressed." After a long pause she added, "I don't want you to see me like this." IHEDCN, R to her vulnerability was open for a few minutes, then it was abruptly CLCXSED. I thought about Louise's depression and wondered if it was similar to Mary or Eileen Apke's description of her schizoid clients, isolated attachment. For clients who rely on a schizoid process to emotionally stabilize themselves, relationships with other people are difficult to sustain. Therefore, they are often overwhelmed by a profound sense of depression, cut off from people and the world, cut off from his or her needs and wants. The person withdraws so far into nothingness that no one is there, and even the sense of own-its being is nullified. 2001, p. 49. An isolated attachment pattern is revealed through the quality of interpersonal contact made by individuals who use withdrawal to manage relationships. In my psychotherapy practice I have found that clients who use emotional withdrawal to manage relationships report that significant caretakers were consistently misattuned to their rhythms, misinterpreted their emotional expressions, and were controlling or invasive of the client's sense of identity. To be vulnerable is sensed as dangerous. The child may then develop patterns of relationship marked by a social facade, withdrawal, intense internal criticism, and the absence of emotional expression. Erskine, 2015. Clients like Louise, with an isolated attachment pattern, have an implicit fear of invasion. Schizoid pattern. Could Louise be as having a schizoid disorder? Probably not. However, Louise does fit the profile of someone with a schizoid pattern, a pattern of behavior and emotional reactions that shape most of her life and all of her potential relationships. When in dialogue with me, Louise curtailed her affect. With other people there was an absence of emotional involvement, and she spent a considerable amount of time in her internal world. Any affect that she may have felt was hidden by a well-polished schizoid facade. Louise was the only one who knew her misery. The frequency, intensity, and duration of both her relational withdrawal and social act are certainly more acute than in someone with a schizoid style. On many weekends Louise isolated herself in her apartment. Usually she said, "Even when I'm on the internet it often seems meaningless in the end." Louise reported how she had to be charming and engaging at work, and then added, "Being with people exhausts me. Yet, when I am alone, I am not happy. But it is better to be unhappy alone than to swallowed up by people." Ronald Fairbairn, 1952, and Harry Guntrup, 1968, aptly termed this internal conflict the schizoid's dilemma. Ray Little vividly describes this dilemma when he writes, "Retreating from contact leaves the individual isolated, lonely, and in pain. In some cases the longing for contact will re-emerge and the person may move toward others. However, such movement also brings with it the anxiety of being close." 2001, p. 39. Gary Yontef clearly illustrates Louise's schemed pattern when he says, "It is dangerous to move into intimate connection if you cannot separate when needed. If you think you are going to be caught up, devoured, or captured in the connection, it is terrifying to move into intimate contact. On the other hand, if you do not feel connected with other, especially if you do not believe you can intimately connect again, the separation or isolation is both painful and terrifying." 2001, p. 9. Louise certainly had a narcissistic real presentation in that she sought continuous affirmation of her value. While her narcissistic characteristics were obvious, her schizoid pattern of emotional withdrawal constituted the undisclosed, yet dominant, features of her personality. Louise is an example of how schizoid withdrawal and narcissistic self-aggrandizement may be contemporaneous and congruent together. They form a narcissistic/schizoid matrix. Ronald Fairbairn, 1952, in writing about his schizoid clients, identified three salient characteristics: an attitude of omnipotence, preoccupation with an internal life, and detachment from relationships. These three attributes are also used to describe narcissistic clients. American Psychiatric Association, 2013, Masterson, 1981. It is interesting that the British object relations literature tends to emphasize schemid phenomena. Fairbairn, 1952, Guntrup, 1968, Kahn, 1974, Lang, 1960, while the American psychoanalytic literature emphasizes narcissistic dynamics. Bach, 1985, Johnson, 1987, Kernel RRG, 1975, Kohut, 1971, 1977, Masterson, 1981. These two slices of psychoanalytic literature, the British and the American, apparently exist in isolation from each other even though they seemingly refer to two coinciding personality constellations. Melniker, 1988. Louise's narcissistic traits were a manifestation of her lifelong struggle to self-regulate and maintain some semblance of relationship, while her relational withdrawal was a manifestation of desperate attempts to self-stabilize. Erskine, 2021a, 2021b. Her narcissistic-like persona was an effective disguise of her schemid traits. If we theorize these two constellations of behaviors with the metaphor of splitting, as illustrated in Ray Little's 2001 article, we can concretize each of these as constituting a split in the sense of self, and therefore manifestations of both a schial self and a vulnerable/sequestered self. Phenomenological inquiry and therapeutic description. On several occasions I noticed that Louise seemed annoyed whenever I engaged in any phenomenological inquiry or asked any questions about her life when she was a child. Each time I inquired about her annoyance with me, she was even more irritated. She eventually said, "I don't like your controlling questions." I was surprised by her depicting my inquiry as controlling. That was far from my experience. I asked myself if she was giving me useful feedback about my therapeutic methods. I had to make a quick assessment of both my intentions and the effects that my inquiry had on Louise. It was clear to me that the impact of my inquiry was more significant than my intentions, therefore, I needed to change how I interacted with Louise. At the same time, I surmised that Louise was transferring old relational conflicts into our therapeutic relationship. By reacting so strongly to my phenomenological inquiry, she may have been revealing a relational pattern formed with other people in another time. Through the transference, Louise was demonstrating the relational needs that had been thwarted, how she has compensated, and what was needed in our therapeutic relationship. Erskine, 1991, Little, 2011, Stern, 1994. After a thoughtful pause, I made a statement: "Perhaps you have a strong reaction to being controlled." She ended immediately with, "You're just like my mother. She was always poking her nose into my life. She asked me question after question, she is so controlling." Louise continued to talk about how her mother tried to know everything I felt, thought, or did. I replied with words that I hoped would describe her inner experience: "I imagine that you must have felt invaded." After a long pause she softly said, "My teenage years were awful. I had no personal space. My mother wanted to know everything about me." Then she looked down at her lap and was silent for a few minutes. Louise's expressions of annoyance with me, and her telling me about her mother's controlling behavior, was the open she had been up to this point in her psychotherapy. This transferential encounter was the beginning of our exploring the effects of her mother's controlling behavior at various developmental ages. In Res B, NC to Louise's annoyance with my inquiry, I changed the nature of how I construct my questions. Rather than phrasing my inquiries in an interrogative form, I rephrased them in the form of an indefinite declarative. Instead of phenomenological inquiries such as, "What are you feeling when you want to be alone?" I changed the structure of the sentence to, you must have various feelings when you are alone. As an alternative to Phenomenology Cal Inquiry, Erskine et 1999, I used therapeutic description, a non-authoritative, tentative voice that allowed her to dismiss or disagree with my statement. Like other clients who struggle with internal criticism and use relational withdrawal to self-stabilize, Louise responded to my inquiries about her feelings, physical sensations, or thoughts as though they were a criticism. When I rephrased my inquiry as a description of how I imagine Louise felt, she was more revealing. Criticism and shame. Throughout the second half of this first year, it became apparent that Louise was distressed by self-criticism. At first, her self-criticisms were subtle. In the form of little disparaging remarks or self-put-downs, usually veiled in the midst of a story. In response to my inquiry about her internal criticism, Louise would change the topic or lapse into silence. On a December day in the second year of her psychotherapy, Louise was caught in a cold rainstorm without an umbrella or protective clothing. She came into my office with her clothes and hair completely wet, her makeup running down her face. She immediately fled to the wash RTHM. I could hear her cursing herself with, "Stupid me, I'm a mess, I can't do anything right." When she finally emerged from the washroom, Louise did not speak, she evaded eye contact, she hung her head. I was intrigued by the contrast between the self-chastising comments she made in the wash RTHM and the silence in our therapy RCK-LN. I realized that she was probably feeling shame. After a few minutes of silence I said, when a person is defined as stupid or a mess, they often feel a sense of being unworthy, ashamed of who they are. She itched up at me and exploded her head in agreement. I added, I picture a little girl who is being criticized and doesn't know what to do because she is full of shame. She remained silent but again nodded her head in agreement. I said nothing more about shame in that session. She had allowed herself to be vulnerable in my presence. I remained silent. I didn't want to encourage her to reveal more of herself before she was secure in our relationship. I would follow her lead. On that rainy day when Louise was shivering from the cold, I offered her a blanket and invited her to curl up on the couch. She pulled the blanket up to her knees and cuddled under the warmth of it. Although I initially SBK to her ATN, the self-criticism, the remainder of our session was in silence. With the blanket pulled up around her neck, she watched me intently. During the last 15 minutes of the session she periodically closed her eyes for several moments. Louise removed a facade. I could now see a different facet of her. When Louise returned the following week I had the blanket folded, on the couch. As she sat down, she shed it aside with a scornful expression on her face. After a long pause I said, "You must have a lot of feelings, unlay." She eyed me suspiciously and then eventually said, "I don't want to talk about it." We both sat in silence for several minutes and then I said, "Talking about feelings is difficult, particularly if we expect to be ridiculed." After another long pause she continued, "I was a mess last time. I hate it. I have been upset all week." I asked her to tell me more about being upset. Louise added, "I could not sleep a couple of nights knowing that you would think I was acting like a helpless little child." Rather than address this transferential comment directly I continued with, "Perhaps you are feeling shame because I saw how distraught you were." As I said these words, she began to stroke the fabric of the blanket. Her gesture reminded me of a very young child seeking SCX thing by clinging to something soft. After a short pause I added a validating comment, "You seemed so natural cuddled up with the blanket." With that comment, Louise picked up the blanket and clutched it to her chest. After a pause she said, in torn, "I just want to curl into the blanket, but that's just being a stupid kid." I added, "I'll think your need to be comforted is so I wonder if you were humiliated for having natural needs." We spent the rest of the session in silence while Louise pulled the blanket around her. As we sat in silence, I was reminded of Gary Yontef's comment, "Shame is a fundamental process for schizoids. They are easily shamed, although that is not always obvious because they deny that they are attached or that they need anything. When they feel safe enough to start exploring their shame, they manifest a great deal of loathing for their needy self. 2001, p. 12. This led me to reflect on the many things I had learned about shame from other clients, such as, when a child grows up in a relationship tainted by criticism, ridicule, or other humiliating behaviors, the result is an increased vulnerability in all relationships. They tend to withdraw to hide their vulnerability. They also disavow their anger and focus instead on two other aspects of shame: the sadness of not being accepted as they are, and the fear of abandonment in the relationship because of who they are. They either comply with how they have been defined, or they engage in self-criticism, or they become self-righteous, arrogant. As a self-protective strategy, a person will use either shame-filled relational withdrawal or self-righteous arrogance as a protective dynamic to avoid the vulnerability of being humiliated again. Furani Lalan, Ration on the Psychotherapy of Shame and Self-Righteousness, Erskine, 1994, 1995. As I look over my notes, it is clear that on the day Louise got drenched in the rainstorm, she and I entered a new phase of her psychotherapy. Themes were vying for attention. Louise had inadvertently allowed me to see her vulnerability. Her sophistication was on pause. I wanted to connect with her vulnerable self before she could put on a social facade. It was essential that I stay attuned to her affect and not get sidetracked into talking her day-to-day activities. Perhaps Louise was ready to show me her secret self. Louise had expressed a bit of her self-criticism. I was certain that there was much more. I knew that it would be therapeutically necessary to uncover all of the self-imposed ridicule, much like a medical door opening and draining an abscess. We would then investigate the psychological functions of the self-criticism as a way to lessen their internal influence. Louise's transferential comments revealed a significant story: devalued for being vulnerable. I already had some information about her mother's criticisms and harsh demands. Louise's shame was suddenly apparent. She no longer had an entitled and arrogant persona. It was time to attend to the sadness, fear, and compliance that were at the core of her shame. Over the next several months we talked L1T shame. Usually for several minutes in most sessions. I intentionally steered our dialogue away from spending more than a few minutes talking about her current life. At first she seemed confused when we talked about her intense fear of ridicule and her desperate attempt to conform to the image of a daughter that my mother wanted. In a later session she exclaimed, "Shame, that's the same as I'm unworthy. Hell, unworthy is what I have felt all my life." I made a quick retort: "It must be hell to live with a constant sense of not worthy of a mother's love." She had tears in her eyes as she clutched the blanket. In that session, and in following ones, I encouraged her to close her eyes in order to sense what was inside. She would alternately close her eyes for a few minutes and then open them briefly as if to see if I was still present. I responded with, "I am still here. Just take your time being inside." As we were ending a session she described her 10 minutes of withdrawal as, "I go into the fog where everything is meaningless." When she returned to her fog in another session she added, "If I'm in a fog my mother can't nag me. All is quiet. I am hidden." I was reminded of Mary O'Reilly Knapp's description of the schizoid conditions: "In the withdrawn and hidden place there is only existence, with no true sense of self and no sense of self with another. The remains uninvolved, unintegrated, and lives in quiet desperation." 2001, p. 48. Homeostatic functions of self-criticisms. As Louise's psychotherapy progressed into the third and fourth year, our therapeutic work had two primary points: 1. A lessening off her internal criticism, and 2. RT to withdraw into her internal world. However, for her withdrawal to be therapeutic I would have to be fully present, watch over her like a parent may watch over a sleeping sick child, and a witness of her feelings and memories that had no defining pictures or descript 5 words. To lessen Louise's internal criticism, we would first have to find a way for her to externalize what was secretly internal and to then discover and appreciate the homeostatic functions of the internal criticism. It seemed important to me that I focus our psychotherapy on diminishing Louise's internal criticism prior to supporting a therapeutic withdrawal. She began one of our sessions with the realization, I often reprimand myself and then I time in self-pity. I encouraged her to say the internal criticisms aloud. It seemed instant that she now externalized what she had been keeping internal. I had an idea that if Louise could diminish the self-criticism, much of her depression might diminish. At first Louise had a difficult time articulating her various self-chastisements, but with my patience and encouragement she was eventually able to say aloud, I'm worthless, I'm a fool for wanting, I'm unlovable, and I won't make it. In several sessions I encouraged IMS to reiterate these criticisms aloud. Analyzing the various homeostatic functions of her criticisms was an instant step in diminishing their intrapsychic effects. IRU work on helping Louise you understand the original per-BB of her self-condemnation and the psychological functions it may still have in her life today. As we explored some of the events of her childhood, she remembered criticizing herself prior to going to high SCHCX, L, and that, I had my self-criticism by the time I was 16. By then I did not anything from anyone. I was better off alone, in my own quiet world. When we talked about her family interactions when she was a school-age child, Louise added, if I can criticize myself my mother does, I escape her awful words, my criticism makes me persecutive. Together we identified 4 homeostatic functions of her continuous self-criticisms, Erskine and Morsand, 2022. First, her criticisms provided an archaic sense of identity that defined her place in relationship to other people. They provided an archaic organizing schema about herself, others, and the quality of her life. The criticisms provided consistency. With Selz's criticism she maintained the same familiar sense of worthlessness that she had lived with throughout her childhood. CKXL. Like most of us, familiarity was preferable to the unknown. Third, the self-criticisms provided a strategic distraction from the painful awareness of her mother's constant criticism. She heard the criticisms in her own voice, not in her mother's voice. Fourth, the self-criticisms functioned to provide predictability about what might occur. By criticizing herself first, she could brace herself for any external criticism. Together we devised a plan to help Louise stop the internal ridicule. Each time she engaged in a self-condemnation, Louise would think about the functions of the criticism. I suggested that Louise ask herself if she still needed that old identity or still required a distraction from knowing what had occurred herself and her mother. Louise realized that she no longer wanted either the consistency or predictability that the self-condemnations provided. Together we worked out a plan. Each time Louise made a self-criticism she asked herself, what is the function of this criticism? This questioning of herself, particularly when she was at home, helped Louise become aware that the self-criticizing had an original purpose but that the original purpose was no longer a benefit to her. Through our constant attending to her self-condemnations and their various functions, Louise's self-criticism largely diminished. As the self-criticism diminished, Louise became increasingly aware of her mother's influence. She was now able to have some vivid memories of her mother's caustic comments when she was in elementary school. By the time I was an adolescent I could drown out her voice. She was constantly trying to make me the perfect daughter she wanted. Most of the time she did lovely things for me, but then it would all be spoiled by some criticism. Louise realized, I learned to criticize myself to blot out her criticisms, and it worked. In the ensuing sessions I focused our psychotherapy on the quality of the relationship between Louise and her mother at various childhood ages. She cried with painful memories of her mother's controlling demands ALN, UTSCHCX, L work when she was 8 and 9 years old, of my mother's great disappointment when I was 6 and I forgot my lines in a school, of my mother's control in how I dressed, and an implicit memory of ironing forced to eat that I didn't like. Throughout these sessions we were identifying and decommissioning the introjected attitudes of her mother. As a result, she increasingly allowed me to see her vulnerability. Therapeutically supported withdrawal during the 3rd and 4th years, as we focused on externalizing the internal criticisms and deciphering the functions of such criticisms, I watched for the moments in which Louise would lapse into her semi-concealed withdrawal. In some sessions she would avert her eyes, clutch the blanket to her chest, and have long pauses in her dialogue with me. When I picked up on moments of Louise's partial retreat, I would encourage her to CLCSSE her eyes and to remain quiet. In our discussion during the last 10 minutes of our session, she described her inner space as, I just go into a thick, silent fog. I don't think about anything. When we first in the sub-B root withdrawal, Louise would her eyes every half minute or so, as if she was checking to see if I was still present. I thought of Harry Guntrave *, 1968, description of his client's half-in/half-out compromise, a seeking of relationship, as in her checking to see if I was present, and a seeking of security, as in her repealed relational withdrawal. I would respond with I am staying here with you. Just take your time to go to your quiet place, or it's to be silent, or I am watching over you. When I did speak, my voice was slow and reassuring. Louise, like other clients moving into relational withdrawal, required a particular sensitivity to her unique rhythm, fear of relationship, and possible loneliness. I provided time for her to make internal contact without having to talk. An important aspect of our psychotherapy was my continual self-reminder, Dorfeet, try to make something happen, remain fully present and observant. I wanted to create the place and time for Louise to feel the security of her fog, possible loneliness, that I was at the core of her vulnerability, and perhaps a sense of security in relationship with me. As our sessions continued over the next few weeks, she was able to stay in her quiet place for as long as 15 or 20 minutes. As I watched her silently curled up under the blanket, I would relax into deep EW1 style breathing that helped me stay centered and sensitive to her little gestures and sounds. Louise's withdrawal engendered an unusual patience in me. Although I was distracted by the over-detailed stories that Louise told me in the first couple of years, I was acutely present during this phase of the psychotherapy. I kept my awareness on the pregnant silence, a silence that was gestating with emotions and implicit memories. It was essential that I fully present in order to catch each nuance of her silent communication. I wanted to create a healing environment where she could make full internal contact without any requirement for interpersonal contact. Arnold Beiser's 1970 paradoxical theory of change served as a constant reminder that I needed to calm and patient, to find her rhythm, to not attempt to affect any change within Louise, to just accept Louise as she was. During this time, our psychotherapy sessions moved into a routine. The first 10 or 15 minutes were often spent either on some current event or in review of the previous session. Following this initial discussion, she would withdraw into silence for 5 to 20 minutes. I reserved the last 10 to 20 minutes to have a dialogue what she experienced during her silence. The relational qualities of our interpersonal conversations before and after the supported withdrawal were an indispensable ingredient in Louise's psychotherapy. In the first several weeks of our therapeutically supported withdrawal, Louise would lapse into a quiet and restorative internal place. In most of our sessions in which I supported her withdrawal, Louise experienced a sense of calmness in her fog, her muscles relaxed. Then, as the weeks went on, Louise gradually had emotional and memories of intense fear that engulfed her whole body. I would reassure her that I was with her and watching over her. At one and she talked about descending into a dark, damp, and moldy-smelling place. She cried for me to hold her hand. I moved near her and grasped her left hand, my two hands. She shook and wept with terror. After 10 minutes she opened her eyes and was able to talk. As we reviewed what Louise had experienced, she realized that she was reliving in the basement of the house where she lived as a child. As we talked in later sessions, she was aware of at least 2 occasions, perhaps more, when her mother had forced her into the basement as a punishment. She was terrorized by the darkness. She wept with a profound aloneness that she must have felt as a 7-year-old child. We spent most of the following session talking about Louise's fear of being in the dark. She revealed that she always slept with the television on. In her words, IHETV is always on, silent, but always on. I need the company. I thought about how the TV provided not only light but it also provided pseudo-companionship, a companionship that did not invade or criticize. Rather than make an interpretation as I might with other clients, I kept this idea to myself and used it to help me understand the increased dependency that Louise was displaying in our relationship. Price, 2016. Another significant point in work occurred when Louise called me on a Sundaying to tell me about a nightmare. I urged her to come to the office immediately. When she arrived an hour later, she was shaking with fear and asked me to sit next to her and hold her hand. She told me a dream, I have no clear images, just these horrible sensations. In my dream all is black. I am completely alone. I know it will get worse. I'm paralyzed. No one comes. As she squeezed my hand her whole BCXLY trembled. She cried like a desperate after 10 minutes of agony, her eyes in at me. At that moment she reached out and grasped my arm to her cheek and chest. She then wept differently, as though her crying was releasing the tensions in her. When she had finished crying, I made what I would a useful interpretation. You remind me of a baby who needs her mother to pick her up and comfort her. As I was saying these words her face, shoulders, and chest muscles constricted. She pulled back and screamed, I don't want her awful touch. Later we talked at length her repulsion at the thought of being physically close to her mother. In our follow-up discussions we assumed that Louise's dream, age regression, and physical repulsion were a reliving of presymbolic, paroxydural memories that had no pictures, only intense affect and physiological reactions. However, rather than Louise's age regression being a mere reliving that may have been re-traumatizing, my presence and touch were therapeutic because they provided a new experience that allowed her nervous system to relax. Porges, 2009, Porges and Dana, 2018. We had several conversations Louise's inner turmoil over her need for security in relationship and her fear of invasion and control. In a later discussion, Louise related her fear to a sense of utter aloneness that I have felt all my life. As we explored her utter aloneness, she realized that this loneliness is the depression I often feel. Whenever my mother didn't like how I was, I felt utterly alone. On several occasions she wept with the sadness of never feeling loved for who I am. After crying with loneliness, she would her eyes and engage in conversation with me about her inner experiences. Now when she would talk with me after a 15 or 20-minute withdrawal, I had that she was fully present, engaging with me in a more authentic and lively way. Louise was changing. She related it to both her intense internal fixus, facilitated by the therapeutically supported withdrawal, and the significance of our end-of-session discussions about her internal, nonverbal experiences. As the months went on, she was less inclined to withdraw. She had many more impressions of her early life and how she coped with the relational disruptions by both criticizing herself and withdrawing from people. She was increasingly able to tell me memories of her childhood. It was as though previously non-visual and never-spoken memories became more explicit. As Louise told me these stories of her early, she was increasingly open and vulnerable in my presence. I felt a sense of fulfillment in that we were accomplishing a healing psychotherapy. At the same time I questioned my counter-transference. Was my sense of fulfillment my own quest at being redundant, or was I being therapeutically responsive to what Louise needed in order to heal from her history of neglect and criticism? Or, I was certainly involved and invested in Louise's healing from the wounds of neglect and criticism. Shifts in perspective. In the spring of our 4th year of psychotherapy, Louise often complained of fatigue, no appetite, and that she was losing weight. I worried over the question, is the psychotherapy too intense for Louise to integrate her intense affect and physical reactions? Louise, for the first time, cancelled a session. I was then shocked when she again left a second phone message to say that she was cancelling another session. She did not return my phone calls. I was distraught. What was I missing? What had I done wrong? Finally, Louise called to confirm her next apex, and said that she had medical reasons for her 2 sessions. When Louise returned after 3 weeks' absence, I noticed immediately that her face was thinner and that there was a yellowish tint to her complexion. She said that she had been in Minnesota at the Mayo Clinic for a thorough medical evaluation. My worries that our psychotherapy was intense and perhaps reinforcing the old patterns of self-stabilization were immediately replaced by concern for her health. Louise slowly told me that she had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and that it had already metastasized to her liver. She tightly gripped my arm as we wept together. In our next session, Louise surprised me when she said that she wanted to continue my psychotherapy until I can't come any longer. She said that she had already quit her job and that she would work only until the end of the week. She had started to investigate home nursing care for when the time came. As she was leaving, she asked if she could come much more often, and then she added, "I'll need you to be with me." Louise continued to come for 2, and sometimes 3, sessions a week. During these last 3 months she withdrew into her fog only a few times. There were no further age regressions to traumatic memories. We spent our NCXST of our time focusing on her saying goodbye to her sister and mother. In a couple of intense sessions, she talked to an image of her sister in an empty chair where she expressed her anger and sorrow. In doing so, she revealed several private resentments that had prevented her from being CLCXSE to her sister. Then I asked her to express her appreciations to the image of her sister in the empty chair. At first she struggled, her resentments seemed to dominate. Eventually she was able to say to the image of her sister, "I'm grateful that you kept Mother off my back." She went on to speak about several examples of how her sister took the brunt of Mother's demands. Louise cried as she acknowledged her longing for a caring relationship with her sister. Following this work, she arranged a 4-day weekend retreat with her sister. She was pleased with our real conversation. We talked openly to each other for the first time since we were children. I now know that it was my resentment that prevented us from being close. In the following sessions she commented on talking to her sister almost every day. When talking ADN, her sister, Louise made several comments that led me to think that she was living with a lot of resentment toward her mother. I suggested that she put her mother's image in the empty chair and to tell your mother everything that you have always wanted to say. Louise said that my suggestion to talk to the image of her mother was TCX, difficult. I just hide inside at the thought of telling her anything about me. With this comment I assumed that she was telling me that I needed to do something differently. So, I relied on one of my guiding principles: when in doubt about what to do, be relational. I changed my approach and asked Louise to me in the eyes and to tell me what she did not like about her mother's behavior. Louise tensed up. My mother has dead for several years, but it's like she is still hovering over me, ready to boss me around. I asked about their mother-daughter interactions at various ages of her childhood, adolescence, school years, preschool years, and toddler years. Louise told me story after story of being smothered over, loved without any freedom to be me. She was vehement in expressing her anger and resentment and very reluctant to speak of appreciations she felt for her mother. Eventually she told me that she appreciated her mother's work ethic and how her mother tried to have perfect children. She tried so hard, but it just wasn't right for me. I withdrew from her and it broke her heart. And then she tried harder and harder to mold me into the image she wanted me to be. And I hid more and more. She cried deeply as she said, "I missed out on having a mother with whom I could confide, to close." Our sessions in these last months were primarily focused on working with grief the absence of any emotionally close relationship with her mother. It was her way of saying goodbye to what I never had. While in this last phase of our psychotherapy, Louise and I spent time addressing her regrets, resentments, and remorseful feelings toward her sister and mother. I also reserved time in many sessions to speak directly to Louise about her impending death and what she understood about life. Louise had changed. She was no longer resistant to my phenomenological inquiry. In fact, she seemed to welcome some of my inquiry. Now our psychotherapy was shaped by existential: what is the meaning of life? What happens when we die? What influence have we made in this world? Becker, 1973, Frankl, 1959, Yalom, 1980. I was touched by a sense of the sacred that infused our interpersonal dialogue. As these 3 months went on, Louise was continuing to lose weight and strength. When her sister invited Louise to live in her home near Boston, we had only 3 more sessions in which to talk about our relationship with each other. We cried together, a cry of separation and a cry of joy in having the rich interpersonal connection that we had created together, and our mutual sorrow and intense sorrow that we would never with each other again. Postscript: writing this story of Louise's psychotherapy was a challenge because I would have liked to write about how our psychotherapy unfolded in an orderly sequence, but that is not how our psychotherapy perqueated. The crucial therapeutic junctures did not happen in a timely order, one after another. Our psychotherapeutic work would suddenly move to a new theme, then we would return to a previous issue, then we would proceed to another focus. Often I had to keep several pertinent themes in mind. Yet, eventually, the fragmented, hidden, and split-off aspects of Louise's sense of self became integrated into a new cohesive sense of self. Was Louise narcissistic? No, not anymore. Perhaps she never was. Perhaps the arrogance, entitlement, and self-aggrandizement that I observed in the first year of Louise's psychotherapy were just a cover for her fear of being controlled. Did she exhibit a schizoid pattern? Yes, most of the time during our years together, she continually relied on self-criticism and relational withdrawal as her way to self-stabilize. But Louise worked hard in her psychotherapy. We spent many sessions addressing her internal criticism, and many more in a therapeutically supported withdrawal. Louise changed. The change occurred at a time when one might her to more withdrawn. Instead, Louise's dialogue with me became intimate. She talked about having intimate conversations with her sister. I wish Louise was still alive because I would like to interview her these many years later in order to know her subjective version of our intense therapeutic interactions. My story of Louise's psychotherapy is from the 1K, point of view of a participant observer, but it does not tell the whole story. It is Louise's subjective version of our psychotherapeutic journey that intrigues me. I am sure that we both would learn a lot if she could share her phenomenological experience with us.